1. Let me travel through time but not give me any memories. June 1st. Chinese Federation. Nianqing number 6 Middle School, Class 18, Grade 3. Classmates. Today marks the 142nd awakening day since humanity entered a new civilization. I hope that during the awakening ceremony, you will all achieve your dreams and awaken your ideal superpowers. Next, before participating in the awakening ceremony, let us recite the human race's creed one last time. At the podium in the classroom, a woman in her 20s spoke to the students below. The woman was wearing a black miniskirt and a white shirt. She had delicate features and a pair of black framed glasses on her nose. This woman is none other than the head teacher of Class 18, Xiongyan. Xiongyan's beautiful eyes scanned the classroom and stopped at the last row by the window. Xiongyan frowned slightly and looked a little angry. Walk down from the podium and come to the last row. He slammed the table with his white palm and said angrily. Luo Chen. Luo Chen, who was lying on the table and having a secret meeting with Zhou Gong, suddenly shuddered. Jumped up from his seat. Then, looking at the beautiful Xiongyan in front of him, he blurted out, "Oh my god, what a white shirt." Xiongyan frowned, folded her arms, and said angrily, Luo Chen. You don't study hard on weekdays, and you always fail the supernatural subjects. But today is such an important day, and you still have the mind to sleep. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Luo Chen looked confused. Superpowers? What the hell? What day is it today? Isn't it only a week away from the college entrance exam? Seeing Luo Chen's confused look, Xiongyan's face changed with anger. Tell me, what will our human race's creed be after the new civilization? Xiongyan sighed helplessly and asked while staring at Luo Chen. What facker? Terun? Creed? What the hell? That's not right. The person in front of me is the beautiful teacher bear, and I am surrounded by my lovely classmates. The characters all match up. But, why don't I understand what teacher Xiong just said? Countless question marks floated over Luo Chen's head. The next moment, he was startled. As an old bookworm, given the current situation, there is only one truth. I might have traveled through time. Luo Chen. What are you thinking about? Answer my question, what is the creed of our human race? Xiongyan let go of her hands, put her hands on her hips, and her face turned red with anger. Teacher. Please don't look at me like that. I really don't know. Creed? Is it odd numbers change, even numbers remain the same, and the sign depends on the quadrant? Luo Chen felt bitter. This evil god arranged for him to travel through time, but at least he should have been given the original owner's memories so that he wouldn't be so embarrassed. Xiongyan. Fuck, something doesn't look right. Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat when he saw the anger surging in Xiongyan's beautiful eyes. In his memory, this head teacher would really beat people when he was angry. I don't know if her personality has changed in this world. Luo Chen. If you keep talking nonsense, I will revoke your qualification to awaken. Xiongyan said angrily. It's over, teacher Xiongyan's personality doesn't seem to have changed. Luo Chen started to panic. Teacher, wait a minute, let me think about it. Luo Chen steeled his resolve and asked tentatively, the creed is, loving you walking alone in dark alleys, loving the way you refuse to kneel, loving. Ah, it hurts. Xiongyan was so angry that she reached out and twisted Luo Chen's arm hard. Luo Chen grimaced in pain. Isn't this code wrong? Holy crap. Everyone in the lower town is truly talented. Their speech is so fucking sophisticated. Yeah, he's worthy of being the last in our class in supernatural subjects. He even forgot the human creed. Look at how angry Mr. Xiong is. Can he still participate in the awakening ceremony? Forget it. A person from the lower city definitely can't awaken a high-level superpower. Why bother to embarrass himself at the awakening ceremony? Some people in the class who usually don't get along with Luo Chen cast sarcastic glances at him and laughed at Luo Chen. After Xiongyan finished twisting Luo Chen, she turned around and left in anger. Luo Chen. You don't have to go to the playground to participate in the awakening ceremony later. Stay in the classroom. I want to have a good talk with you. Luo Chen looked at Xiongyan's back with a gloomy look. Oh my god, please don't bully me, I'm still a child. Brother Luo, you didn't really fall asleep, did you? You even forgot the human creed? My deskmate Lu Feihu turned around and asked. Luo Chen sat down slowly, looking blankly at the fat man beside him who was both familiar and unfamiliar. Do you think I would tell you that I came from another world? And it has no memories of the original owner. So, what is the human creed? How the hell do I know? Seeing Luo Chen's confused look, Lu Feihu sighed. It's over, Luo Gu is ruined. Xiong Yan returned to the podium and glared at Luo Chen fiercely. Then, everyone in the classroom shouted. As a newly civilized human race, our creed is to be irreconcilable with alien races and to fight to the death. Luo Chen opened his mouth and began to recite helplessly. Memory, system. Oh my god, please don't give me such a difficult start. Suddenly. Hiss. Pain. It hurts so much. Luo Chen felt a tearing sensation in his head. Then, an unfamiliar memory came to his mind. The original owner's memory, by some goddamn coincidence, appeared after he had embarrassed himself in front of his teacher and the entire class. Luo Chen felt like he was being severely tricked by God. A few seconds later. Luo Chen who received the original owner's memories. Finally, I understood the general background information of this different world I traveled to. More than 100 years ago, mysterious forces revived and alien races invaded. The humans in this world have entered an era of awakening superpowers and entered a new civilization. There was a worldwide war between humans and alien races. The world order is reorganized. In order to cultivate more extraordinary people to protect human society and fight against alien races. Every June 1st, high schools across the Federation conduct awakening tests for their graduating seniors. As long as you awaken successfully, you will have the opportunity to be invited to the Extraordinary Academy and have a future with unlimited possibilities. To put it simply, Luo Chen traveled to a different world that was very similar to Blue Star in other aspects. It is worth mentioning that although the names and personalities of the people Luo Chen knew in this world have not changed, their experiences, life stories, and other aspects are completely different from before. Just then, the radio sounded. A loud voice echoed across the campus. All senior high school students, please gather on the playground immediately. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. Luo Chen sat in his seat blankly, watching the whole class leave. When leaving, his deskmate Lu Feihu said to Luo Chen with a smirk. Brother Luo, accept the teacher's teachings well. Luo Chen raised his leg and kicked Lu Feihu, who was 160 kilograms tall and weighed 160 kilograms, on the butt. In this world. He and Lu Feihu are both from the Lower Town district, grew up together, and are best friends. The important thing is that the two of them have birds of a feather flock together. Not a serious person. In addition, there is no such thing as a country in this world anymore. Since the new civilization, the world pattern is divided into two plates. The Huaxia Federation in the Eastern Continent, and the Western Federation in the Western Continent. The Huaxia Federation is controlled by 5 major conglomerate families. Unfortunately, under their governance, people's sense of class is becoming stronger. More than 90% of the cities in the Huaxia Federation are divided into upper urban areas and lower urban areas. The upper city area is where the powerful and wealthy live. The lower town area is mostly inhabited by people of low status and ordinary backgrounds. This was also the main reason why Luo Chen was looked down upon by some of his classmates. Only Xiong Yan and Luo Chen were left in the classroom. The two of them stared at each other. Right now. A sexy queen's voice sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Ding. Detected that the host is imagining an action movie. The invincible replica system begins binding. 2. What? Let the school beauty kiss me? The moment I heard the system sound, Luo Chen shuddered with excitement. My own plugin is here. Ding. System binding complete, synchronizing world information, replicating all abilities. Synchronization completed, replication completed. Does the host need to know my detailed functions immediately? Need it, hurry up. The old bookworm Luo Chen didn't hesitate at all and spoke directly to the system in his heart. The host is really anxious. Opening the host's properties panel. A light screen appeared in front of Luo Chen, which only he could see. Name, Luo Chen male, 18 years old, from Wuyanzu, Niancheng. Physical fitness, 200 slightly weak, 1 leaf with 2 thorns. Spiritual power, 500 spring realm, quickly drained. Superpower, none. Repeat value, 0. Command, no task command has been triggered yet. Current cumulative completed commands are 0. As an old bookworm, Luo Chen has read all kinds of systems in novels. But my system seems to be a little abnormal. Are the descriptions in brackets serious? Niancheng Wu Yanzu really fits my image. But, you said I have 2 thorns on 1 leaf. I don't admit that. I used to be a real man with 7 thorns on 1 leaf. Hearing Luo Chen's inner complaints, the system's voice sounded again. However, this time the sound turned into a clipping sound that gave people goosebumps. Host Geijai, the attributes on the panel are only the real data of your current body, and do not represent your former bravery. The system is surprisingly user-friendly, with a variety of voices. The important thing is to tell the truth. I have more than just these 2 voices. As long as the host brother is willing, I can switch voices at any time. I can use royal sister, lowly, queen, child, etc., and even a man's voice is also possible. A female voice is fine, a male voice is fine, I'm an upright man. Continue to introduce your functions. Luo Chen continued in his heart. Okay, host brother. Physical fitness, a comprehensive value of the host's current physical condition, including strength, agility, stamina, etc. Spiritual power, the host's current spiritual power value and spiritual realm. In this world, mental strength is the only force that can stimulate supernatural powers. At present, the spiritual realm is divided into 7 realms from low to high: spring, river, mountain, sea, sky, stars, and infinity. Superpowers, the host's current superpowers and levels. Replica value, complete the task instructions triggered by the system from time to time to obtain replica value. Command mission, triggered at irregular intervals, the host will receive corresponding rewards upon completion. After listening to the introduction of the system, Luo Chen had a general understanding of his own system. Simply put, your own system is a task system. As long as you complete the mission instructions, you can get replica points and rewards. System, please introduce the function of the replica value. Luo Chen muttered to himself. Replica points have 3 uses. 1. The host can allocate replica points to physical strength and mental strength too. Spending a certain amount of replica points allows the host to randomly draw any ability below the god level 3. Spending a certain amount of replica points allows the host to replicate other people's abilities and enhance them. In this world, supernatural powers and mental strength are the main supernatural powers. My golden finger system can not only improve my mental strength. You can also randomly draw special abilities. The most important thing is that you can copy other people's superpowers. This system is tailor-made for this world. Makes sense. Who created this? I would like to call him Dad. Luo Chen felt happy. But the next second, he realized a problem. Can this system of mine only extract supernatural powers below the god level? According to the original owner's memory, superpowers are divided into 8 levels: God level, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Isn't this the invincible system? You can't even draw God level abilities, and you still have the nerve to call yourself invincible? Luo Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. Host brother, don't rush to complain about me. As long as you complete the command 3 times in total, you will get a chance to draw a God level supernatural power. In this world, those who can awaken God-level supernatural powers are rare. He is 1 in a million. According to the Superpowers textbook, divine superpowers are the extraordinary powers of the gods in mythological stories. That is the power of God. If my own system could really extract God-level superpowers. That's like an old cow in the Arctic, extremely awesome. So delicious. At this moment, Luo Chen's inner thoughts clearly revealed his double standards. According to the routine in the novel. Next, is it time to give me a newbie gift pack? As a loyal reader and keyboard warrior of Tomato Novel Network, he knows the system too well. What? You asked him why he became a keyboard warrior. Maybe it's because Tomato's readers are all handsome men and beautiful women. This caused Luo Chen to feel intense jealousy, forcing him to pick up the keyboard to vent his dissatisfaction. The host brother is really smart. The novice gift pack is a must. However, in order to get the gift pack, you must first complete the first mission instruction. How come your system doesn't have any awareness? Do I need to complete tasks to receive the novice gift package? Shit, other protagonists either get it for free at the beginning, or it's given to them. Luo Chen complained in his heart again. My mood is like riding a roller coaster. I feel like I'm being teased by the system. Wait. Hey sister, hurry up and tell me the mission instructions. Ding. Novice mission command triggered. Get a kiss from Byexayan, the school beauty of Nianqing number 6 middle school. Any kiss is fine. The host can receive a novice gift pack and gain plus 200 replica value. Grass. A plant. Although I admit that I was once liked by many girls because of my looks and charm. But, who is Byexayan? That's the school beauty of Nianqing number 6 middle school. The daughter of the Bai family, one of the 5 largest financial groups in the Huaxia Federation. How easy is it to get a sweet kiss from such a person? Such a difficult mission instruction, and you tell me, this is a novice mission instruction? No. You have to pay more. No. Add a reward. System. Complete the command to get plus 2000 re-engraving value. Hee hee, the boss is so generous. I was wrong, I shouldn't have complained about you. As a straight man, being able to bend and stretch is Luo Chen's basic skill. The system sound ends. At the same time, the light curtain in front of Luo Chen also disappeared. It all happens in a second. School beauty's kiss. Hee 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 hee. So exciting. Luo Chen raised the corner of his mouth and began to plan in his mind how to complete the novice instructions given by the system. At the same time, a graceful figure came in front of him. Look up. The homeroom teacher, Xiongyan, was standing with her hands on her hips, looking down at Luo Chen, who was sitting in his seat with her beautiful eyes. 3. Are you okay? If you are okay, eat Luliumii. Luo Chen tilted his head back and could only see Xiongyan's white shirt. Teacher, I can't see your face. Luo Chen reminded in a mean way. Xiongyan was stunned for a moment, then looked down and reacted, a blush instantly appearing on her cheeks. She stepped back a little and said to Luo Chen in shame and anger. Luo Chen. You really disappoint me. What on earth are you thinking about all day long? Luo Chen stood up helplessly, his mind racing. He spread his hands and said with a smile. Teacher, I think you have a little misunderstanding about me. Actually, my head is filled with smart and capable people like you. You are an outstanding people's teacher. You are like a gardener, diligently cultivating us, the future flowers of the Huaxia Federation. You are my role model. I dream of becoming an excellent teacher with a broad mind like you, like you. You. Xiaoyan leaned her hips on the desk, looking at Luo Chen with a hint of disbelief in her beautiful eyes. This kid, has he gotten it? Is this still the rebellious teenager from the poor downtown area that she knows? No. This guy is flattering me. Okay. Don't think that I will forgive your mistake of forgetting the human creed just now just because you say something nice. Xiaoyan curled her red lips and said. Obviously, the simple teacher did not hear the hidden meaning in Luo Chen's words. Teacher Xiong, what I said is the truth. Luo Chen felt relieved. Fortunately, the teacher is still the same teacher, and I should be able to fool him with some acting skills. So, after Luo Chen thought for a moment, he suddenly said in a sad tone. Teacher, you're not really going to cancel my awakening qualification, are you? You are so kind, can you bear it? I lost my father when I was 8 years old, and lived with my mother in the mixed-up downtown area for 10 years. As he spoke, Luo Chen's eyes began to moisten. If the Oscar judges saw this, they might give him a Best Performance award. In his memory, the smart and capable teacher Xiong in front of him likes to take advantage of others. When Xiaoyan saw Luo Chen crying, her heart was indeed touched. In a trance, she remembered that 3 years ago, a middle-aged woman brought Luo Chen to school. He begged the principal in the office to accept his child. She witnessed everything. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyan sighed and said softly. All right, the awakening ceremony has already begun, so go. But, after it's over, copy the power chart and analysis 10 times. He. As long as you let me go to the awakening ceremony, I can copy it 20 times. Luo Chen said with a smile, and ran out of the classroom. Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. I feel like I've been tricked by this guy. Question mark. The huge green playground is now full of people. A noisy sound wave swept across the sky. Today is one of the most important days in the Federation. The first and second year high school students were allowed by their teachers to come and watch. All the students in the senior year lined up in an orderly manner and walked towards the stage with complicated expressions. A translucent crystal panel like a curtain stands upright in the center of the stage. Faintly, there was a light dancing on it. A row of school leaders sat next to the panel. Every year, the awakening test for senior high school students is presided over by the directors in charge of the supernatural subjects. Hey, Principal Chen, this year our school has had over 100 students awaken D-level or higher abilities. It looks like we have a good chance of making it into the top 10 talented schools selection. Among the directors, a middle-aged man wearing glasses spoke to another young man next to him who looked extremely serious. The young man was probably in his early 30s, with a tough face and eagle eyes. Those sharp eyes seemed to contain an extremely powerful and dangerous force. This person is the principal of number 6 middle school, Chen Yi. At the same time, he is also an extraordinary person with special powers. Well, the talent of the human race seems to have become higher in recent years, Chen Yi said casually with a cold expression. There was a barely perceptible trace of worry in his eyes. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, not quite understanding what the other person was saying. You're talking as if you're not human. In front of the crystal panel, several students stretched out their right hands and gently touched the panel. The panel immediately began to wrinkle like water in the wind. Immediately, wisps of white light seeped out from the panel and swirled around the arms of several people. Immediately following, several lines of words appeared on the crystal panel. Suspect Wu, awakened successfully, superpower, absolute hip-hop, rating F. Fong Min, awakened successfully, superpower, fireworks, rating B. Zhao Junjie, awakening failed. Kai Kuan, awakened successfully, superpower, inspire your titanium beauty, rating F. Wang Yiba, awakened successfully, supernatural power, dancing the universe, rating A. Not far from the stage, in a queue. What do you think? Will our school have a genius who awakens God-level supernatural powers this year? God-level superpowers? You're dreaming. So far, less than 5 people have awakened S-level superpowers. God-level superpowers haven't been seen in years. Yes, divine powers are the power of gods. Only those chosen by gods are qualified to awaken divine powers. Lu Feihu and his classmates were having a passionate discussion. To relieve your inner tension. Later, when he goes on stage, the crystal panel will decide his fate in this life. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Isn't that Luo Gu? Wasn't he his awakening qualification revoked by Teacher Xion? Wasn't he communicating with Teacher Xion? Why did they let him out so soon? Luo Gu, here. Lu Feihu excitedly waved to Luo Chen who was in the crowd in the distance. Fat Tiger, how is the awakening this year? Luo Chen came to the class queue and asked Lu Feihu. Fat Tiger explained the general situation to Luo Chen, then asked with a smirk. Brother Luo, you slipped out so quickly? As an experienced driver who has been driving for 2 lifetimes, Luo Chen understood Lu Feihu's words immediately. He rolled his eyes at the other person and said, Fat Tiger, what the hell is going on in your head? Lu Feihu chuckled, Brother Luo, the things in my head are the same as yours, both are smart. Shut up. Luo Chen quickly interrupted Lu Feihu. Then, I told the other person roughly what had just happened in the classroom. After listening to this, Lu Feihu gave a thumbs up and said with sincere admiration, Brother Luo, I want to grab a little golden man to give to you. Get out. Luo Chen cursed with a smile. The queue moved forward. One after another, they walked onto the stage and touched the huge crystal panel. Then, some were surprised, some were disappointed, and some covered their faces and cried. The fate of these students is being determined by that crystal panel. At the same time, Luo Chen looked around, his eyes scanning the crowd. At a certain moment, his eyes fixed. In sight, a girl in a white floral dress was chatting with her classmates with a beautiful smile on her face. The girl is tall and beautiful. On her fair oval face, a pair of beautiful eyes shine brightly. However, his eyes seemed a little cold. Like a fairy who is not of this world. This girl is none other than the school beauty of number 6 middle school, by Xin. Brother Luo, what level of superpowers will the school beauty awaken? Lu Feihu followed Luo Chen's gaze and looked at Bai Xin in the queue of class 15 in front. There was admiration and a little helplessness in his eyes. She's a member of the Bai family. Does it matter what level of supernatural power she can awaken? For someone like her who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, her life is destined to be extraordinary. Luo Chen sighed. Lu Feihu nodded in agreement. Yes, if people like us in the lower city fail to awaken high-level superpowers, we may never come into contact with people of their status after graduation. Luo Chen remained silent, not wanting to continue this topic. Fat Tiger. Do you like the school bell? Luo Chen suddenly asked. Ah, this. She likes her. Most of the boys in number 6 middle school have a crush on her. Brother Luo, why are you asking this? Lu Feihu asked in surprise, a little flustered. He looked at Luo Chen in confusion. He, do you want to kiss her, or be kissed by her? Luo Chen said with a smile. Lu Feihu waved his hand and said after a moment of hesitation, TSK. I've kissed her many times. Luo Chen tilted his neck and stared at Lu Feihu in disbelief. Are you okay? Eat Liliu when you have nothing to do. That, in the dream. Lu Feihu scratched his head embarrassedly. Fat Tiger. You are really a dung beetle wearing a mask, shameless. Luo Chen scolded with a smile. Then, he suddenly said seriously. Fat Tiger, as your good brother, I think I should help you realize your dream. For example, to actually get a kiss from our school beauty by Xin. The eyes on Lu Feihu's fat face suddenly focused, and he looked at Luo Chen in surprise. Luo Ge, are you serious? Luo Chen nodded, of course I'm serious, but I'm doing it for you, hee. After all, I only said I would help you get it, not let you get it. Is there a problem with this? No problem. Brother Luo, you are really a goat farting like a sheep, both fashionable and sexy. Lu Feihu shook his head speechlessly. Just when the two of them were talking nonsense, the middle-aged man wearing glasses on the stage took the microphone and said, Class 15, get ready and prepare to go on stage and awaken. For, the school beauty kissed me. Xin, I'm so nervous. Don't be afraid. If you can't awaken advanced abilities, my family is rich. I'll support you. He. Xin smiled and comforted the female classmate next to her. The female classmate took a deep breath and said, Xin, I really envy you. Not only do you have a good family background, but your parents are both very powerful transcendents. With your genes, the level of your awakened superpower will definitely not be low. Xin smiled faintly and did not answer. In fact, she was feeling the same as everyone else at this moment, both nervous and expectant. Although to outsiders, she is the daughter of the head of the Bai family, one of the 5 largest financial groups in the Federation. The family is wealthy and the future is worry-free. There is no need to worry about the level of the superpowers awakened today. But only she knows the words that will appear on the crystal panel in front of you later. How important it is to her parents and her family. Directly, that's the daughter of Bai Tianming, the head of the Bai family? Shenyi looked at the girl who was about to touch the panel and said to the middle-aged man with glasses next to her. Yes, Principal Chen, Xin from Class 15. Several of us, the heads of the Special Ability Department, are very optimistic about her. Li Gang responded quickly. Her father is a powerful Star Realm master with S-level supernatural powers. This girl is destined to be extraordinary. Shenyi said softly, his eyes distracted. Seems, thinking about something. Li Gang whispered, then, in your opinion, is there any hope for her to awaken divine abilities? Hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes narrowed and he did not answer the question. The other side. Xin took a deep breath quietly and relaxed herself. She stretched out her fair jade hand and touched the crystal panel with her palm. Then, strands of light seeped out and wrapped around her arms like ribbons. Her eyes were fixed on the crystal panel in front of her, waiting for the words to emerge. Suddenly, the crystal panel vibrated violently. Then, a dazzling golden light refracted from the panel. It's like being pulled by something straight into the sky. Is this a vision? Several directors stood up suddenly, their eyes wide as big as copper bells, their faces full of disbelief. Shunyi looked at the girl with a complicated expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Oh my god. Something strange is happening. This means. It means someone has awakened a god-level supernatural power. Oh my god, it really blinded my titanium alloy dog eyes, I'm holding it. It's a complete mess. That eye-catching golden light. It instantly ignited the passion of the students on the playground. The golden light is like a shooting star. After leaving a long tail of light, it immediately disappeared without a trace. Everyone's eyes turned again to the students who were being tested in front of the crystal panel on the stage. The person who has awakened God-level supernatural powers is among them. No, with Bai Xian's appearance, identity, and the attention she receives at school. Everyone should subconsciously think that the person who awakened the God-level supernatural power is her. Oh my god, the person who awakened the God-level superpower couldn't be the school beauty, right? She has such good genes. Lu Fei, who was breathing rapidly and staring blankly at Bai Xian on the stage. As expected, only you who are outstanding are worthy of me, the protagonist with a system. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, looking at the beautiful girl on the stage who was the focus of the whole audience, and sighed shamelessly in his heart. At the same time, he also realized that this girl was usually the focus of attention in school. Now he has awakened God-level supernatural powers. It's definitely more eye-catching. Is my plan a bit too risky? System. I hope your newbie gift pack doesn't disappoint me. Otherwise, I will die with you. Hee, host brother, please rest assured, just do it, and leave the rest to me. Okay. I'll go all out then. Luo Chen took advantage of Fat Tiger's inattention, rushed into the crowd, and quietly walked towards the stage. On stage. The crystal panel returned to normal, and words slowly appeared on it. Mi Ling, awakened successfully, special ability, absolute hearing, rating A. Bai Xian, awakened successfully, supernatural power, apostle of the wind, god level. Xia Fei, awakening failed. Wu Yu, awakening failed. The moment the words on the panel appeared, everyone on the playground exclaimed again. Oh my god! What did I see? It's really a god-level supernatural power. No, I have to thank you. As expected of the school beauty. She's actually the apostle of wind. Was she chosen by the god of healing, the angel of wind, Raphael? Look! Angel wings. Everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the stage. On the girl chosen by God. Right now. Bai Xian breathed rapidly and opened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. In the dark, she could sense that there was a sacred, ancient, and powerful force quietly lingering in her mind and in her spiritual world. Call. A strong wind centered on Bai Xian. Suddenly it spread out in all directions. Then, a pair of huge angel wings, half displayed, spread out behind her. She at this moment. There is a divine light in his eyes. It's as if an angel has come to earth. Principal Chen. She really awakened god-level superpowers. Li Gang shouted excitedly. You know, since the beginning of the new civilization, there has never been a student in Mianqing No. 6 middle school who awakened god-level supernatural powers. Today, I actually witnessed with my own eyes someone awakening the power of a god. This means that this school and its teachers are destined to be remembered for eternity. Think of this. Li Gang hugged the Principal Chen Yi beside him without caring about his image. Chen Yi frowned and looked at Li Gang. Sorry, I'm excited. Li Gang let go of the principal's arms, feeling embarrassed and at a loss. But what he didn't know was that Chen Yi's eagle-like sharp eyes were staring at the girl in front of him. There was a flash of murderous intent. The wind stilled. The wings disappeared. Bai Xian, who has returned to normal, is still feeling emotionally turbulent. Dad. Mom. I successfully awakened my god-level superpowers. I can finally share some of the pressure with you guys. You no longer have to follow the instructions of the other 4 major financial groups. Clenching her fists, Bai Xian breathed a sigh of relief and suppressed her inner emotions. Suddenly. Hello, beautiful lady. A voice suddenly sounded at the back of my ear. Who? Bai Xian subconsciously turned around. However, there was no one behind him. With doubts, Bai Xian turned around again. Just the moment after turning around, an exquisite profile suddenly appeared in her beautiful eyes. It's a boy's. It was right in front of her eyes, almost touching her cheek. The strange thing is, the boy in front of me actually moved his profile face towards my lips. The distance is very close, less than 1 centimeter. Before Bai Xian could react, she kissed the fair and smooth cheek. Bore. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Xin stared at Caroline's eyes in disbelief. She was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to do. Not just her. Several school leaders nearby, and everyone on the playground who witnessed it all. It's all the same expression. Oh? Who is this guy? How did he get up here? And, what is he doing? Li Gang couldn't help but ask three soul-searching questions. Even Shen Yi, who had been keeping a straight face, couldn't control his facial expression and stood there in a daze. On the playground. Brother Luo. What the hell is this? You scared me. Lu Feihu held his head in shock, looking constipated. Fuck. Who is that person? How dare he bully my goddess? 555. Can anyone tell me if my goddess' first kiss is gone? My youth is over. I really hope that the one being kissed is me. The crowd exploded again. There is no doubt that Luo Chen's outrageous move successfully made him the public enemy of most boys in the school. And the heroine by Xin. At this moment, her heartbeat accelerated and a large blush appeared on her pretty face. Still in a trance of shock, he hadn't reacted yet. Wow. Xin, are you serious? Luo Chen took a step back, covered his face, and looked at Bai Xin in surprise. Bai Xin? At this time, Luo Chen's heart was also beating non-stop. Oh my god. It's so fucking exciting. You, hooligan. I'm going to kill you. Bai Xin finally came to her senses and shouted angrily. The person in front of me actually took away my first kiss. As the daughter of a consortium, her status is self-evident. In the Federation, there are only a handful of men who can get close to her. But today, someone actually used this method to trick her into kissing him. Being in a wealthy family. What happened today, if it gets out? She's not the one who's embarrassed. The more Bai Xin thought about it, the angrier she became. The mental power surged out instantly, and the pressure on his body suddenly increased. God-level supernatural power, Apostle of the Wind. Call out. A long wind blade appeared in the air and slashed straight towards Luo Chen. 5. Awakening God-level powers. The wind blade moved at an extremely fast speed, cutting through the air and making a sharp scream. Luo Chen, who had not yet awakened his supernatural powers, only felt a shadow flash within his sight. Then, there was a sharp, cutting pain in my chest. The force of the wind blade directly knocked Luo Chen off the stage. Bang! Luo Chen fell to the ground in embarrassment. Ahem, you're so cruel. You're going to kill me. Damn system. What the hell is this mission? It's just outrageous. It's outrageous. For a novice gift pack, I have such a hard time. Oh. Slowly standing up, Luo Chen looked down and found that his t-shirt was torn, and there was a shallow blood mark on his chest caused by the wind blade. Bright red blood slowly seeped out. Luckily, that girl had just awakened and wasn't very proficient in using her powers. Furthermore, her spiritual realm was only at the initial level, the spring realm. Otherwise, I would have been dead along with the host. Big sis, can you please stop talking nonsense? If you don't give me a newbie gift pack and give me a superpower to protect myself, I'm really going to die. Luo Chen said anxiously. Because he saw the girl on the stage not far away. He was walking on the breeze, his feet suspended in the air, and he was walking towards Luo Chen step by step from the stage. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice instructions and receiving a novice gift pack with a replica value of plus 2,000. Would the host like to claim the gift pack immediately? Nonsense. I'm definitely going to get it. Hurry up. Newbie gift pack is distributed. The host has a chance to randomly draw any god-level superpower. Would the host like to draw it immediately? Sob. Luo Chen muttered impatiently. If the system is not turned on, it will enter another time dimension. Otherwise, given the slowness of his system. Maybe Luo Chen was beaten to death by the school beauty before he even got the novice gift pack, and then she scattered flowers and announced the end. Okay, host. As soon as the system's voice fell, a lottery turntable appeared in front of Luo Chen, which only he could see. The turntable is divided into many areas. Various names emerged in the area. For example, Believer of Light, Space Magic, Thunderfall, Body of the Fighting Buddha, Heavenly Eye. Looking at the names on the turntable, Luo Chen opened his eyes wide in surprise. Although the original owner was a poor student, that was because he was only interested in god-level superpowers. Luo Chen actually remembers these supernatural powers on the panel very clearly. Really, they are all god-level superpowers. Fortunately, the system did not let him down. The turntable began to spin rapidly. Luo Chen's mood also became excited. A moment later, the turntable slowly stopped and the pointer pointed to a certain area. Ding! The draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining god-level supernatural powers. Thunder is coming. The turntable disappeared and turned into a ray of blue and purple light, rushing into Luo Chen's eyebrows. Then it floats in his spiritual world. Is this the power of thunder from Thor, the god of thunder? Luo Chen raised his head and gazed at the sky. Faintly, he could sense the violent thunder drifting between the clouds. As long as you have a thought, you can bring it down to the human world and use it for your own purposes. Of course, his current spiritual realm is only the spring realm, and the power of thunder he can mobilize is very limited. That's not all. Luo Chen could feel the wound on his chest being healed by the thunder within his body. At the same time, Bai Xian's graceful figure came in front of Luo Chen. The girl who had awakened divine powers seemed to be covered in a layer of hazy light, exuding a sacred aura different from ordinary people. Why would you do that? The girl spoke slowly and looked at Luo Chen. There was confusion, surprise, anger, and a hint of murderous intent in her beautiful eyes. Can I tell you that I was forced? Luo Chen felt a little nervous being stared at by the fairy-like girl in front of him. Moreover, he could feel that there were countless murderous gazes in the crowd behind him, which felt like thorns in his back. What a sin! Ah Xin. Luo Chen was interrupted by Bai Xian as soon as he opened his mouth. Don't call me that. When she thought of the scene where Luo Chen covered his face and called her Xian, she shuddered slightly. Even though the boy was handsome and good-looking, she still felt very uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I apologize for what I did just now. As for why I did that. As Luo Chen spoke, he turned his head and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He had a melancholy expression and spoke in a low voice. Actually, I've admired you for a long time. I still remember the first day of high school. I spotted you right away in the vast crowd. You stood out like a red flower among green leaves, as dazzling as a star in the deep night sky. I was completely captivated by your beauty and couldn't help myself. I've had a crush on you for 3 whole years. 3 years? Do you know how I've been spending those 3 years? I'm about to graduate. If an ordinary person like me living in the downtown area fails to awaken a high-level superpower today, I might never see you again in this lifetime. So, I would take this impulsive action at this most important moment for me today, risking being beaten to death by you, or by someone else. Can you understand me? After he finished speaking, a crystal teardrop appeared in the corner of Luo Chen's eye, dripping down the cheeks. With my acting skills being comparable to Liang Xiaowei's, how can I not have a firm grasp on a young girl like you who has just reached adulthood? Luo Chen was secretly happy. Then he turned his head with a sincere look on his face. But, just as he turned around and looked at Bai Xian, he suddenly discovered the girl in front of him didn't look as moved by his story as he had imagined. Unexpectedly, the anger on the girl's pretty face seemed even more obvious. Holy crap! This shouldn't be happening. With my acting skills, it's impossible for me to flip over. Could it be that the girls in this world don't buy into my approach? You scoundrel! Bai Xian's eyes narrowed, and her mental power surged out. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped Luo Chen. Some of the students around who had not yet awakened could not stand under this pressure and half crouched down. Looking at this girl, it seems like she really flipped over. While Luo Chen was doubting his acting skills, his body tensed up. Waves of thunder power circulated in his body, ready to deal with the anger of the girl in front of him at any time. Call! The wind suddenly blew. A gust of wind formed a vortex around Bai Xian. The girl's white skirt fluttered. At the same time, the deep depths of Luo Chen's pupils also began to flicker with the azure power of thunder. But he hit it very well, and no one could tell that he had awakened his superpowers. Just when the two of them were on the verge of a fight. Bai Xian frowned and looked at Luo Chen in confusion. Why is there a familiar power in his body? 6. His acting is really terrible. Shameless guy, how dare you cheat me, the goddess, into giving you a kiss? Goddess. Hit him hard. Can anyone tell me how someone who hasn't awakened yet could have the courage to do something like that? Although his behavior just now was somewhat despicable, I admire his courage. By the way, what's his name? I know, his name is Luo Chen, from class 18 of senior 3, a poor bastard from the lower town. A short and fat figure squeezed out from the crowd. Lu Feihu looked at the two people standing opposite each other not far away. He looked a little worried. Oh my god. Luo Ge hasn't awakened yet. He's definitely going to be beaten to death by the school beauty. No way. Although Luo Ge is usually not serious, he is really nice to me, fat tiger. As his good brother and good friend, I can't just sit there and watch him get beaten. I'd better not watch it. Thinking about this, Lu Feihu slowly retreated into the crowd. The other side. Bai Xian's beautiful eyes, wrapped in the wind, stared at Luo Chen. The delicate oval face turned red with anger. On the other side, Luo Chen had a look of alertness and confusion. Is she truly the girl chosen by God? After hearing such a moving story, how could she remain unmoved? At this moment, Bai Xin. Don't use violence. Don't forget the school motto. Director Li Gang, who was originally watching the show on the stage, took the microphone and shouted to Bai Xin. Bai Xin was stunned when she heard this. After a slight struggle, she reluctantly withdrew her mental pressure. She glared at Luo Chen unwillingly with her beautiful eyes. The motto of Mianqing No. 6 Middle School: never use supernatural powers on ordinary people who have not awakened. In other words, Bai Xin, who was full of anger, could not use her supernatural power to hammer the hooligan who bullied her. At least, it's not possible at school now. Humph. I already know your name. Just wait until you awaken, and then I'll come and settle the score with you. Bai Xin puffed out her cheeks and said angrily. Since I can't take action against the unawakened Luo Chen, I will settle the score with you after you awaken. This doesn't go against the school motto, right? Makes sense. Thinking of this, Bai Xin turned around and prepared to leave. But when he left, he turned around and said to Luo Chen. Actually, I was almost moved by your story just now, but you may have forgotten that I only transferred here in the second semester of my senior year, so... Luo Chen stood there in a daze, searching the original owner's memory, and slapped his forehead suddenly. Grass. A plant. It's true, she really transferred to No. 6 Middle School in the second semester of her senior year. So, is this the reason why she wasn't moved just now, but instead became even angrier? It turns out this isn't my acting fault. Details. I'm still not detailed enough. No, it's not good if it's too thin. Time passed and the awakening test proceeded normally. After the episode just now, Luo Chen's name and appearance have been deeply imprinted in the minds of all the boys in the school. And, the queue that Luo Chen is in. Except for Lu Feihu behind him. Others stayed away from them. I'm afraid that others will misunderstand me and think I'm too close to Luo Chen. Brother Luo. I thought you were joking when you said you wanted a kiss from the school beauty, but I didn't expect you to be so brave and actually do it. And, in front of the whole school. Lu Feihu sighed. The scene just now was already deeply imprinted in his mind. At the same time, he was also confused. Although Luo Ge was very brave before, this was the first time he did something so reckless in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Considering Luo Chen's previous behavior in class, Lu Feihu had a feeling that Luo Chen seemed a little different from before. Luo Chen turned his head to look at Lu Feihu, pretending to be profound and said, Fat tiger, as a man, you must do what you say and fulfill the promises you made. Otherwise, no girl will like you. Hearing this, Lu Feihu nodded as if he understood, and then said softly. It's okay, they don't need to do it, I'll do it myself. Luo Chen? The team of Class 18 moved forward very quickly. Soon it was Lu Feihu and Luo Chen's turn. The two walked onto the stage. Luo Chen glanced at the leadership seat. I found that there were several students standing behind several leaders. School beauty Bai Xin was also among them. As if sensing Luo Chen's gaze, Bai Xin turned her head and looked at Luo Chen, who was preparing for the test, with cold eyes. Please put your hands on the crystal panel. Li Gang said to the students in front of the panel, and at the same time looked at Luo Chen with a strange look. His soul asked 3 questions, but he still didn't get an answer. I can only sigh silently in my heart. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. At the same time, the discussion started again under the stage. Look! That loser is about to start the test. Anyone want to make a bet? I bet his awakened ability level is below C. I bet it's below E rank. TSK, betting on this is pointless. I bet he'll be beaten to a pulp by the school beauty. I think he should not awaken. The school beauty's ability is god level. If he awakens his ability, he will only be crushed by the school beauty. Yes, if he doesn't awaken, the school beauty has no reason to attack him. Lu Feihu glanced at Luo Chen worriedly. Luo Chen patted Lu Feihu on the shoulder and said, "Fat tiger, don't worry about me. Please have faith in me. I have a feeling that the level of the supernatural power I will awaken soon will definitely not be low. Luo Gu, actually. I'm worried about myself." Lu Feihu said with a strange expression. Luo Chen? Stretching out his hand, Luo Chen slowly touched the crystal panel under the gaze of countless people. Right now, his popularity briefly surpassed that of the school beauty by Xin. Boom! Just at the moment after Luo Chen touched the panel, the originally clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. Then, blue and purple lightning intertwined in the clouds like a spider web. The thunder resounded through heaven and earth, shocking the soul. The vision appeared again. A flash of lightning fell from the sky and shot towards us, rushing straight into Luo Chen's body. This scene, in everyone's sight. What's going on? Another strange phenomenon. Could it be that someone else has awakened a god-level supernatural power? It's him. The one called Luo Chen. He was chosen by Thor. What virtue does he have? I kneel down. 7. The emergence of alien races. This kid actually also awakened god-level supernatural powers. Li Gang's pupils trembled as he looked at Luo Chen in shock. Bai Xian, who was standing behind him, widened her eyes again and muttered to herself in disbelief. He was also chosen by the gods. That familiar power is indeed the breath of the gods. Shen Yi, who was sitting quietly, suddenly fixed his eyes. A spiritual pressure leaked out quietly. There was murderous intent in his eyes. The other side. Lu Feihu stared at Luo Chen beside him with rapid breathing, his face also showing shock. Luo Gu, you. He turned his head sharply and looked at the crystal panel. Luo Chen, awakened successfully, supernatural power, thunder coming, god level. Lu Feihu, awakened successfully, special ability, tear streaming, rating F. Tai Ying. Yan Wei. The moment the words appeared, everyone in the audience fell silent. Luo Chen, who was looked down upon and ridiculed by them. Not only did he awaken successfully, but he also achieved the highest god-level supernatural power. Luo Chen amazed the whole audience. Glancing at the expressions on everyone's faces, he nodded in satisfaction, enjoying the feeling of others being slapped in the face. Well, the effect is good. At this moment, Luo Chen's pupils were as dazzling as blue gems. You can vaguely see a trace of thunder jumping. A powerful spiritual pressure swept out. Compared to Luo Chen's smugness, Lu Feihu's face at this moment looked as if he had eaten bitter melon. F-level abilities. How fucking embarrassing. The other side. Li Gang's body was shaking with excitement. Unexpectedly, in his 15th year of teaching, he saw 2 people with awakened god-level superpowers appear in his school at the same time. And it was during his tenure. This means, as the director of the supernatural subject, his future will be bright. Li Gang turned his head subconsciously. 2 students at school have awakened god-level superpowers, so I wanted to see what expression the usually stern Principal Chen would have. But, the moment he turned his head, his expression suddenly froze. Principal Chen, you. At this time, Chen Yi's eyes were bloodshot. It looks very scary and weird. That's not all. His expression revealed a kind of ferocity that was different from that of humans. Chen Yi turned around and stared at Li Gang. The latter instantly felt a chill down his spine and his hair stood on end. Then, Li Gang felt that he was imprisoned by a powerful pressure and could not move. Squeak! Li Gang looked down in disbelief. One of Chen Yi's hands had somehow transformed into a sharp knife, piercing his own abdomen. You are not human. You are a monster. Bright red blood gushed out and flowed all over the ground. Li Gang whispered weakly. Although he failed to awaken his superpowers and become a transcendent in this life. But he became a school director through his own efforts, so he naturally has his own abilities. As the head of the supernatural power subject, he clearly remembered all the supernatural powers and analyses recorded in the book. This is a special ability unique to the monster clan, Distortion, rated B. Can deform its body into a specific attack form. Moreover, as the spiritual realm improves, the degree and form of the body's deformation will increase accordingly. Li Gang covered his abdomen and slowly fell into a pool of blood. The words Chenny said not long ago came to mind. Director Li. A school leader nearby shouted in horror. Then, all the people who were still immersed in the vision that Luo Chen had just caused were awakened by the shout. They all looked over. Then, some people turned around and ran away in fear, some screamed loudly on the spot, at a loss, and some frowned, thinking about what they could do. As for those students who have awakened their special abilities, they almost subconsciously released their mental strength, ready to use their special abilities to guard against the danger that may come. Alien invasion. Be alert. Quickly notify the nearby night watch teams. A male director in a gray suit yelled to the people around him. The person next to him was stunned for a moment, then ran to the side, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Then, the man in the gray suit took a big step forward, and his mental power surged out. Grabbed the air with one hand. A long, vaguely visible sword was held tightly in his hand. Sea-level superpower, Air Blade. It can transform the air within a 2-meter radius around the body into a sharp blade that can cause damage. The air blade slashed straight towards Chen Yi, who had a ferocious look on his face. Clang! The air blade and the hand knife collided with each other. Unfortunately, the former was instantly defeated. Chen Yi had a ferocious look on his face and grinned. He. With your spiritual realm of the river realm, you want to stop me? You're courting death. Phew! Chen Yi kicked out with his right foot, which transformed into another bloody big foot knife and slashed towards the waist of the man in the gray suit. Just a moment. The latter was cut in half in an instant. You. Mountain realm, why? A large amount of blood gushed out of the mouth of the man in the gray suit, and his upper body slid down from the waist. After Chen Yi killed the two men, the corners of his mouth curled up. He looked at Bai Xin not far away and slowly walked over. The other side. After a brief moment of shock and bewilderment, Luo Chen regained consciousness and muttered to himself. Is the beginning so exciting? Lu Fei, who is standing by, has not yet recovered from the disappointment of awakening an F-level superpower. He looked at Luo Chen and said with resentment. Brother Luo, please protect me. Hearing this, Luo Chen comforted him, Fat Tiger. Principal Chen. No, he is no longer our principal. His target seems to be the school beauty. Your ability level is too low to help here. You go first and help evacuate the students on the playground. Luo Ge, you want to be a hero and save the beauty? Lu Feihu glanced in by Xian's direction and said, Principal Chen, no. That alien's realm seems very strong. You just awakened, and your realm is only the spring realm. Didn't you see that a leader from the river realm was just chopped down with a single blow? You'll only be courting death if you go there. Lu Feihu spoke anxiously and with worry. Normally, the two of them are not serious and like to joke around. But if something really happens, they will actually think about each other in their hearts. Luo Chen shook his head and said with a smile, Don't worry, I won't go if I'm not sure. Besides, I'm not trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. I'm just going to save a classmate of ours. This is not the Saint Mother Luo Chen. This is just the self-confidence and desire to protect the weak that naturally arise when a high school student suddenly gains powerful strength. What's more, he just kissed his own school beauty. Somehow, Lu Feihu felt inexplicably relieved when he saw the smile on Luo Chen's face. He felt that the other party was not joking with him. Nodding, Lu Feihu looked at Luo Chen deeply, then rushed off the stage. Luo Chen turned and rushed towards Bai Xian, who was being chased by Chen Yi. The azure power of thunder emerged and enveloped Luo Chen. Deep blue plasma was dancing in the depths of his pupils. At the same time, he said to the system in his heart. System, add all the replica value points I just obtained to my mental power. Okay, host brother. Ding. The replica value has been fully allocated to the mental power. The moment the system sound fell, Luo Chen felt that the source of spiritual power in his spiritual world began to boil. Then it's like a bottle being filled with water, it keeps overflowing. At this moment, he felt that his mental strength was more abundant than ever before. However, he also discovered that the 2000 replication points did not allow him to advance to the next level. It seems that he still has a long way to go. 8. Alien Massacre. Bai Xin, wearing a long floral dress, was wrapped in a small tornado, which carried her away. Are you from the demonic beast tribe among the alien races? Why, are you chasing me? Bai Xin pouted her pink lips and said dissatisfiedly. When I turned around, I saw that the principal had been deformed into a giant humanoid spider. Jump and climb between several teaching buildings as if walking on flat ground. One by one, the tentacles stretched freely and lashed like whips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bai Xin controlled the power of the wind and dodged the sharp hand knife tentacles with difficulty. Although she was chosen by the Angel of Wind and awakened god-level supernatural powers, her realm is only the spring realm. The mental energy required to unleash god-level supernatural powers is enormous. Therefore, after continuously using the Apostle of the Wind, Bai Xin gradually felt mentally exhausted. Bang! A hand knife tentacle that was more than 10 meters long suddenly slashed at the edge of a balcony in a teaching building. The balcony collapsed instantly, and debris flew everywhere. Bai Xin staggered and narrowly avoided it, hiding in a classroom. She didn't understand why the deformed Principal Chen kept chasing her. What shocked and puzzled her was that the principal she remembered as someone who always had a stern face and was very serious was actually a foreigner. The highest leader of a school is actually a foreign species. Thinking of this, Bai Xin felt her scalp tingling. Dad Ada. Chenny climbed the wall at an extremely fast speed and came to the outside of the classroom where Bai Xin was hiding. While searching with his eyes, he used his hard tentacles to pierce the wall between the corridor and the classroom. Dong dong. Large holes were pierced through the walls, and debris was scattered everywhere. Broken glass shattered all over the floor. Bai Xin, whose face was already pale, curled up behind a desk. He looked at Chun Yi cautiously. There was a hint of bewilderment in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Suddenly, she remembered something. Take out your phone and dial a number. The human race. Damn it. The human race that has awakened god-level superpowers. Damn it even more. Chenny shouted, and several tentacles swept out at the same time. The wall near the corridor collapsed completely with a loud bang. After laughing sinisterly a few times, he rushed towards Bai Xin, waving his sharp hand knife. Call out. The extended tentacles transformed into hand knives, which directly cut off several desks blocking Bai Xin. The desk was split into two, and the cut was very smooth. The moment he saw Bai Xin's beautiful figure, Chen Yi's expression became obviously excited. Then, a tentacle, like an arrow, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, pierced towards Bai Xin at a rapid speed. Bai Xin bit her red lips tightly and used her remaining mental strength to summon her special ability, Apostle of the Wind. A vortex-shaped wind wall blocked her way. Bang! The tentacles collided with the wind wall instantly. What surprised Chen Yi was that Bai Xinru's last-ditch effort actually blocked his attack. It is worthy of being a god-level power. The power it contains should not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Chen Yi no longer hesitated. All his tentacles took on an attacking form, aiming at Bai Xin, who was pale and frightened in the corner. Then, sharp tentacles rushed over like a rain curtain. He die. Principal Chen couldn't help but shout excitedly. The future of humanity must die. Bai Xin's spirit was completely drained. Her face was pale, her slender willow-shaped eyebrows were tightly furrowed, her delicate body leaned softly against the wall behind her, and her delicate hands gently covered her chest. She stared at the Principal Chen, who had transformed into a monster in front of her, and waited quietly. Right now. Boom. Just when Chen Yi thought that the weak woman not far away would die instantly under his murderous attack, a bolt of thunder suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, a ball of blue and purple electric light smashed his tentacles onto the wall next to him like a sledgehammer. Although it didn't cause him much harm, but it was precisely because of this brief collision. He suddenly discovered that the woman in the corner was gone. On the playground. At this moment, the place was in chaos, with people fleeing in all directions and shouting coming one after another. Because, there is more than just Principal Chen among the foreigners mixed in number 6 middle school. The edge of the crowd. A 2-meter tall skeleton soldier wearing ancient armor and holding a huge sword was madly chasing the fleeing students. Then, those students who did not escape had their heads cut off by the ruthless giant swords in the hands of the skeleton soldiers. In an instant, the green playground was dyed red with blood. The scene looked extremely bloody and terrifying. That's not all. Not far from the skeleton soldiers, a ball of black mist floated in the air, with 2 red dots in the middle, like 2 eyes. The black fog is like a ghost, sucking people's souls from a distance. Some students who had lost their souls suddenly lost their eyes and collapsed to the ground like zombies. The whole scene looked like hell on earth. These 2 brutal aliens are the Yin Bing of the Ghost Clan, and the Dementors of the Demon Clan. Bang! An ice spike flew towards the ghost soldier like a javelin and pierced his armor. Unfortunately, the armor is very hard. The ice spikes immediately shattered into ice chips and scattered on the ground. It's useless. These are 2 alien species from the river realm, a whole realm higher than us. Our abilities don't seem to be able to hurt them. A student who had previously awakened S-level abilities said anxiously. Several students nearby who had also awakened high-level superpowers expressed their agreement and looked at the 2 hateful aliens in the distance with serious expressions. I have the will but not the ability. They have just awakened, and their spiritual realm is only at the spring realm, so the lethality caused by their supernatural powers is really limited. I could only watch helplessly as my classmates were bleeding on the playground. One of the students with sparkling eyes thought for a moment and then said, "Let's do this. We'll divide the work and cooperate. Those whose superpowers can restrict others' movements will continue to harass and attack those 2 alien species. Then, those whose superpowers can enable them to escape will immediately disperse and help those students who haven't awakened their superpowers escape." As soon as the words were spoken, they immediately resonated with others. At this moment, this seems to be the greatest contribution they can make. They immediately took action. The other side. Lu Feihu was running away madly while pulling a girl. Because, behind him was the ghost soldier waving a huge sword and ready to cut off people's heads. The ghost soldier strode forward, the skull in his helmet swaying, like it would fall out at any moment. Boom! The ghost soldiers swung their long swords heavily at Lu Feihu and the other 2. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on Lu Feihu's forehead. Then he suddenly pulled the girl. The girl lost her balance and fell to the side with Lu Feihu. The giant sword just passed by them and hit the ground, leaving a crack. Lu Feihu was pressed under the girl. The 2 soft lumps instantly made him distracted. However, before he could savor the joy of his childhood, his pupils suddenly trembled. The ghost soldiers raised their giant swords and slashed at them in just a moment. The girl on his body was so scared that her whole body went limp and she pressed heavily on him, and both of them were unable to move for a while. The shadow of the giant sword quickly enlarged in their pupils. A chill instantly permeated Lu Feihu's whole body. The girl was so scared that she dived into Lu Feihu's arms. Lu Feihu equals Omega equals 9. Lu Feihu saves the beauty. The giant sword in the hands of the ghost soldiers exuded a strong aura of death, rushing towards the faces of Lu Feihu and the other man. The girl seemed to have realized that she was going to die, and her eyes were filled with despair. However, just when the giant sword was only a few centimeters away from her. "Stop!" Out of curiosity, she glanced at the ghost soldier. I was shocked to find that a tear had flowed from the eyes of the skeleton. Moreover, she seemed to be able to see it. The tall ghost soldier in front of him seemed to have empty eyes filled with confusion, as if wondering why he suddenly burst into tears. At the moment when the girl was stunned, Lu Feihu under her shouted loudly, "Get up! Go!" As he spoke, Lu Feihu suddenly stood up and took the girl with him. Then, he pulled the girl again and took advantage of the moment when the ghost soldiers were stunned to escape into the distance. While running away, the girl glanced at Lu Feihu. I noticed that the other person's face had turned pale at some point and he looked like he was about to faint at any moment. "You?" The girl spoke softly, a look of worry between her brows. "It's okay. I'm just exhausted. I'll recover after a rest." Lu Feihu whispered and looked back at the ghost soldiers. The latter had already reacted and swung the giant sword even more vigorously. It seemed as if he was expressing his anger at having just been affected by someone else's supernatural powers. A moment later, Lu Feihu and the other man finally hid in an art building in a relatively remote area of the campus. It was so dangerous just now. Lu Feihu gasped weakly, still feeling frightened. Thank you. The girl said in a low voice, looking at Lu Feihu who was sitting on the ground beside her. Then, she seemed to remember something and asked, was that a different species from another race? Yes. The ghost soldiers of the ghost clan. Lu Feihu said hatefully. I couldn't help but recall the previous scene in my mind. He saw with his own eyes that one of his classmates suddenly turned into a 2-meter-tall monster, then waved a huge sword and ruthlessly slashed at the students around him. The head flew up and blood splattered everywhere. He might never forget that scene in his life. At the same time, he was also wondering why alien species were lurking in his school and even around him. No one noticed. Also, what is the purpose of these alien species lurking? I never expected that my newly awakened F-level ability would actually come in handy and save my life. Lu Feihu shook his head and said helplessly. Tear streaming, rating F, can make the opponent cry involuntarily. The amount and duration of tears depend on the spiritual realm of the caster. It is said that someone once had this power and cried for several hours. My eyes were swollen from crying, and I almost cried like a corpse. When the girl heard this, she suddenly realized, you mean, that ghost soldier was stunned for a moment just now because he was affected by your supernatural power? Upon hearing this, Lu Feihu nodded proudly. That's right, it was me, your brother, who saved your life. Don't worship me. I'm just a legend. Also, if you want to thank me, my request is not excessive. Just give me your body, cough cough cough. Lu Feihu was fantasizing in his heart. The girl murmured oh and then complained in her heart, F-level superpowers, what's there to be proud of? However, despite her complaints, she was still very grateful to Lu Feihu for risking his life to save her. Moreover, she was also looking forward to what level of supernatural power she could awaken. However, the awakening day was ruined by aliens, and I don't know when I will awaken again. Suddenly. Dad Ada. Bang! Loud noises reached the ears of Lu Feihu and the other man. They had just relaxed a little, but now they are nervous again. Lu Feihu quickly stood up, walked carefully to the window and looked outside. In the corridor between the art building where I am and the teaching building next to it, a boy was carrying a girl on his back and running away desperately. Behind them, a monster that looked like a spider or an octopus was climbing on the wall, chasing the two of them as if they were walking on flat ground. Pieces of rubble fell from the wall and hit the ground. Brother Luo. Lu Feihu's pupils shrank and he muttered. The two people who were running away were Luo Chen and the school beauty by Xin. Lightning flashes surrounded Luo Chen's legs, appearing and disappearing. Every time he ran, the lightning and sparks that flew everywhere when his feet touched the ground were like a blooming flower. With the help of thunder coming, Luo Chen ran very fast. However, the monster behind him, Principal Chen, is even faster. The distance between them was rapidly closing. That's not all. Long tentacles shot towards Luo Chen and the other two at a high speed like arrows. Luo Chen, who was gradually becoming exhausted, narrowly avoided the attacks that were intended to kill him. Bang! Suddenly, a tentacle suddenly pierced Luo Chen's feet. A big hole was poked in the ground. Luo Chen was startled and dodged to the side. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Bai Xion's cheeks on his back were pale with a blush. Her mental strength was exhausted, and her body lay limply on Luo Chen's back. You rascal, who asked you to control me? The weak Bai Xian barely managed to say this. She hugged her chest with both hands to prevent Luo Chen, the LSP, from taking advantage of her. Hey! I'm talking to our beautiful school beauty. You're already like this, and you're still on guard against me? Am I, Luo Chen, that kind of lustful person? Luo Chen complained in his heart, feeling a little sorry for the action of carrying Bai Xian on his back. ABCDE. Can you at least let me feel it? Okay, it's already this time, and you still care about this? You kissed me just now, and I have to be responsible for you. If I don't take care of you, who will? He. Luo Chen said naughtily. When Bai Xian heard this, her cheeks turned even redder. She punched Luo Chen with her little fist and whispered, You rascal. While the two were talking, Chen Yi behind him roared fiercely. It seemed as if he was venting his feelings that someone had just rescued someone from right under his nose. Moreover, this person is like a mouse, he steals from people and then runs away very quickly. Bang! A spiritual pressure came from Chen Yi's body and pressed down on Luo Chen and the others. The pressure of the mountain realm fell on Luo Chen and the other two who were fleeing like a mountain. Boom! Luo Chen, who was only in the spring realm, felt his legs go weak and he fell to his knees on the ground. The weak Bai Xian rolled off Luo Chen's back and fell to the ground. Shen Yi, who was 5 or 6 meters tall and supported by his long tentacles, stood in front of Luo Chen and the others, looking down at them. Two humans who have awakened god-level superpowers. If I kill you, I can go back and report. My 20 years of dormancy will finally have a happy ending, hee hee. Shen Yi's tone seemed relaxed, with a kind of joy of finally being free. Hearing this, Luo Chen and Bai Xian were both thoughtful. The next moment, Bai Xian seemed to understand something and asked, "You mean, you've been lurking among us humans for so many years just to kill us too?" No. His purpose is not to kill the two of us, but to kill the human race who has awakened god-level superpowers. Luo Chen said with a frown. 10. Night Watchman. Shen Yi moved his limbs and approached Luo Chen and the others. Every time the sharp tentacles landed, they would make a big hole in the concrete floor. He looked at Luo Chen and the other man as if he were looking at two corpses. I understand, this is a conspiracy. You hide in the school just to wait until one day, humans with awakened god-level superpowers appear, and then strangle them in the cradle. Bai Xian supported herself with her hands. Ha ha ha. Shen Yi laughed twice and did not comment. So that's why. No wonder this alien has always wanted to kill Bai Xian. Luo Chen thought. At the same time, he also lamented that the alien race was really painstaking, hiding for 20 years in order to kill the genius of the human race. This world is more cruel than I imagined. I originally planned to kill this girl first and then come to you, but I didn't expect that you would come to me on your own initiative, hee hee. Shen Yi said to Luo Chen with an evil smile. If I kill these two geniuses among the human race, my merits will be enough in an instant, and I can return home in glory. Shen Yi, who had been hiding among the human race for many years, had a smile on his face that became more ferocious and brilliant when he thought of this. Boom! Shen Yi's mental pressure condensed into a tangible explosion sound, and like a sound wave, it rushed towards Luo Chen and the others again. Puff! Puff! Luo Chen and Bai Xian suddenly spat out blood under this pressure. The next moment, all of Shen Yi's tentacles were deformed again, forming a huge meat hammer. The meat hammer was aimed at Luo Chen and the other two, falling straight down from the air. The air was squeezed into wind by the rapidly falling meat hammer. Bai Xian's long hair danced wildly in the wind. The strong sense of oppression made the two of them truly feel that death was approaching. Luo Chen quickly shouted in his heart. System? Is it there? The system did not respond. System? System! Your dear host brother is going to die. The system remains silent. It's over, barbecue. Oh my god. You're not a human. I just traveled through time and space. I'm going to die already? Luo Chen never expected that the system's sixth master would disappear when his life was threatened. What a sin! Luo Chen looked at the pale-faced beautiful girl beside him helplessly. But he unexpectedly discovered that the other person's eyes were still as clear as water, and there was not a trace of fear in the face of death. Not only that, he also saw a hint of expectation and determination in the girl's eyes. What is she waiting for? Luo Chen was suspicious. At this moment, both of them had almost exhausted their mental strength. They collapsed on the ground, barely holding up their bodies. The huge meat hammer above my head is like a death knell. By the way, you are all going to die anyway, so let me say one last thing. The alien race has been planning for decades, and it has actually started a long time ago. Human race, this time, you will all die. Hee hee hee. Shen Yi, who was held up by the tentacles, laughed proudly. Sure enough, movies and novels never lie to me, villains just say too many criticisms. Luo Chen complained in his heart. Right at this moment, Bai Xian's voice rang in Luo Chen's ears. They're coming. Luo Chen? Bite. Following a clear and gentle sound. Then, Luo Chen saw that the air above his head suddenly rippled like the surface of water. In an instant, the ripples solidified into a mirror, floating in the air. Immediately afterwards, a shining white light was reflected from the mirror. And dragging a pitch-black tail. Luo Chen looked up, his pupils shrank, and he wanted to see clearly what it was. But the white light and black shadow were moving at an extremely fast speed, like a falling meteor. Boom! An explosion exploded in the air. The white light and the huge meat hammer collided violently, causing a gust of whirlwind. The pressure is overwhelming. The big meat hammer that was originally meant to hit Luo Chen and the other two was changed in direction and hit the teaching building nearby. Boom! The teaching building collapsed, and the rubble fell to the ground, splashing a lot of dust. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed, and he used up his last bit of strength to pull Bai Xian aside. Immediately following, he saw a figure breaking through the dust and fog at an extremely fast speed, then stepping on the tiptoes and jumping onto the mirror several meters above the ground, and then using the mirror to jump into the air again. The figure was like a falcon soaring into the sky, light and agile. The white light that had just bounced back and spun towards the ground due to the collision with the meat hammer was firmly caught in the hand of the leaping figure. The figure then fell down and landed a few meters in front of Luo Chen. Luo Chen finally saw the figure clearly and what was in his hand. The figure was a tall and muscular man in a dark blue suit. Since she was facing away from Luo Chen at the moment, she couldn't see the man's face clearly. The man held an ancient-style spear tightly in his hand. The spear shaft is as black as ink, while the tassel and tip are as white as snow, giving people a strong visual difference. The tip of the gun was flashing a dazzling white light like a star. Bang! The man held a spear in his hand, with the tip of the spear pointing diagonally at the ground. He stepped heavily and rushed forward suddenly. The combination of modern suits and ancient spears gives people the illusion of traveling through time and space. It was almost dusk. The orange-yellow glow dyed the earth, leaving a long shadow behind the man. He looked like a thug in a suit, but also marched forward bravely like an ancient warrior. I swear to use the weapon in my hand to chop down the ferocious monster in front of me. This scene was deeply imprinted in Luo Chen's mind. Shit! Who is this guy? He's so damn handsome. Oh, no, I'm the protagonist. No, he's stealing my spotlight. Luo Chen grumbled inwardly. At this time, Luo Chen and the other two gradually recovered some strength and hid in a corner under the art building. The Night Watch Team 007 is here. Bai Xian, who was beside him, also looked at the lonely and brave figure not far away and said in a low voice. Then Brother Xing. He should be here too. Bai Xian frowned and looked up at the mirror floating in the air. Night Watchman? Is that person just now from the Night Watchman team? Luo Chen asked in surprise. According to the original owner's memory, the Night Watchmen have a very high status in this world. They silently guard the lights of thousands of homes in the Huaxia Federation day and night. When alien races appear and endanger the peace of human society, they are brave retrogrades, the faith in the hearts of ordinary people, and the lone heroes who are determined to fight to the death with the alien races. The Night Watchman is the yearning and longing in the hearts of young boys and girls in this world. Bai Xian beside him was silent and did not answer Luo Chen. She still looked up, with expectation in her eyes. The girl's long eyelashes attracted the evening light, her fair cheeks reflected the luster faintly, and her straight nose swayed with each breath. Luo Chen looked at the girl's delicate profile and his heart moved slightly. Just then, the mirrors suspended in the air shattered with a creaking sound. Several broken mirrors fell from the sky, reflecting the sunset glow on each other, making it impossible to open one's eyes. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared strangely from among several broken mirrors. Then, it landed straight in front of Luo Chen and Bai Xian. 11. Luo Gu. You are not dead. Luo Chen looked at the figure walking towards him, his face confused. Damn, this big brother is also a night watchman, right? Are they also handsome when they appear? Luo Chen sighed in his heart. The man was wearing a black t-shirt, camouflage overalls, and a black baseball cap. The face under the brim of the hat looks delicate, handsome and delicate, giving people the feeling of a celebrity idol. The only drawback was when the man approached. Luo Chen clearly saw a long scar on the other person's forehead which was covered by his bangs. The man came to Bai Xian, looked at Luo Chen next to him, and said, Xin, are you okay? Xin? Oh my god, he calls me that even more affectionately than me. Who is this idol brother? Is he our school beauty's boyfriend? If he knew about what happened on the stage, wouldn't I be guilty? Luo Chen thought bitterly. When she saw the man approaching, Bai Xian breathed a sigh of relief and said, Brother Xing, I'm fine. Thanks to him, for saving me. Bai Xian turned her head and glanced at Luo Chen beside her, thinking. Considering that you saved my life, I will not bother with you about that matter for the time being, but I will not forget it. Humph. Thank you for saving my sister. The man looked at Luo Chen and extended his hand like a gentleman.
Hello, my name is Yu Xing, a member of the Night Watch 0017.
May I ask who you are?
Ha, so he's the school beauty's brother.
If they don't have the same surname, then he should be a cousin or something? Luo Chen thought.
He extended his hand and shook it briefly, then smiled and said, You're welcome, you're welcome. We're all classmates, and it's only natural for us to help each other.
Plus, I'm a person full of justice, so if I see others in trouble, I'll definitely lend a hand. By the way, my name is Luo Chen.
Yu Xing raised his eyebrows, said nothing, just nodded and chuckled. Then, he warned by Xin, Xin, hurry up and leave.
There's someone waiting for you at the school gate. They're people sent by your father. As soon as the words fell, there was a loud noise. The man who was holding the spear was hit by Qinyi's tentacles and flew backwards. When he landed, he thrust the tip of his spear into the ground with his backhand to achieve a cushioning effect. Yu Xing. Damn it, why don't you come over to support us? This is an alien species at the peak of the mountain realm.
The man half knelt on the ground and shouted in the direction of Luo Chen and the other three.
Hearing this, Yu Xing looked at Luo Chen and said, Luo Chen, please help me send her to the school gate. Thank you.
After saying that, he looked at Bai Xin again, then turned around and rushed over.
The air twisted and a round mirror appeared. Yu Xing, while running, crashed into the mirror and his figure disappeared.
When he reappeared, he was already beside the man holding the spear.
Fuck, isn't this just a flash?
Luo Chen was surprised. Brother Xing, please be careful.
Bai Xin murmured softly.
Then he felt a big hand holding his hand tightly. Let's go, your brother has handed you over to me, I will definitely send you to the school gate.
The shameless Luo Chen looked at Bai Xin in a servile manner.
The latter's face flushed red, and after a moment of hesitation, she shook off Luo Chen's hand and said, I can walk by myself.
Thank you.
Luo Chen shrugged and spread his hands, his expression calm, but he was a little excited in his heart. His hands were so soft and smooth.
When leaving, Luo Chen looked back.
It was discovered that Chen Yi was gradually losing the upper hand in the battle with the two men. Even a few tentacles were cut off by the man holding the spear.
Chen Yi roared, waving his tentacles. He glanced at Luo Chen and Bai Xin unwillingly. Thoroughly enraged, he gradually lost his mind. Defeat was only a matter of time. When passing the playground, Luo Chen and Bai Xin were both shocked by the scene before them.
The originally green playground has been dyed red with blood, and corpses are lying everywhere. At dusk, the entire campus was painted into a scarlet doomsday scene.
Vomit. Seeing the bloody scene in front of her, Bai Xin couldn't help but feel her stomach churning. Luo Chen frowned and his expression turned ugly. Clang.
In the distance, red rose petals flew like kites towards the ghost soldier holding a giant sword. The ghost soldiers waved their swords impatiently as if they were shooing away flies.
A woman in a black rosa dress stepped lightly on the rose petals and flew into the air.
Then, the rose petals were guided and quickly combined into a flower sword. The woman in the rosa skirt held a flower sword in her hand and lightly stabbed it into the head of the ghost soldier.
The 2-meter-tall ghost soldier fell to the ground.
On the other side, the group of wandering dementors were also dispersed by a hot and wavy beauty wearing a tight t-shirt with a fan. After the two women dealt with the two aliens, they hurried away and ran towards the art building. Luo Chen, who saw all this, was lost in thought and said softly, these people were all killed by those two alien species, and those two women should also be night watchmen.
Bai Xin on the side nodded woodenly, finding it difficult to accept the scene before her for a moment.
She had been spoiled since she was a child and had never seen such a scene. But at the same time, being born into a wealthy family, she is naturally ahead of other ordinary people in knowledge. So, after a brief period of discomfort and daze, she gradually calmed down and fell into deep thought. The alien race that had been hiding for many years surfaced, students were massacred, and the campus was stained with blood.
Combined with what Chen Yi said before, the alien race's plan had already begun? What happened today was just a trigger. The security of human society is about to be threatened. Are the alien races about to start attacking the human race? Or, has it already started?
Thinking of this, Bai Xin suddenly realized a problem and broke out in a cold sweat. She suddenly ran towards the school gate. Perhaps, the only thing that can answer the questions in my heart is the power of my family.
Hey, where are you going? Luo Chen was a little worried when he saw the girl running away like crazy. Ixan stopped and looked at Luo Chen. Let's go, I'll take you back. The night watchman will wipe out all the alien species.
After a pause, she continued, also, they'll clean up all of this in the school.
What happened today, perhaps, not many people will remember it. Luo Chen looked at the girl in confusion, lost in thought. Just then, a voice came over. Brother Luo. Not far away, Lu Feihu ran over, panting and with a pale face. Fat tiger? Luo Chen asked in surprise, why are you still in school?
Thinking of what happened on the playground, Luo Chen thought for a moment that one of the corpses might be his good friend Lu Feihu.
At this moment, I saw that the other party was safe and sound. He went from being surprised to being delighted. Lu Feihu came to Luo Chen and asked in surprise, Brother Luo. You're not dead? Luo Chen? Do you really mean you want me to die, or not? Noticing Luo Chen's strange look, Lu Feihu reacted, smiled awkwardly, and then told him what he had seen in the art building before. It turned out that when he saw the meat hammer hitting Luo Chen, Lu Feihu and the girl next to him were so scared that they closed their eyes and dared not watch anymore, so he did not see what happened in the next moment, nor did he see Luo Chen and the others hiding under the art building. So at that time, he really thought that Luo Chen died under the alien's meat hammer. Lu Feihu originally wanted to tell Luo Chen about his heroic deeds in saving the girl behind him. But Bai Xian on the side interrupted Lu Feihu impatiently, let's go. After saying that, Bai Xian turned around and walked towards the school gate.
Lu Feihu smacked his lips, wanting to say something but stopping himself, and wisely followed them silently. 12. Sometimes, amnesia is a kind of happiness.
Bang! The strong shock wave scattered the surrounding rubble.
Chen Yi was knocked to the ground, his face becoming paler and paler, and there were only a few deformed tentacles left, which were cut into pieces. Although his realm has reached the peak of the mountain realm, the two people in front of him are not easy to deal with.
One person is in the middle stage of mountain realm.
The other person has no mental power, but his fighting power is almost as strong as his own. This made him feel very incredible. After dozens of rounds, his mental strength was gradually exhausted and his spirit was seriously damaged.
Old Wei. One last strike, how about a cool one? Yu Xing stared at the staggering alien Chen Yi.
After a long battle, Yu Xing gradually felt tired, but his will was unusually clear. Wei Yiming, holding the spear, curled his lips and sneered, all you do is show off all day.
We are fighting against aliens, please be serious, Yu Xing. Old Wei, are you sure you don't want to show off? Look, who's coming?
Yu Xing glanced behind him and signaled Wei Yiming to look back. The woman who had just killed two other alien species on the playground came running over. Wei Yiming glanced back, his expression immediately becoming serious.
Quick! As usual, come on.
After hearing this, Yu Xing chuckled. His eyes focused and his mental power spread into the air. Then, two mirrors appeared in front of Wei Yiming and above the head of the alien Chen Yi respectively.
Superpower, folding mirror jump. Yu Xing shouted. Come on.
Wei Yiming smashed the mirror in front of him with a spear in his hand. After his figure disappeared, his figure flashed out from the mirror above the alien's head. The mirror broke and the rays of light refracted. Wei Yiming was wrapped in light and fell from the air.
Like a warrior descending from the sky.
A flash of cold light comes first, and then the gun shoots out like a dragon.
Wei Yiming chanted.
The spear in his hand seemed to be infused with tremendous power and began to tremble wildly. The spear flew out of his hand, like a rainbow falling from the sky, rushing towards the earth, as if to cut through the gloomy night that enveloped the world.
Boom! Ha ha, the demon beast tribe will live forever. Ha ha ha. Under the pressure of the spear, accompanied by Chen Yi's strange laughter, Chen Yi in the mountain realm was crushed into powder and disappeared. The two women who were running over stopped not far away. It seems, they've solved it. Oh, you only know how to show off, you're not serious at all. Hey, Ning Ziyuan, it's been 2 years. Have you really never considered Yiming? You've always been in his heart. So what?
Wei Yiming landed on the ground coolly and pulled out the spear that was deeply embedded in the concrete. In his opinion, his behavior just now was absolutely cool. It's a pity that no one took what he did to heart. Call out. The spear suddenly became smaller and smaller, and then turned into a brush. Wei Yiming put the brush into the lining pocket of his suit. Then he dusted himself off and straightened his suit, which had become messy due to the battle. He looked at the two women approaching, his eyes lingering on Ning Ziyuan, who was wearing a rosa dress. Have you guys sorted everything out? Well, the two alien species from the Ghost Clan and the Demon Clan were killed. Unfortunately, we arrived a little late, and many students and teachers died. Ning Ziyuan's eyes were filled with deep sadness. Hearing this, the other three felt the same way. Anyone who saw that scene on the playground would find it difficult to calm down in a short period of time. Xiaoya, a hot woman standing nearby, whispered, 1 peak-level mountain realm cultivator and 2 river realm aliens. What was their purpose in slaughtering so many students? Also, how could 3 aliens suddenly appear in this school, and we, the night watchmen, had no idea? Several people fell into deep thought. As the guardians of human society, it is the duty of the night watchmen to monitor and resist the harm caused by alien races to society, and it is their principle to eliminate alien species. While they felt regret for what happened today, they also felt deep remorse and guilt. It seems I have to ask by Xin, she should know something, Yu Xing thought secretly. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone suddenly rang, waking up several people. Wei Yiming answered the phone, team leader. All the aliens have been killed. Clean up the scene immediately. Student casualties were heavy. I'm sorry, it's our fault. Understood. I'll report back to you as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Wei Yiming's face became serious. He looked at Xiaoya and asked, Sister Ya, is the barrier set up? Xiaoya replied, well, I set it up as soon as I arrived at the school. No one in the school or outside the campus will remember what happened today. As for those who left before we arrived, I will take care of it. Wei Yiming nodded. Okay, as usual, today's affairs must be kept confidential to avoid causing panic. Next, let's clean up the scene. Several people dispersed and began to deal with the scene. Night slowly falls. The last ray of sunset glow poured over half of the sky, dyeing the western horizon a fiery red. A Rolls-Royce Phantom sped along the second ring road, weaving through the concrete jungle. The car slowly drove out of the bustling upper town and arrived at the dilapidated lower town. The luxury car worth millions immediately attracted the attention of people on the street and caused them to talk in low voices. The quality of life of people in the downtown area is very low, and few families can afford a car. Seeing a car that looked so luxurious, they immediately knew it came from the upper city. I wonder which neighborhood is going to be in trouble. Which gang from uptown is here to collect protection money? Take his ball. I won't hand it over anyway. Old Zhou. You're just bragging. If you don't pay the protection fee, you'll be beaten to death. I'm going to die. I've lived half my life, and I'm just going to die. The Rolls-Royce slowly stopped at the entrance of an alley. The driver in a black suit got out of the car first, walked to the side and opened the door. Luo Chen, Lu Feihu and a girl got out of the car. Goodbye, everyone. Xin did not get out of the car. She just looked at Luo Chen deeply and asked the driver to drive away. Thank you, school beauty, for sending us back, hee hee. Lu Feihu waved towards the taillights that were gradually moving away. Then, he looked at the girl next to him and asked, by the way, I don't think I know your name yet? The girl grinned and said, my name is Zhou Shaoqing, and I'm from class 6 of senior 3. What's yours? Lu Feihu glanced at Luo Chen beside him, he is my classmate and also my good brother. Luo Chen, we are both in class 18. Zhou Shaoqing suddenly remembered something and looked at Luo Chen with a meaningful smile. I know you, Luo Chen. I saw what happened on the stage this morning. You are a celebrity in our school now. Luo Chen was stunned and gave 2 awkward dry laughs. Well, I'll go back first, goodbye. Zhou Shaoqing waved and turned to leave. Luo Chen and Lu Feihu also turned and walked into the alley. The latter rubbed his head, turned around and asked, Luo Go, are you sure I fainted for a whole day because I awakened my F-level superpowers and couldn't accept this fact? Why do I feel like I have lost my memory and can't remember anything? After sighing several times, Lu Feihu asked curiously, Brother Luo, please use your God-level supernatural power to open my eyes. I have never seen the power of God-level supernatural power. Although my abilities aren't impressive, I have a good brother who possesses God-level abilities, which seems pretty good too, haha. Brother Luo. You have to protect me from now on. By the way, does the school beauty have some conspiracy? You treated her like that before, and she was so kind as to send us back. Also, why did Zhou Shaoqing come back with us? Luo Chen felt overwhelmed when he heard Lu Feihu's questions one after another. But the next moment, he suddenly felt a little envious of Lu Feihu.
Because Lu Feihu lost all his memories from the time they awakened their superpowers until they left the campus.
But this memory was deeply imprinted in Luo Chen's mind. So much so that he might think of it every late night thereafter.
Sometimes, not remembering something is actually a blessing. 13. Family.
The shabby old-fashioned street lamps emitted a dim light.
Luo Chen's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness deep in the alley.
He lives in an old community called Teoweyuan. The walls of the community have been eroded by time, leaving only mottled red bricks. The branches of the towering trees blocked most of the few streetlights.
The community is dark and deep.
A faint yellow light was on in the kitchen window of Room 1, Unit 2, Floor 2, Building 7.
There was a figure busy inside. Luo Chen looked up and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He walked upstairs, stood at the door, took a deep breath, took out the key and opened the door.
A rich aroma of food instantly wafted into Luo Chen's nostrils.
At the same time,
a middle-aged woman in an apron came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of steaming shredded pork with fish flavor.
The moment I saw Luo Chen, the middle-aged woman smiled deeply. "Xiaochen, you're back. Come on, wash your hands and eat." "Okay, Mom."
Luo Chen put down the key and responded softly. Then he went into the kitchen, took out the dishes and put them on the dining table.
Home-cooked stir-fried meat, fish-flavored shredded pork, and seaweed egg drop soup. 2 dishes and 1 soup.
Luo Chen looked at the dishes on the table and was slightly stunned.
Memories of the previous life flooded into my mind like a tide.
Before he traveled through time, he was an orphan. Never felt the love from parents, never had a complete family. Although the original owner's family was not complete after the time travel, for someone like Luo Chen, returning home would allow him to see his mother's doting smile and steaming meals.
That's enough.
Noticing the change in her son's expression, Xiaowan pondered for a moment and then said softly,
"Xiaochen, what's wrong? Is the superpower you awakened today not ideal enough?"
"It's okay, Mom feels that superpowers and other extraordinary people are not important to me."
In Mom's heart, as long as you can live happily and healthily every day, that's enough.
When Luo Chen heard this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his emotions instantly surged up his throat and choked him. It turns out that this is what it feels like to be cared for.
Luo Chen quickly suppressed his emotions, took a bite of food and put it in his mouth, laughing. "Mom, your son is so outstanding, how could his awakened superpowers be bad?"
Xiaowan was slightly stunned by Luo Chen's words, then smiled and said,
"Ha, you kid, okay, then tell me, what level of superpower did you awaken?"
Luo Chen swallowed the food in his mouth and smiled mysteriously.
"You guess." Xiaowan said tentatively, "Looking at you, your level shouldn't be lower than E."
Luo Chen's eyes lit up slightly, and he sighed that his mother was quite something.
He said, "Well, you guessed right." "Oh?"
Xiaowan was surprised. Although she is an ordinary person without special powers, she has some understanding of special powers. At least, in her opinion, those who can awaken superpowers above E level are very outstanding, and their social status and quality of life will be above average in the future. Xiaowan's mood gradually became excited. She didn't want her son to live with her in the downtown area for the rest of his life.
"Xiaochen, tell me quickly and stop keeping your mother in suspense," Xiaowan said anxiously.
He. Luo Chen put down his chopsticks, stretched out his hand, and with a shock of his spirit, a blue and purple lightning force coiled around his palm like a small snake.
Then it condensed into a ball of lightning that glowed with blue light.
The ball of lightning made a slight crackling sound. Xiaowan looked at him in surprise. "Xiaochen, this is..."
"Mom, this is the manifestation of my superpower, Thunderfall," Luo Chen explained. "Thunder is coming?" Xiaowan vaguely felt that this supernatural power was not simple.
"Yes, this is a god-level supernatural power,"
Luo Chen said. God level?" Xiaowan's pupils shook and she looked at Luo Chen in disbelief.
The latter smiled, nodded, and at the same time retracted the power of thunder.
"Xiaochen, you are not kidding, right?"
Xiaowan's emotions were somewhat out of control. In her memory, from elementary school to high school, Luo Chen's grades in supernatural subjects have always been at the bottom of the class.
All along, she has thought of many ways to improve Luo Chen's performance in supernatural subjects.
She even went to number 6 middle school in the upper city at any cost and begged the principal to accept her son. Because, in this world, superpowers and extraordinary qualities represent social status. Even if Luo Chen does not awaken good superpowers in the future, he can at least find a good job based on his good theoretical scores. Xiao Wan had never imagined that her son could awaken a god-level supernatural power. S level, A level, B level, or even C level, she had never dared to imagine.
Mom, I'm not kidding. I will take you away from the downtown area, Luo Chen said solemnly.
Possessing the original owner's memories, he knew how difficult it was for his mother, Xiao Wan, to raise him alone in the lower city since his father's death. He could empathize with his mother's hard life and embarrassing experiences over the past 10 years. Xiao Wan silently wiped the corners of her eyes with her fingers, looked at Luo Chen, nodded happily and said,
"Well, Xiao Chen, Mom believes in you."
Then, she suddenly remembered something, her expression became depressed again, and she said,
"It seems like your father's death anniversary will be here in a few days."
Luo Chen was stunned, thinking of the original owner's father who had passed away 10 years ago. "Okay, then I'll tell my dad the good news that I've awakened my god-level superpowers." Luo Chen gently held his mother Xiao Wan's hand. Looking at her, there seemed to be a few fine lines at the corners of her mother's eyes, and a few strands of white were hidden in the black hair on her temples. Xiao Wan stared blankly at Luo Chen holding her hand, smiled slightly, and let out a long sigh, as if something was relieved. She covered Luo Chen's hand with her other hand, looked at Luo Chen, and smiled.
"Good."
The mother and son looked at each other and smiled. As time passed, residents in the community turned off their lights one after another. It was as if a ferocious beast was hiding in the pitch-black night, gradually swallowing up the light. After closing the bedroom door, Xiao Wan leaned against the door with tears streaming down her face. Then she walked gently to the bedside table, sat on the bed, and picked up a photo frame on the bedside table.
In the photo frame, there is a man who looks very similar to Luo Chen.
Xiao Wan stared at the man in the photo frame, lost in thought, and then said,
"Yunhui, our son is missing."
As she spoke, she hugged the photo frame and cried for a while. Then, he wiped his cheek with his hand and continued. "Our son is a rebellious teenager. He never wants me to call him Xiaochen.
He never jokes with me about how good he is.
It's impossible for him to awaken god-level superpowers. It's even more impossible for him to ask to visit your tombstone." Xiao Wan put the photo frame back on the bedside table, pondered for a long time, and suddenly laughed softly again.
"Yunhui, I actually think that Xiaochen is our son now."
The other side. Luo Chen rested his head on his hands, looked at the ceiling, raised the corners of his mouth, and said to himself, "She must have noticed the few flaws I deliberately revealed, but she didn't say anything."
"Maybe." "Mom, have you already accepted this me?" 14. How could I bear to see my host brother get hurt?
The morning light pierces through the clouds, covering the world with a yellowish veil.
Luo Chen stretched lazily and walked out of the bedroom.
His home is a standard 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. There is no luxurious large sofa or TV because the living and dining room can only accommodate a table big enough for dining. At this time, there was a bowl of white porridge and a freshly boiled egg on the table. And a note with words written on it.
Luo Chen walked to the table and picked up the note which read, "I'm going to work, remember to eat breakfast, my son." He. Luo Chen smiled and put the note away. "After washing up, I peeled an egg and drank a mouthful of porridge." At this moment, the system's royal sister voice sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Mission command triggered, enter the Western Supernatural Academy.
The host will receive a replica value of plus 1,000. After hearing the system's voice, Luo Chen was stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly remembered that when he almost died at school before, the system actually became invisible and acted as the sixth.
I'm so angry. Fuck your commands. System, I'm asking you, where were you yesterday when I was about to be crushed by that big meat hammer? Why didn't you respond when I called you? Aren't you afraid of dying with me? And you're calling me host, ugh.
Luo Chen questioned the system in his heart, becoming emotionally agitated.
After a moment of silence, the system responded.
Host brother, please rest assured. I am a conscious system and will never be so foolish as to die with the host. At most, I will unbind you before the host dies.
Luo Chen, fuck you.
If the system had a real body, Luo Chen would definitely run into the kitchen, pick up a kitchen knife, and chop it without hesitation.
Host brother, please don't be angry. Anger will give the devil room to maneuver. Luo Chen.
The system switched the voice to a lowly voice.
Host Geijai, please don't be angry. I was just joking.
How could I bear to see host Geijai die?
Carrot. Luo Chen almost spit out the porridge in his mouth. Be normal.
Okay, host brother. The system switched the voice back to the normal, familiar voice of a mature lady. Since this system is bound to you, the host, it exists in symbiosis with you.
We prosper together and suffer together. Regarding yesterday's situation, I would like to explain to the host here.
Although the situation was extremely urgent and the host's life was threatened, this system had already sensed a powerful supernatural force and analyzed it, confirming that the force was coming to rescue you. The threat to the host's life was no longer a threat, so we did not take any action.
After listening to the system's explanation, Luo Chen was half believing and half doubting. His system was too tricky. The voice kept changing and he couldn't tell whether what it said was true or false. Who knows if this was just a rhetoric she came up with to comfort him. But on second thought, the situation at that time seemed to be just as the system said. 2 night watchmen suddenly appeared and saved him. So, the system's words are credible. System, do you mean that if there is no help from external forces, when my life is threatened, you will take the initiative to help me eliminate the threat? Luo Chen asked.
Yes, host brother.
Oh, I understand. Luo Chen said thoughtfully. Can I understand it this way, that I can't die? He
is not in a hurry to verify the system because he will know whether it is true or false later.
New mission instructions, what does it mean? Do you want me to join the Extraordinary Academy? Luo Chen remembered the new instructions that had just been triggered.
There are 5 extraordinary academies in the Huaxia Federation, East, West, South, North, and Central.
If there are no special circumstances, based on the geographical location, Luo Chen can only enter the Western Supernatural Academy. Entering the Western Transcendental Academy? This sentence doesn't even define how to enter. In other words, if I walk in, it also counts as entering. Luo Chen thought to himself, feeling like he had discovered a new world. Host, please don't get stuck in the bug. The mission instruction just now is for the host to join and become a student of the Western Supernormal Academy. Okay. Luo Chen felt a little regretful. It seemed that he had thought too much. The trick of exploiting the BUG didn't work in his own system. Then, Luo Chen brought out his attribute panel again. Name, Luo Chen male, 18 years old, from Wuyenzhou, Niancheng. Physical fitness, 200 slightly weak, 1 leaf with 2 thorns. Spiritual power, 2500 late spring realm, quickly drained. Superpower, Thunderfall God level. Repeat value, 0. Command, join the Western Supernatural Academy. Completing this command will earn you plus 1000 replica points, currently 1 completed command. System, how many points of mental power are needed to advance to the next level? Luo Chen asked curiously. We need another 500, host. In other words, it only takes 3000 to advance to the river realm. So after I complete the new mission instructions, I can be promoted. By the way, are there any other ways to improve physical fitness? Luo Chen continued to ask. He felt that the description of his physical fitness was too eye-catching. I am not weak at all. Of course, the host can conduct physical training to strengthen their physical functions. In addition, I would like to remind the host that while their mental strength is strong, they should also not forget to improve their physical strength. Otherwise, they will not be able to fully utilize their supernatural powers and mental strength. Luo Chen nodded to show that he understood. Then, he suddenly remembered something and asked curiously. System, since God-level superpowers are the power of gods, do gods exist in this world? I haven't sensed the existence of gods in this world yet, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. Oh? What does that mean? God is not in this world. Could he be in another world? Luo Chen said thoughtfully. The system did not respond to his questions. At this moment, bite. The message sounded. Luo Chen opened his phone, and it was a message from Lu Feihu. Luo Gu, are you up? It's time for us to go to school to attend the graduation ceremony. After seeing the news, Luo Chen sighed. If it were as it was in the past, the day after Awakening Day would be the high school graduation ceremony, and after the ceremony it would be summer vacation, so there would be no need to go to school. At that time, representatives from the Extraordinary Academy will conduct unified admissions at the ceremony and send out invitation letters. But now, after yesterday's events, the school should be sealed off,
there will definitely be no graduation ceremony, and the Extraordinary Academy will most likely not recruit students as before.
Luo Chen didn't know how to respond to Lu Feihu's message for a moment.
He recalled the private conversation Bai Xin had with him before leaving the campus yesterday.
Luo Chen, a barrier has been set up around the school. The moment we walk out of this campus, everything that happened today will be forgotten. Do you want to forget what happened today? Can you please not forget? Yes, I have a way. What about them? The two of them?
Luo Chen, you have to understand that the main themes of this world are superpowers and transcendence.
One has awakened an F-level superpower, and the other has not. Your path is destined to be different from theirs. Also, do you think it is a good thing for them to remember what happened today? Okay, then let them forget what happened today.
Putting away his memories, hesitating for a long time, Luo Chen decided to find a random excuse to get away with it.
He sent a message to Lu Feihu. Fat Tiger, the school has cancelled the graduation ceremony. This year, representatives from the Extraordinary Academy will come to your school in person to recruit students. After 2 seconds, Lu Feihu replied. What's going on? Why don't I know? Luo Chen continued to reply. Ha? Don't you know? The school leaders called me, but didn't they call you? Lu Feihu replied. No, Luo Go, why didn't you call me? Luo Chen replied. Are you too ugly? Lu Feihu? 15. Alien Conspiracy.
In a huge manor covering hundreds of acres somewhere in the suburbs of Niancheng. In the reception room, a huge crystal chandelier made up of 9,999 crystal stones hangs from the dome that is more than 10 meters high.
The chandelier reflects sparkling light waves under the sunlight.
An extremely beautiful girl was sitting on a sky blue imported sofa worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. A boy wearing a baseball cap was sitting on the sofa opposite the girl. Yu Xing brushed away the long bangs on his forehead and said to Bai Xin. Xinxin, according to what you just said, that alien species, in order to strangle our human genius in the cradle, actually lurked among us humans for 20 years.
This is really terrifying. Well, the aliens have been planning this for so long, they must have made sufficient preparations. Moreover, the alien that is chasing me said that this plan has already started.
A maid quietly walked over to Bai Xin and carefully placed 2 cups of hot coffee on the coffee table.
That's right.
They must have a special method to block the detection of the artificial forbidden object sequence 044 alien signal. Otherwise, we night watchmen would have discovered their tracks long ago, and such a tragedy would not have happened in your school.
Yu Xing sighed and continued.
Furthermore, since this plan has already begun, I suspect there are likely many alien races lurking among humans.
Society's safety is currently under threat. I will report this to the team leader immediately upon my return. Bai Xin nodded in agreement. How could the alien race's decades-long plan only infiltrate their school?
Yu Xing picked up the coffee on the coffee table, blew on it, took a sip, looked at Bai Xin and said. Xinxin, the information you told me today is of great help to us night watchmen. Yu Xing stood up and prepared to leave, but suddenly thought of something, sat down again, and said with a smile. By the way, Xinxin, you've been smart since you were a child.
Do you have any other opinions on this matter? He. Bai Xin was stunned. She did have a very bold guess.
However, she could only tell this guess to the person closest to her, that is, the head of the Bai family consortium, her father Bai Tianming. Because, if it was really as she guessed. So, the spheres of influence involved are very complicated. It might even alarm the top leaders of China's night watchmen. Bai Xin also took a sip of coffee, blinked her big eyes, and shook her head, saying, I don't have any other opinions. Immediately, she changed the subject and asked Yu Xing. By the way, Brother Xing, about our school. Speaking of this, Yu Xing's expression became a little sad. The bodies of the deceased students and teachers have been placed in a cathedral. We will notify their families one by one to come and claim them, and then hold a memorial service. After that, their families will forget about this incident. Also, your school, Nianqing No. 6 Middle School, will likely be closed permanently. Bai Xin asked, will Chaofan Academy come to our school to recruit students this year? What? You are the daughter of a wealthy consortium, but you still need to go to the Extraordinary Academy for further studies? Yu Xing said with interest. With the strength and huge influence of the Bai family, Bai Xin, as the daughter of a consortium, has all the resources she wants. She doesn't need to go to the extraordinary academy to compete with others for resources. I don't need it, but others do. There are so many survivors in our school, and many of them have awakened high-level superpowers.
Bai Xin said softly. I don't know anything about this matter at the moment. I can only wait for notification from above. Then I will tell you. Yu Xing said. Then he looked at Bai Xin and said jokingly.
Xinxin, with your intelligence and the fact that you've awakened your god-level abilities, it would be a shame for a genius like you not to join us, the Night Watchman.
How about considering it this time? Bai Xin put down the cup and said helplessly. Brother Xing, I'm different from you. I'm the only daughter and only child of the Bai family. You're well aware of the Bai family's current situation.
The injuries my father sustained in the battle with the alien race have begun to worsen. I must take over his burden and stabilize the Bai family.
From the moment my father was injured, my life has been no longer under my control. Brother Xing, sometimes I really envy you.
I envy your parents for being healthy, and I envy you for having an outstanding brother who took on the family burden for you, so you can freely do what you want. Yu Xing stared blankly at the girl in front of him who had grown up with him, and for a moment he didn't know how to comfort her.
The smiling and lively sister from before, since when did she start to have a cold look on her face?
He thought about it, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Xinxin, actually, you don't have to feel so much pressure.
Why don't you agree to the marriage between our two families? My brother has liked you for so many years. We have been friends since we were young, and you know him very well.
As long as you marry my brother, our Yu family and your Bai family will join forces.
Who among the other three major financial groups dares to make things difficult for you? You. Bai Xin interrupted Yu Xing, Brother Xing, you've already said it. We've been friends since we were little. I've always considered you two my brothers. I've never had any romantic thoughts towards you or your brother. You should understand this very well, right? Besides, I don't want my marriage to be a transaction.
Yu Xing was silent for a moment. After a moment, he drank the coffee in the cup and stood up to leave.
However, Bai Xin behind him called him and said, Brother Xing,
I want to recommend someone to you, Night Watchman, a genius who has awakened god-level superpowers like me.
A few days passed.
During these few days, Luo Chen would look for news about the school that day on his mobile phone every day.
But nothing was found. It seems that what Bai Xin said was right.
What happened in the school that day was handled cleanly by the Night Watchman, and few people would remember what happened that day.
Just in these few days, Lu Feihu would call Luo Chen almost every day to ask about the enrollment of the Supernormal Academy.
His tone was filled with anxiety and uneasiness.
After all, Lu Feihu had only awakened F-level superpowers, and he was very afraid that the Extraordinary Academy would not give him an invitation.
Luo Chen was helpless about this.
He could only deal with it over and over on the phone by saying, the representative from the Extraordinary Academy hasn't arrived yet. What made Luo Chen happy was that Lu Feihu actually believed it. At the same time, he himself was also thinking about how and when the Extraordinary Academy would recruit students this year.
In the past few days, Luo Chen has become more and more harmonious and natural in getting along with his mother Xiaowan. The mother and son both understood each other and lived their lives naturally, without deliberately seeking to verify anything. Perhaps, for Xiaowan, facing the understanding and care of another Luo Chen made her feel very satisfied, so much so that she gradually felt relieved. Xiaowan no longer cared who this person was who had taken over her son's body. During this period, Luo Chen mentioned to Xiaowan that he might go to the Rongqing Western Super Academy in a few days.
Xiaowan didn't say much, but just asked Luo Chen to wait until the anniversary of his father's death before leaving. Today, like the previous few days, Luo Chen's daily routine was to improve his physical fitness. Sit-ups, push-ups, weighted running. After the incident that day where the alien race stained the campus with blood, Luo Chen felt that if he wanted to survive in this cruel and dangerous world, he must improve his strength. After several days of hard work, Luo Chen's physical fitness increased from 200 to 300, and the description of his physical fitness on the attribute panel became virtual, one leaf with 3 thorns. Luo Chen gradually felt relieved about this.
Don't worry, I'll have the chance in the future and show you what an invincible golden gun, a charge for 10,000 years, and an invincible diamond drill mean.
However, during this period, Luo Chen verified one thing.
As his physical fitness improved, he became more skilled and proficient in the use of his supernatural powers and mental power.
It seems that the system is sometimes very reliable. At this moment, ding-a-ling.
The shrill ring of the cell phone rang.
Luo Chen wiped the sweat off his face with a towel, picked up his phone and answered the call.
Lu Feihu's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Luo, something happened at your mother's factory, come quickly.
Luo Chen's pupils shrank and his heart skipped a beat. An indescribable feeling came over me. 16. Club.
Most of the buildings in the downtown area are of old style. Many streets are still paved with old cement, which are full of potholes caused by heavy vehicles. It happened that it had rained in the past 2 days, and the potholes were filled with muddy rainwater. If some drivers do not observe carefully, there will be severe bumps when they pass by. In more serious cases, tire blowouts and vehicle damage are common.
Luo Chen's feet were wrapped in deep blue thunder, and he shuttled through the streets and alleys at an extremely fast speed.
Occasionally, when stepping on a pothole filled with water, the glowing plasma mixed with the splashing rainwater to form blue glass flowers.
Very strange and romantic. Just a few minutes later, Luo Chen came to the electronics factory where his mother Xiaowan worked. Look from a distance.
A large group of people gathered at the factory gate at this time. In the crowd, one could faintly hear a woman crying and sobbing.
Luo Chen frowned, quickened his pace and walked towards the crowd. Lu Feihu, who was standing on the outskirts of the crowd, saw Luo Chen's figure from a distance and waved his hand eagerly. Brother Luo. Luo Chen stepped forward and asked, Fat Tiger, what's going on? Where's my mom? Brother Luo, the Black Spade gang from Shangqing district is here to collect protection money. Zhou Xiaoqing's father was beaten severely for not paying the money.
Your mother couldn't stand it and is arguing with those gang members.
Lu Feihu quickly summarized the cause of the incident.
Most of the residents in the lower city are ordinary people who cannot awaken superpowers. In this society dominated by supernatural powers, they can only be exploited. Not only do they become cheap labor for the capitalists in the upper city, but their own safety is also not guaranteed and they are often harassed and persecuted by some social groups. In order to survive, they have to bow to the bad guys and pay protection fees to the gang members every month just to have a normal and peaceful life. For ordinary people in the downtown area, a normal life is a luxury. The Black Spades that came to the factory gate to collect protection money today are a new gang that has emerged in the past 2 years. They drove away several surrounding communities with a domineering attitude and took over a large area.
Luo Chen frowned. He knew this society. It was said that the main reason for the rapid expansion of the society in the past 2 years was because the boss of Spade was a powerful person in the sea realm. He couldn't afford to offend such a person right now. But if these people really go too far or touch his bottom line, no matter who they are, Luo Chen will never back down or show mercy. Luo Chen and Lu Feihu squeezed into the crowd.
At this time, in the middle of the crowd, lay a middle-aged man in his 40s. There was obvious redness and swelling at the corners of his eyes and cheekbones, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. His face turned even paler. A woman of about 17 or 18 years old was squatting next to the man. And this woman was Zhou Xiaoqing, who had returned from school with Luo Chen and the others. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqing's eyes were filled with tears, she kept sobbing, and she weakly shouted,
Dad! Are you okay? Don't scare me. The middle-aged man responded weakly. It looks like he was beaten badly.
Next to them stood 5 men wearing black jackets, who looked to be around 30 years old. Several of them had buzz cuts, and judging from their looks, they didn't look like good people. One of the more burly men pointed at a middle-aged woman in front of him and said viciously,
See? This is what happens if you don't pay the protection fee. What? You don't want to pay the protection fee either?
The woman replied calmly, We've always paid 1,000 yuan a month for protection.
Why are you asking us to pay 2,000 yuan?
Our monthly salary is only 4,000 or 5,000 yuan, and we have to pay you half of that in protection fees.
How can ordinary people like us survive? How do you live? It's none of my business.
The man spat on the ground. Then, he stepped forward, walked up to the middle-aged woman, looked down at her, and said obscenely,
Big sister, you look pretty.
So, if you can serve us brothers well, I will waive your protection fee this month.
How about that? Ha ha ha.
When the people behind him heard this, they also laughed lasciviously. The middle-aged woman frowned, felt nauseous, and silently took a step back. Zhou Xiaoqing looked up, tugged at the middle-aged woman's trouser legs, and whispered,
Auntie, don't worry about it. We can't afford to offend them. Just go.
The middle-aged woman turned around and comforted him, Child, it's okay.
Auntie knows what's going on.
Although she said this, Xiaowan knew very well in her heart that the people in this gang were not someone she could afford to offend.
But should these people in the downtown area just keep swallowing their anger like this?
Being exploited, oppressed, bullied, but no one dares to stand up and speak out, just like today. If she hadn't stood up in time, the man on the ground might have been beaten to death. The people of the lower town seem to have lost their courage under the constant oppression and have become like mindless puppets. It's not that Xiaowan is aloof, but that she has not forgotten her original intention. Just like that year, on that rainy night, she stood in front of her husband fearlessly and blocked the crucial knife. Otherwise, she would have never had the chance to hear her husband's last words, nor would she have known the true identity of her son Luo Chen.
Why, big sister, have you thought about it?
Don't worry, we brothers are all very gentle, ha ha ha. The man with the crew cut took another step forward, looking very frivolous, and was ready to touch Xiaowan's face. Xiaowan, who is just in her early 40s, looks quite young and has maintained a good figure. She is the type of woman who still has charm. It's no wonder that this man in his 30s would be tempted by beauty. Just as the man's hand was about to touch Xiaowan's face, suddenly, a streak of blue lightning came through the crowd. Burned the back of the man's hand.
Ah!
The man screamed in pain. He scanned the crowd angrily, trying to find out who had made the move. But in the next moment, he only sensed a shadow flashing by in his peripheral vision. Then, the man's body was knocked several meters away by the phantom and fell to the ground in a mess. The man struggled to sit up and finally saw the shadow clearly. The person who hit him was just a teenager of 17 or 18 years old.
Thunder surrounded the boy's hands, and his pupils glowed with blue-purple plasma. Damn it, do you know who I am?
The man slowly stood up and looked at Luo Chen angrily. He is actually just like the people around him, an ordinary person who has not awakened his special powers. The young man in front of him is an extraordinary person who has awakened supernatural powers. Before he joined the Spades Club, he would never have provoked these extraordinary people. But now, the people behind him give him enough confidence to be arrogant and domineering, and to take advantage of the power of others.
17. A family should be in good order.
Luo Chen stared coldly at the man in front of him who wanted to tease his mother. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes.
The plasma in the azure eyes was jumping wildly like boiling water. The person in front of him has touched his bottom line. I'm asking you a question, do you know who I am?
The man covered his hand, which had just been burned by thunder, with his other hand, walked a few meters away from Luo Chen, and said arrogantly. But when he saw the clear murderous intent in Luo Chen's eyes, he couldn't help but shudder in his heart. The words he was about to say were abruptly stopped. The man felt a flicker of fear in his heart, but it was only for a moment.
Fuck, what are you guys doing? Come on.
The man turned to look at the other 4 brothers and shouted loudly. The 4 of them came out of their dazed state and rushed towards Luo Chen with their fists raised.
Although they are all ordinary people who have not awakened any special abilities.
But as they are in the society, they are usually trained.
Their physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people.
Luo Chen silently blocked his mother and Shou Shaoqing and her daughter behind him. Then, he took a big leap forward. The surging thunder burst into dazzling light like fireworks.
Bang!
Luo Chen's fist wrapped in thunder weighed as heavy as 1,000 pounds. In an instant, he knocked one of the people who rushed towards him with his fists waved away.
Among the 4 people, a more knowledgeable person immediately reacted and couldn't help but exclaimed. Boss! This kid's abilities are god level.
As he spoke, another person was knocked away by Luo Chen's fist wrapped in thunder.
The almost overwhelming momentum shocked the other 2 people.
They stopped and looked at the boss beside them, their eyes full of resentment, as if to say, "Boss, this guy is too stubborn, why don't we retreat?" But before their boss could respond, the blinding thunder surged forward. Luo Chen threw out 2 punches again in an instant, knocking the remaining 2 people away.
A family should be neat and tidy. No problem.
The 4 people who were knocked away fell in a mess far away, with scarlet blood flowing from their mouths and struggling in pain.
In less than 5 minutes, Luo Chen dealt with these domineering gang members. He looked at the leader of the group. The latter's pupils shrank, and after feeling Luo Chen's surging momentum, the fear in his heart began to grow stronger. He was afraid of the young man in front of him, not because he had awakened god-level supernatural powers at such a young age, but because this young man was so decisive in killing. Kid, you need to think carefully. Today you've offended someone from Spade.
The man covered his hands and gradually stepped back, but still threatened Luo Chen with a stubborn face. But the tone was much milder than before.
Luo Chen narrowed his eyes and said nothing.
The mental power surged out instantly, and the emerging thunder intertwined like lightning. Then, it pounced on the burly man like a net.
Ah! Screams echoed as the man's clothes were torn into strips.
The skin on his face was burnt, and he looked extremely hideous and terrifying. In his previous life, Luo Chen was an orphan since childhood. He was a solitary person and never experienced the warmth of the human world.
He is cold and heartless.
And now, through the memories of the original owner, Luo Chen discovered that the world he traveled to was more cruel and brutal than before.
This made him understand a truth: never be lenient when dealing with the enemy.
Good. Good. Very good.
Lu Feihu came to Luo Chen and said loudly in a proud and arrogant tone.
At this moment, Luo Chen was like a god in his heart. He finally witnessed how powerful the divine superpowers were. But at the same time, he was also worried about Luo Chen. The name of Black Spade has been very famous in their area in the past 2 years. It is said that the boss of the society is not only powerful, but also vindictive and holds grudges. This time, Luo Chen injured these people. I'm afraid that the people from the society will come looking for him soon. By then, the people who come may not be these ordinary people without special powers.
Xiaochen, why are you here?
Xiaowan looked at the young man in front of her in surprise, with warmth in her eyes. The scene just now gave her a great shock. But at the same time, it also made her feel warm in her heart. It felt so good to be protected by her son.
She couldn't help but fall into a brief memory. Yunhui, Luo Chen now really looks like you back then. Mom, are you okay? Luo Chen put away the dazzling thunder, walked to Xiaowan and asked softly.
Xiaowan smiled and shook her head, then turned to look at Zhou Xiaoqing behind her and asked.
Son, your dad. Luo Chen and Lu Feihu walked over to Zhou Xiaoqing and squatted down to check his father's injuries. At this time, Zhou Xiaoqing's father's face became even paler. Bright red blood spitted out of his mouth from time to time. Breathing also became very weak. My dad, is dying.
Zhou Xiaoqing burst into tears, her face covered with tears.
Luo Chen frowned. Fat tiger, hurry up, let's send uncle to the clinic. The two men lifted Zhou Xiaoqing's father up and walked out of the crowd. The crowd of onlookers automatically parted silently to make way for them. But the real reason these people gave way was not because they admired and were moved by what Luo Chen had just done. On the contrary, Luo Chen and his companions had just defended the Black Spade gang in the upper city.
They were afraid that they would be associated with Luo Chen and his companions and would be retaliated by the gang.
The people in the downtown area have been living like puppets. Luo Chen and his friends took a taxi and prepared to send Zhou Xiaoqing's father to the nearest clinic.
Xiaowan did not go, but before leaving, she took out a bank card and handed it to Luo Chen.
Nianqing 3rd Medical Clinic.
In the corridor outside the operating room, the ceiling was lit with a cold white light. Zhou Xiaoqing stood woodenly at the door of the operating room, staring blankly at the three eye-catching red words in surgery on the door.
Luo Chen and Lu Feihu sat on the benches nearby, waiting anxiously. Time seems to be stretched infinitely. 3 hours later. Clang! A doctor wearing surgical gown and mask came out. Who among you is a family member?
The doctor asked, his eyes lingering on Zhou Xiaoqing at the door.
Luo Chen and Lu Feihu jumped up from their chairs the moment they saw the doctor. I am my dad.
Zhou Xiaoqing murmured in a trembling voice.
The doctor looked at Zhou Xiaoqing, hesitated for 2 seconds, and said, the patient has multiple internal organs damaged and is bleeding profusely. I'm sorry. We did our best.
After saying that, the doctor left. Only Zhou Xiaoqing, who was trembling on the spot, and Luo Chen, who looked shocked, were left.
Squeak!
The operating room door closed again. The sound of the door closing echoed in the corridor for a long time, as if a sorrowful soul was crying.
18. Zhou Xiaoqing, awakening.
When Zhou Xiaoqing was 5 years old, she stood at her doorstep and watched her mother walk past her, tears streaming down her face, clutching her suitcase.
Without even glancing back, she walked away. Never came back.
When she was 10, Zhou Xiaoqing and her father were evicted by the landlord because they couldn't pay the rent. Furthermore, the landlord smashed the furniture and appliances her father had worked so hard to buy.
She huddled in a corner, trembling with fear.
When she was 12, she was admitted to a better middle school. She and her father knocked on the doors of all her relatives but still couldn't raise enough tuition. When she was 15 years old, she witnessed her father kneeling down to the school leaders just to fight for her a chance to go to high school. 16 years old, 17 years old. Zhou Xiaoqing, standing at the door of the operating room, her frail body trembling more and more violently. Every bit of her life with her father over the past decade or so oppressed her heart like a fierce flood. The fragments of memories are like sharp blades cutting the brain nerves.
Dad. I'm going to be an adult soon. I can work and earn money. You won't have to work so hard. You haven't even had time to enjoy your life yet. Why did you leave like this? Why did you leave like this? They really deserve to die. Zhou Xiaoqing hung her head, tears streaming down her face, her clenched fists turning slightly purple from squeezing so hard. Luo Chen and Lu Feihu, who were standing aside, frowned. Right now. The silent figure of the girl in front of them made them feel a little suffocated. Especially Luo Chen.
He saw in Zhou Xiaoqing the same feeling he had as an orphan in his previous life.
Lonely and helpless. It makes people sympathize and pity.
At this moment, Luo Chen suddenly remembered that when he had just awakened his supernatural power, thunder coming, the thunder in his body healed the wound on his chest.
So, can his thunder heal Zhou Xiaoqing's father's injury? Think of this. Luo Chen took a step forward and wanted to tell Zhou Xiaoqing what he was thinking.
But just when he approached Zhou Xiaoqing, he was surprised to find that there seemed to be an invisible wall blocking him.
This. Bang.
An LED lamp on the ceiling above his head suddenly exploded, and the broken lamp cover fragments flew towards Zhou Xiaoqing. But in the same way, the fragments also stopped strangely when they approached Zhou Xiaoqing.
At the same time,
the lights on the corridor ceiling flickered one after another.
It seems that there is an invisible force influencing the surroundings. It feels like something out of a horror movie. Luo Chen and Lu Feihu looked at each other in confusion. They didn't have time to think about what was going on.
But the silent Zhou Xiaoqing suddenly let out a low roar. Then, with her as the center, circles of transparent force waves suddenly spread out in all directions.
Luo Chen and Lu Feihu were both knocked back a few steps by this force. Boom! The door of the operating room was slammed open by this force.
Zhou Xiaoqing's feet gradually left the ground and hovered several dozen centimeters above the ground. Then, she floated into the operating room like a ghost.
Lu Feihu stared at Zhou Xiaoqing's back in a daze and said to Luo Chen, "Brother Luo."
Zhou Xiaoqing seems to have awakened.
What power did she awaken? Luo Chen asked weakly, while complaining in his heart.
Damn, the original owner was a rebellious poor student, and the knowledge about superpowers in his head was too damn limited. It seems that I need to make up for the knowledge about the extraordinary and supernatural powers in this world in the future. Lu Feihu originally wanted to laugh at Luo Chen, but when he saw Luo Chen's sharp eyes, the corners of his mouth curled back unnaturally in mockery.
It seems to be an S-level ability, force field twisting.
Force field twist can change the force field effect around the body. As the spiritual realm improves, the range of the force field effect will become wider and wider. It is said that during the Great War between humans and alien races, someone used this ability to flip tens of thousands of aliens upside down into the sky 10,000 meters high. It can be said that this ability is so powerful that it can defeat 10,000 with one, and it is born for fighting. Moreover, those who compiled the supernatural power subject back then almost included this supernatural power in the category of God-level supernatural power.
S-level superpower. Luo Chen didn't expect that awakening superpowers did not just rely on the crystal panel on the school stage.
When people are subjected to strong stimulation and psychological shock, there is also a probability that their superpowers will be awakened.
At this time, the suspended Zhou Xiaoqing floated out of the operating room again. There was a human body wrapped in white cloth next to her. It was her recently deceased father. The girl's face looked extremely pale and haggard in the dim light. But after awakening, her round almond-shaped eyes blossomed with unprecedented clarity. "Zhou Xiaoqing, my thunder may be able to cure your father," Luo Chen said quickly.
Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoqing's eyes lit up for a moment, but she immediately shook her head.
"No, thank you, Luo Chen. My dad is very tired. He should have a good rest. This world is not worth him coming back." Luo Chen was stunned, and an indescribable complex feeling crept into his heart. This world is really not worth lingering in. Lu Feihu on the side glanced at Zhou Xiaoqing, wanting to say something but stopping himself.
He always felt that seeing Zhou Xiaoqing was more than just 1 or 2 times, but he just couldn't remember it. Similarly, Zhou Xiaoqing had the same feeling when passing by Lu Feihu. After awakening, Zhou Xiaoqing's entire temperament changed. Before, she looked like an ordinary high school girl with a ponytail, simple clothes, and sitting by the window studying hard. But now, she instantly became mature and seemed like someone with a story. Zhou Xiaoqing used the force field to lift his father to her side and floated away.
Lu Feihu watched Zhou Xiaoqing's back and couldn't help asking, "Hey, where are you going?" Zhou Xiaoqing turned around and said, "I want to send my father's body out of the city and bury him in the soil of his hometown. But, it's very dangerous outside the city. You could run into aliens at any time. Ha, no matter what happens, I will take my dad back home." "Oh, so after you bury your dad, what are your plans?" "Kill." Lu Feihu smacked his lips. He really wanted to say proudly, "Let's do it together." But when he thought about the fact that he had only awakened an F-level superpower, the momentum he had just built up immediately faded. "Why should I do that?" Luo Chen saw what Lu Feihu was thinking and patted him on the shoulder. Because of Zhou Xiaoqing's departure, the lights on the ceiling in the corridor stopped flickering. Luo Chen looked back at the long corridor. "Suddenly I felt that the door to the operating room at the end was like a gate to hell." 19. Is there something wrong with Lu Feihu? The sun sets in the west, and the afterglow paints the western sky orange. The tops of the towering skyscrapers in the upper town seem to be immersed in an ocean of orange. Modern and mysterious.
On the other hand, in the downtown area, there are no tall buildings and no neon lights. But the smell of fireworks rose early in the morning. After Luo Chen and Lu Feihu came out of the clinic, they walked in the old alleys. The traces of erosion by time are clearly visible on the walls of the houses on both sides.
Bundles of tangled electric wires are tangled and intertwined above the alleys.
The whole street seemed to be covered by a net, so that the light coming in was sporadic.
The alley looks very dark. "Brother Luo,
you beat up the people from Spade today, so you'd better be careful.
Their boss is said to be a vengeful person. He will definitely send people to trouble you again. Maybe he will capture you and torture you, or even kill you." Lu Feihu raised his head and reminded Luo Chen beside him. Luo Chen nodded, "Yeah, I know." Based on his understanding of this world community. Not only Luo Chen himself, but also his mother Xiaowan, Lu Feihu, and even Lu Feihu's family will become the targets of the society's revenge.
Now, although Luo Chen has awakened his god-level supernatural powers, his current spiritual realm is only at the late stage of the spring realm. In the face of the community, his power still seems insignificant. In this life, he is no longer alone, he has family and friends. In this cruel world, Luo Chen must be strong enough to protect the important people around him. It seems that I need to go to the Extraordinary Academy as soon as possible to obtain 1000 replication values from the system so that my spiritual realm can reach the river realm as soon as possible. After experiencing some things, Luo Chen felt more and more the importance of strength. Just when Luo Chen was deep in thought, Lu Feihu behind him suddenly clapped his hands on Luo Chen's shoulders at the same time. "Brother Luo,
what are you thinking about?"
Luo Chen was startled when he was awakened, and turned around and cursed.
"Fat tiger. You idiot, do you want to scare your father to death?" Lu Feihu chuckled, "I'm sorry, Dad scared you, good son."
As he said that, Lu Feihu stepped on his feet and prepared to touch Luo Chen's head. Luo Chen frowned, slapped Lu Feihu's hand away, and scolded with a smile.
"Roll."
Lu Feihu withdrew his hand in disappointment, and pursed his lips in dissatisfaction.
At this moment,
Luo Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. In his memory, he and Lu Feihu had been together for nearly 10 years and were very familiar with each other, but Lu Feihu had never wanted to touch his head.
"There's something wrong with the fat tiger in front of me."
Luo Chen was shocked, and blue-purple plasma leaped in the depths of his pupils. He looked at Lu Feihu in front of him warily and asked tentatively, "Fat tiger,
how many years have we known each other?"
Lu Feihu was stunned, frowned, and fell into deep thought, as if trying hard to search for the answer to this question in his mind. Luo Chen didn't wait for Lu Feihu to answer and continued, "Fat tiger,
how many action movies do you have hidden under your mattress?" "Fat tiger, how many times did you rush last week?" "Fat tiger, when are your parents' birthdays?" "Fat tiger, are you wearing briefs or boxers today?" As Luo Chen asked the question, he silently took a few steps back. "There is indeed something wrong with the fat tiger in front of me." Because, as far as he knew, the real Lu Fei would not think about the answer to the question as seriously as he was doing now. He will definitely say, "Luo, good, did you not take your medicine today?" If the fat tiger in front of us is not real, then where did the real fat tiger go? The other side. Because he couldn't remember the answers to these questions, Lu Fei's face turned red and sweat broke out on his chubby cheeks. He muttered to himself, "Why? Why can't I remember anything? Why?" Suddenly, his breathing stagnated, his expression became ferocious, and the veins on his forehead bulged. "Ah!" Lu Fei roared suddenly, then turned his head and stared at Luo Chen, his eyes bloodshot. He continued to roar. "Why? You? Why are you forcing me? I want to eat you." As soon as the words fell, Lu Fei's head suddenly exploded with a bang. Just like a watermelon bursting, a scarlet crack split Lu Fei's head in two. Then, a creaking sound came from the crack. It makes your scalp tingle. Immediately afterwards, the crack was forcibly stretched open. It seems like something inside is about to break out of the shell. In just a few seconds, a monster's head grew out from inside. The monster's head was covered with sticky liquid. No eyes, no nose, no ears. There is only a big scarlet mouth that takes up half of the face. That's not all. The monster tore off Lu Fei's skin like taking off clothes, revealing its true appearance. The dark green skin all over his body was covered with sticky liquid. It emits a strong fishy smell. Roar! The monster roared, tensed all its muscles, kicked its legs, jumped several meters high, and pounced towards Luo Chen. The surging thunder bursts out. Luo Chen bent his body, took a step, and also jumped into the air. The lightning plasma under his feet burst into a gorgeous flower on the spot. Boom! Luo Chen's azure figure wrapped in thunder collided with the monster's dark green and strong body, making a loud noise. The monster fell to the ground, and its eyeless head actually lowered its head to look at its chest. There, a charred fist mark was deeply imprinted. The monster opened its scarlet mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth like a great white shark, and then roared again in dissatisfaction, as if it was very angry that the human in front of it had hurt it. After Luo Chen landed, his brows furrowed deeply. Although this monster's spiritual realm is only the middle stage of the spring realm, its body is extremely strong. At the moment of fighting, Luo Chen found that he, who was in the late spring realm, did not seem to have much advantage in fighting against this monster. It seems that we can't fight head-on, we have to think of other ways. Luo Chen guessed in his heart. At the same time, the monster opposite got on all fours and swooped down like a cheetah again. It was so fast that it arrived in front of Luo Chen in the blink of an eye. The monster suddenly stood up like a human, and its two strong hands swung towards Luo Chen's abdomen rapidly. Even the air seemed to be cut apart. If you were scratched by the knife like nails on the big hands, you would definitely be ripped open. Just then, Luo Chen's mental power surged into the air. The surging thunder spread like ripples and moved towards the monster. Under the obstruction of this thunder force, the monster's claw-swinging action stopped for a moment. At this moment, Luo Chen raised his fist wrapped in thunder and hit the monster in the face accurately. The fist, as heavy as 1,000 pounds, made the monster's body suddenly retreat. But the retreating monster dug its claw-like fingers deep into the concrete floor to achieve a cushioning effect. Swish! In just a few seconds, the monster adjusted itself. With the help of the force of the ground, he jumped up again and pounced towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen's pupils shrank. No! This monster's body is too strong. Quick, find its weakness. Just as Luo Chen was thinking, a dark green figure appeared in the blink of an eye, bringing with it a strong stench that made people feel nauseous. At this time, Luo Chen suddenly had an idea, and an idea emerged in his mind. 20, let your sister caress you well. The monster's figure rapidly enlarged in Luo Chen's pupils. The strong fishy smell rushed into his nostrils. Just when the monster's big hand was less than 10 centimeters away from Luo Chen's face. At that moment, that sharp hand was only 0.000001 centimeters away from my unparalleled handsome face. However, in a quarter of a second, the owner of that hand would be completely tortured by me and would even regret coming into this world. Luo Chen suddenly said to the monster. Did you have breakfast today? Click. Time seems to freeze at this moment. The monster's movements suddenly stopped. It was as if he was petrified in an instant, unable to move.
Although it had no eyes and no face, Luo Chen could sense that the monster right before his eyes must be thinking hard about whether it had eaten breakfast this morning. This trick really works. Luo Chen got the guess based on the monster's strange behavior before it transformed. Not only does this monster have a terrible memory, but as soon as he hears a question, he stops everything he does to think about the answer.
Luo Chen felt fortunate. He didn't expect that he had guessed it right. Ha ha ha. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh.
He suddenly felt that this monster was becoming cute.
Just when Luo Chen was filled with joy, the monster actually stopped thinking and turned its head to look at Luo Chen.
Although it had no eyes,
roared angrily. Then,
the monster tensed its limbs, bent its body, and gathered strength again to pounce towards Luo Chen.
But, just as the monster was about to approach Luo Chen shamelessly shouted again.
"What did you have for breakfast?"
The monster froze again, thinking about life.
What did I have for breakfast today?
Mouse? Snake? Or a human head?
Luo Chen opened his eyes wide in surprise, looking at the monster not far away scratching its head with its long fingernails, thinking hard.
Hey, this is fun. It's absolutely amazing.
In this way, Luo Chen would always ask a question every time the monster finished thinking.
For example, what did you eat for lunch? How many times did you go to the toilet today? Did you poop today? The dark green monster was almost broken by Luo Chen.
At one point, Luo Chen even felt that he could see a look of despair on the face of the faceless monster.
Suddenly,
just when Luo Chen was feeling happy that he had dealt with the monster so easily, the scattered light above my head suddenly disappeared. The whole street was plunged into darkness.
Luo Chen quickly pushed the thunder to its maximum strength.
Blooming blue light filled the narrow alleys.
At the same time,
strange and ethereal voices came from all directions.
He he he. He he he.
The sharp sound echoed throughout the alley, circling around Luo Chen's ears, giving him goosebumps.
Luo Chen looked around vigilantly.
The thunder on his body seemed to sense the danger, jumping and rolling violently.
What a handsome boy. I really want to put you under my skirt, hee hee.
Suddenly, a charming woman's voice came from the darkness.
Luo Chen's pupils shrank. The aura of the person who came was much stronger than his own. At least he had reached the river realm. A major realm higher than him. The junction of darkness and light.
A charming woman in Cheongsam came out. The woman was wearing heavy makeup and her facial features were extremely delicate, as if she had walked out of a painting.
Moreover, the tight Cheongsam perfectly outlines the woman's figure. It is no exaggeration to say that she is a stunner on earth and is so beautiful that it can topple a country. Especially those charming almond-shaped eyes, which seem to make you fall in love with them at first sight. The woman was wearing red high heels and walked towards Luo Chen step by step, swaying gracefully. On this side, our LSP classmate Luo Chen was already thirsty from watching. The Adam's apple kept rolling up and down.
I have already imagined several scenes that are not suitable for children. The graceful woman in Cheongsam slowly walked to the side of the dark green monster, frowned, and then blew a breath at the monster and said angrily,
"Ugly thing." After the woman blew air on the monster, it woke up instantly.
Then he looked blankly at the woman beside him, and turned his head to look at Luo Chen although he had no eyes. The muscles all over his body tensed instantly, and he roared angrily, as if he wanted to tear the shameless Luo Chen not far away into pieces. This person is so despicable, he is not even worthy of being a human being.
The Cheongsam woman looked at Luo Chen, who was wrapped in thunder.
Her eyes lit up, and she licked her lips greedily and said, "It turns out he's a human who has awakened God-level supernatural powers.
God is really helping me, hee hee." The woman in Cheongsam could not hide her excitement.
If I eat the soul of this human with God-level supernatural powers, my realm will be raised by at least one major realm.
Brother, be good and come here quickly, let your sister caress you. The Cheongsam woman continued to walk towards Luo Chen, shaking her plump buttocks as she walked.
If an ordinary person saw the scene, they would have fallen long ago.
But who is Luo Chen?
He was once a man with 7 swords, had watched all the Japanese action movies, and was a real man who never took off his pants. This scene couldn't tempt him at all.
Oh? Really? Which position are you going to use to caress me, sister? He he he. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, stared at the Cheongsam woman with a lustful smile.
The latter's expression changed slightly, thinking,
Could it be that God is really helping me? This guy is actually an LSP, then I will definitely take him down easily. Women wearing cheongsam are very confident about their appearance. Not long. The woman came to Luo Chen's side. She placed her slender jade hands on Luo Chen's shoulders and paced around Luo Chen. Her delicate face was full of charm and seduction with every frown and smile. Moreover, Luo Chen could smell a faint, captivating fragrance emanating from the woman. It makes people dream about it. He wished he could kill the woman right there and then and have her come on him. However, reason told Luo Chen that if he really did that, he might not see the sun again. I don't know what position my brother likes, so I'll tell you in secret, I can do any position, he. The cheongsam woman put her red lips close to Luo Chen's ear and whispered softly. Oh shit. Luo Chen's whole body trembled slightly, his scalp felt numb, and his mind began to become confused. No, Luo Chen, hold on for me. Luo Chen encouraged himself in his heart. Then, an idea struck him, and he quietly took a step back, giving the woman a sly smile. Sister, I wonder if you have ever heard of a posture called dog eating shit, hee. Cheongsam woman? 21, let go of that boy. The charming woman in cheongsam stared at Luo Chen with blurred eyes. She thought to herself, I can do all kinds of positions, but I have never heard of a position called dog eating shit? Could it be, this is a newly developed move? The woman gently scratched Luo Chen's handsome cheek with the red nail on her index finger and said softly. How about, my good brother, let me see what it means to be a dog eating shit, hee. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ahem, see, this was her own request, I didn't force her. Thinking so. The thunder on Luo Chen's right foot suddenly burst into dazzling light. Then, he raised his foot and swept towards the legs of the cheongsam woman. Well. The cheongsam woman had no psychological preparation and suddenly fell forward, falling flat on her face. The pretty woman with her face on the ground raised her head angrily and looked at Luo Chen, who looked innocent. You. Is this what you mean by dog eating shit? Luo Chen shrugged and waved his hand. Yeah, what else can I do? Oh, I've really broadened my horizons. I didn't expect that there would be people who would make such unreasonable demands. When the cheongsam woman heard this, she slapped her hands on the ground, and immediately bounced up from the ground, then floated in the air like an inflatable doll. She suddenly looked at Luo Chen with a ferocious expression. Boy, you are looking for death. After the cheongsam woman said this, she seemed to be deflated and turned into a paper figure with makeup on. Then, the paper people scattered and flew out as if they were overlapped, spinning around Luo Chen. A hollow, sharp voice emanated from the paperman's mouth. He, eat him, eat him. The voices of dozens of paper people rang in Luo Chen's ears like surround sound. He started to feel dizzy. Luo Chen's eyes immediately ignited with surging blue thunder. The dazzling blue-purple light illuminated the dark alley. At the same time, the paper people flying in the air looked even more weird. Just then, the ethereal voice of the cheongsam woman just now rang out again. Xie, come here and kill this guy. Far away. The dark green monster, which had been angry for a long time, got down on all fours after receiving the order, moved at the sound, and pounced towards Luo Chen at a swift and agile speed. Luo Chen took a step forward, stepping on thunder and trying to break free from the interference of the paperman. What can I do? Those paper people were like planets, rotating around the star Luo Chen and never leaving their orbits. Boom! Thunder suddenly appeared, and a flash of lightning slashed at the paper people around him like a sharp sword. But those paper figures seemed to stick like taffy. It just deviated slightly, and then returned to its corresponding position after a moment. At the same time, the dark green monster also rushed to Luo Chen. The monster waved its sharp big hand and slapped it straight towards Luo Chen's head. Luo Chen's pupils shrank, and he bent his body backwards, using thunder as support, and did a 180-degree rotation on the spot, narrowly avoiding the monster's attack. Before Luo Chen could even catch his breath, one of the paper people quickly stuck to Luo Chen's back, then turned into the cheongsam woman just now, hung on Luo Chen's back, and blew gently in his ear. Luo Chen felt his brain sink instantly and a strong sense of dizziness came over him. This caused his thunder power to suddenly become weaker. Bang! A crashing sound was heard, and Luo Chen felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Because of the interference of the paperman, the fist of the other monster just hit Luo Chen. Luo Chen flew out like a kite with a broken string and hit a nearby wall heavily. Puff!
Luo Chen felt a fishy and sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of bright red blood gushed out. Not only that, he also felt a clear mental tearing pain in his mind. This made the thunder in his pupils suddenly become faint. The paper people flying in the air began to overlap one by one, and then turned back into the charming woman in Cheongsam. She slowly walked over to the green monster and touched its bald head. If I didn't want you to take revenge, I wouldn't have let you, a fool, take action. This kid is only at the Quan realm. I can crush him to death with one hand. The monster opened its big scarlet mouth, licked its head with its long tongue, roared, and beat its chest with its hands, just like a chimpanzee. Okay, this kid is mine. Next, I'm going to enjoy my dinner, hee hee. The woman came to Luo Chen and snapped her fingers, and a shabby street lamp next to her lit up with a faint yellow light. Then she slowly squatted down and lifted Luo Chen's chin with her fingertips. TSK, such a nice skin, what a pity. Luo Chen curled his lips and said sarcastically. Beautiful sister, did the dog shit you just ate taste good enough? Ha ha ha. The woman's face changed, and the pupils in her phoenix eyes suddenly shrank. The spiritual pressure of Hujing immediately enveloped Luo Chen. Luo Chen, who was only in the Quan realm, felt that under this pressure, even breathing became difficult. There is a huge difference in realm, the gap is too obvious. However, at this time, Luo Chen just frowned slightly, and the corners of his mouth with blood on it actually curled up. The woman in Cheongsam frowned. Somehow, a sense of uneasiness arose in her heart. Even if this kid in front of me has awakened god-level supernatural powers, he is just a transcendent in the spring realm. What kind of waves can he make? Never mind, I don't want to think about it anymore, I'll just enjoy this kid's soul first, hee hee hee. The Cheongsam woman's pupils suddenly turned a strange bright red, as if they were filled with blood. It looks very strange. Immediately following, those blood-red eyes stared at Luo Chen closely. Luo Chen seemed to be locked in, his eyes involuntarily looking at the other person's bloodshot pupils. The next moment, Luo Chen only felt a severe tearing pain in his head. The source of spiritual power in the spiritual world began to boil violently. Ah! The soul seems to be being sucked away. This was the only thought in Luo Chen's mind at this moment. The sexy red lips of the Cheongsam woman in front of him curled up greedily, and she couldn't help but moan in enjoyment. Right now! A strong male voice came from the darkness beside him. Bitch! Let go of that boy. Let me, no, there's no last sentence. Luo Chen? Cheongsam woman? Monster? In the darkness, a figure rushed into the faint light here at a high speed. Only the faint light emitted by a street lamp seemed to fluctuate slightly because of the sudden entry of a figure. 22, Wei Yiming, the thug in a suit. Under the streetlight surrounded by darkness. Luo Chen, the woman in the Cheongsam, and even the faceless monster all turned their heads to look at the newcomer. The Cheongsam woman who was the first to react from her stupor looked at the newcomer warily. Who are you? The dark green monster beside him roared. Luo Chen also looked at the figure and was surprised. Why does this person look so familiar? Ahem. In broad daylight, no, it was already dark, in a dark alley, a Beauty and the Beast? They actually did such a thing to a high school boy. It's unbelievable, unbelievable. Wei Yiming held his forehead with one hand, covering his face, and said slowly. What's going on? What did I do? What are you talking about? Is this clickbait? Are you an editor for a certain website? The woman in the Cheongsam was in a state of dismay. This guy looks like a fool. Although she thought so, the woman in Cheongsam frowned. Because the sudden appearance of this man made her feel extremely oppressed, and she could not even feel any fluctuation of spiritual power from this man. In this case, either this man's realm is far beyond his own, or he is just an ordinary person. The Cheongsam woman slowly stood up and gently touched the green monster beside her. The latter instantly tensed up his entire body and prepared for combat. Then, the woman twisted her plump buttocks and walked towards Wei Yiming step by step, ready to test him. She covered her mouth with her hands and laughed. Hey handsome guy, you just scared me. As she spoke, the woman's figure appeared in front of Wei Yiming as if by teleportation. Then, just like she did to Luo Chen before, she stroked Wei Yiming's chest with her hand and said in a tender voice. Wow, handsome guy, your chest muscles are so firm. Also, this suit looks great on you. Wei Yiming was stunned and took 2 steps to the side to prevent the woman from getting close to him. Then, he straightened his dark blue suit, extended his hand like a gentleman, and smiled at the woman. "Let me introduce myself.
My name is Wei Yiming. I'm very happy to meet this beautiful lady."
The Cheongsam woman was stunned for a moment, then smiled, thinking,
This person is indeed just an ordinary person, without any spiritual power.
"Never mind, while ordinary souls aren't tasty, they can still help me elevate my realm a little."
Hee hee, it seems I've gained quite a bit tonight.
She stretched out her slender white hand and held Wei Yiming's hand. But at this moment, she was horrified to find that her hand seemed to be clamped by a strong pair of pliers and she could not move.
The woman's expression changed drastically and she suddenly looked up at Wei Yiming.
The latter was looking at her with a smile and said, "Oh, I forgot to introduce my job. I'm a member of Night Watch Team 007, Wei Yiming, hee hee."
Night watchman?
When the woman heard these 3 words, her hair stood on end and she broke out in a cold sweat. Then, she was immediately shocked, her eyes turned blood red, and she stared at Wei Yiming. "Hee hee, your charm is totally useless to someone like me who has no spiritual power,"
Wei Yiming said calmly.
But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed.
Get serious, get fierce.
Immediately, he used the hand that was holding the woman to lift her up and threw her to the ground like throwing a chicken. Moreover, the woman's hand seemed to be connected to his hand. No matter how the woman twisted her body or struggled, she could not get away. So Wei Yiming picked up the woman and threw her back and forth.
Savage and brutal. Crush.
Luo Chen, leaning against the wall, stared blankly at the scene in front of him. A man in a suit, holding a sexy woman in a cheongsam, hits her like a hammer against a rock.
Well, it really is like smashing it for fun. Luo Chen was shocked.
The woman who had just crushed him and whose spiritual realm had reached the river realm was actually crushed so easily by someone else.
So, how strong must the man in the suit be? The peak of the river realm? Even the mountains?
The other side. While Wei Yiming was hitting people, he was muttering to himself. "I told you not to seduce me. I told you not to seduce me.
I'm a devoted person." The Cheongsam woman who was knocked dizzy was now numb. Not only is the magic useless, even the paper figurine transformation doesn't work.
The hand that clamped her was like a spell, imprisoning her mental strength and supernatural powers. She didn't understand why the other party could control her so easily without any fluctuation of mental power.
What kind of pervert is this? Besides, why do you have to do it in such a simple and crude way?
You are such a straight man with no boundaries.
It's absolutely amazing. Just a dozen seconds.
The woman's previously exquisite face was smashed to pieces, and her internal organs were displaced.
Big mouthfuls of green blood spurted out of her mouth. Roar.
The dark green monster on the side roared angrily.
Then he waved his big hands like crazy and attacked Wei Yiming's position. But even the women in the river realm were no match for Wei Yiming. How could a monster from the spring realm shake the other party in the slightest? As soon as the monster came in front of Wei Yiming, it was kicked away by the latter. Then it rubbed on the ground for several meters, spitting out green blood from its mouth, and died straight away with its last breath. That cute monster just passed away. Boom! 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 The sound of the woman being hit echoed in the silent night. It's so tragic. Not long.
This charming Cheongsam woman was so frightened by Wei Yiming that she turned into a paper man and lay quietly on the ground. After hitting someone, Wei Yiming took a deep breath, brushed off the dust on his suit, and then pulled it with his hands to smooth out the wrinkles that had just appeared due to the excessive movement. Finally, he looked at Luo Chen leaning against the wall, walked over, smiled slightly and said, "Hello." Luo Chen, with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, covered his abdomen and coughed, then responded, "Hello." Then both of them were speechless, not knowing what to say. Under the street light, the 2 men looked at each other and were stunned. A few seconds later, Wei Yiming took the lead in breaking the awkwardness, turned around, faced Luo Chen diagonally, tilted his head 45 degrees to the sky, and said quietly, "Was I just cool?" Luo Chen. Half a minute passed. Luo Chen looked speechlessly at the burly and agile thug in a suit in front of him, thinking, if I don't answer him, is he going to stand like this until dawn? Well, cool, very cool. Luo Chen finally couldn't help but answer. Wei Yiming's tense body suddenly relaxed, and he turned to look at Luo Chen. So you want to be as cool as me? 23, brother. Something is wrong with you.
In no mood.
Luo Chen looked at Wei Yiming in front of him dimly, and simply refused, complaining in his heart, "Brother, please don't take what I just said seriously, I didn't mean it. Also, is your behavior just now cool? That's pretty cruel, isn't it? I'm a gentleman and a handsome guy, I can't do such a rude thing. Rough, I can handle it, but violent, forget it."
Thinking so.
This time, Luo Chen finally saw the face of the handsome man who appeared in front of him that day. The man's face had strong contours, cheeks like blades, eyes like torches, and a crew cut that made him look very capable.
He looks like a tall and straight soldier.
Wearing a suit, he looks like a typical suit thug.
Before I knew it,
memories of that day at school came flooding back to him. A stunning and impressive appearance, with an ancient spear in hand and a fearless figure moving forward.
As the sun sets, that scene is frozen in Luo Chen's memory into a beautiful painting.
To the extent that Luo Chen would think of it for a long time afterwards.
Wei Yiming looked at Luo Chen in confusion and asked in surprise, "Why? You just said I was very cool." "What? Someone doesn't want to be as cool as me? What the hell is this kid thinking? I just banged so many times, isn't that cool enough?"
"Forget it, let us complete the task assigned by the team leader first."
Luo Chen almost rolled his eyes. This guy must be a big fool. Can't he tell the difference between good and bad words?
He replied, "No reason, I don't want to act cool, I don't want to act pretentious, acting pretentious makes me uncomfortable, I just want to be forced to act pretentious."
Wei Yiming wanted to explain that I was not pretending to be cool, I was cool by nature. But after seeing Luo Chen cough weakly, he said no more and just sighed regretfully.
Then, he took a step forward, helped Luo Chen, who was sitting against the wall, up, and said,
"Okay. Let's go home first." "Ah? Go home, which home?" Luo Chen asked in surprise. Wei Yiming looked at Luo Chen in confusion. "Of course I'm going back to my home."
Luo Chen suddenly pushed Wei Yiming, who was supporting him, away and looked at him with a strange look.
Shit. This big brother is not right. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward.
Wei Yiming was stunned for a long time before he reacted and explained.
"What the hell? What are you high school students thinking about all day?
I saw that you had an abdominal injury and you must be bleeding internally. I could have used my mental power to relieve the bleeding or even cure it, but unfortunately, I don't have any mental power.
So, I thought of taking you back home. I have medicine to treat this kind of internal injury at home." Wei Yiming finished speaking in one breath without even taking a breath. Damn it.
How could a straight and tough guy like him tolerate being misunderstood by others as having that kind of hobby? With sharp eyes, a buzz cut, muscles, and a suit, he doesn't look like a gay guy with this outfit.
Wei Yiming's face turned red.
If he hadn't seen that Luo Chen was injured, he would have punched him directly.
Luo Chen didn't expect the other party to react so strongly, and he seemed to have said nothing yet. He said quickly, "Brother, I'm sorry, it was a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding."
Wei Yiming rolled his eyes at Luo Chen, calmed himself down, and said again,
"Then do you want to come to my house?" Why does this sound a little wrong?" Luo Chen replied weakly, Go. Forget it, the man in front of me is a night watchman. What bad intentions could a night watchman have towards a handsome and unparalleled high school student like me? Let's go with him and take a look first."
Luo Chen comforted himself in his heart.
Moreover, he could feel that his abdomen was really painful. "Anyway, go give it a try first." Wei Yiming glanced at Luo Chen and sighed softly.
He stretched out his hand, ready to support Luo Chen again, but was rejected by the latter.
"Luo Chen, thank you, brother. I can walk by myself."
Just as the two were about to leave, a flash of lightning flashed through Luo Chen's mind.
He looked around blankly and said, "I have another friend, but I don't know where he went. Where is Fat Tiger?"
Hearing this, Wei Yiming smiled lightly and waved his hand. The endless darkness around them quickly receded like a film being rewound. The paper man and the dark green monster also disappeared with the darkness. Above my head, the scattered rays of light were projected down again.
Everything returned to the way it was before. The fiery red sunset is still in the west of the sky. Luo Chen was surprised and puzzled. "What is going on?" "I'll explain it to you later," Wei Yiming said, then he pointed to the side. "Hey, is that your friend?" Luo Chen looked over there.
A few meters away, the short and fat Lu Feihu was lying against a telephone pole with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep.
Luo Chen nodded. Wei Yiming strode over and slapped Lu Feihu in the face. Simple and brutal. The latter woke up instantly and shouted in horror. Monster! Monster! Wei Yiming was incredibly strong. He grabbed the arm of Lu Feihu, who weighed 160 pounds, with one hand and lifted him up. Don't be afraid, the monster is dead. There are no more monsters. No more monsters. Lu Feihu looked at the strange man in front of him with dull eyes, and then saw Luo Chen, who was pale not far away. He gasped for breath and stared at Luo Chen several times before he came to his senses. Luo, brother Luo? Lu Feihu was so frightened that he walked tremblingly to Luo Chen and asked. Yes, it's me, your father. You are not mistaken. Luo Chen replied. After confirming the eye contact, I met the right person. That's right. This is the real Luo Gu. Lu Feihu almost cried. Having survived the disaster, he had planned to give Luo Chen a bear hug. But when he opened his hands, he clearly saw the murderous intent in Luo Chen's eyes. So he scratched his head in embarrassment. Wei Yiming came over and said to Luo Chen, all right, let's go. Don't waste time. You need to take medicine for your injury immediately. Ah? Brother Luo. Are you injured? Lu Feihu looked at Luo Chen beside him and shouted in surprise. Shut up. Follow him first. Luo Chen said. Number 133, Hong'an Road, Xiaocheng District. The second floor of the shop. Luo Chen and Lu Feihu sat quietly on the worn leather sofa. From a room next door, there was a noise of Wei Yiming rummaging through something. Brother Luo, you just said that the man in a suit in the room is the night watchman? Lu Feihu looked at Luo Chen beside him in confusion. The latter looked around the old facilities and messy clutter in the room and said quietly. Probably? ISNT it said that night watchmen are highly revered in this world? ISNT it said that the night watchman is the supreme idol in the hearts of young boys and girls? ISNT it said that the night watchmen have a very high status? Their living standard, is this it? 24, Daytime Bright. On the outskirts of the city, in the Bai family's luxurious manor. Today Bai Xian wore a one-piece purple rosa dress and tied her hair into a bun. She looks like a princess in a fairy tale castle. She walked through a long corridor and came to the end of it. There is a huge oil painting hanging on the wall at the end of the corridor. Bai Xian reached out and gently touched a red flower on the oil painting. With a low humming sound, the oil paintings covering the wall slowly opened like a door. Bai Xian walked in. Behind the painting is a passage leading to the underground, with yellowish xenon lamps on both sides. After turning a few corners, the stone steps of the passage finally came to an end. Bai Xian stood outside the door and hesitated for a moment, then gently pushed open the heavy wooden door at the end of the passage. Inside the door is a spacious hall. Compared to the halls in the manor that are luxuriously decorated, here gives people a feeling of returning to primitive society. The hall is surrounded by man-made stone walls with potholes and evenly distributed xenon lamps hanging on the walls. In the middle, there was nothing else except a few round stone benches, a round stone table, and a round stone platform in the middle of the hall. At this time, a middle-aged man in gray training clothes was sitting cross-legged on the round stone platform. The man's body was surrounded by a lavender halo, which looked very magical and dreamy. These purple halos emanated from a huge round mirror above his head, which was on the dome of the hall. There are colorful spots of light scattered across the dark mirror, just like a starry sky. And this mirror seems to be the gateway to the stars in the universe. Bai Xian sat quietly on a stone bench, looking at the middle-aged man with her beautiful eyes, a trace of worry appearing between her brows. A few minutes later, the circular mirror on the dome stopped emitting purple light. The middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the stone platform slowly opened his eyes. What's strange is that there seem to be stars hidden deep in the man's pupils, giving people a great sense of oppression. The man in training clothes slowly stood up. His serious and majestic face instantly became kind and approachable the moment he saw Bai Xian. Hey! Why is my little princess here? The middle-aged man walked up to Bai Xian and gently touched her cute bun with a doting look on his face. Bai Xian grumbled with her red lips and said dissatisfiedly. If I hadn't come earlier, I wouldn't have known your injuries were so severe that you actually had to rely on the forbidden item, Nebula Mirror, to alleviate the trauma to your spiritual world. Bai Tianming smiled and said, oh. Silly boy, I'm fine. Bai Bai Xian turned her head away. You always lie to me. Dad. I'm no longer the princess you used to hold in your hands. I've grown up.
Bai Tianming continued to smile, sat on a stone bench beside him, and said softly,
Xiao Xian, no matter how old you are, you will always be the little princess in my palm to Daddy. Bai Xian grabbed her father's hand and asked anxiously, Dad, can you please tell me the truth? Is your injury so severe that you can no longer control it? Can you only use the nebula mirror to absorb the power of the stars to alleviate it?
Bai Tianming scratched Bai Xian's nose with his index finger and said with satisfaction,
Hey, my daughter has really grown up.
She knows how to care about me and is not as willful as before, hee hee.
Dad. Bai Xian pulled her hand away and said angrily, all right, it's not what you think. Sequence 009, Nebula Mirror, is just for my cultivation. I've been stuck in the middle stage of the star realm for years. If I don't move up a little bit, I'm afraid our Bai family will truly become the last of the 5 major conglomerates. Bai Tianming explained patiently. Really? Bai Xian asked with her big watery eyes, skeptical. Of course, you still don't trust your dad? Look, I'm very strong.
After saying that, Bai Tianming was shocked, and a vast mental power that could shake the stars in the universe surged out.
Under this mental power, Bai Xian felt as insignificant as a speck of dust in the universe.
The father in front of him could make him disappear from this world with just a flick of his finger.
Okay, Dad, I know you are very powerful, but I am not bad either. I have awakened God-level supernatural powers. Bai Xian completely trusted his father and said with a proud look on his face. Bai Tianming raised his eyebrows and looked at Bai Xian in surprise. Xiao Xian, you just said that you awakened a God-level supernatural power?
Bai Xian immediately nodded repeatedly, and then her mental power surged out, and a breath of God suddenly rushed out from her spiritual world. A pair of faint angel wings appeared behind her.
It really is a God-level ability. My daughter was chosen by the Angel of Wind. Bai Tianming said proudly, I knew that my daughter would be no weakling. Ha ha ha. Bai Tianming's excited laughter echoed in the hall. Bai Xian also smiled happily and continued.
Dad, you and Mom have worked so hard to support our family for so many years. Now that I have awakened my God-level supernatural powers, our family will no longer be looked down upon by other financial groups. Since ancient times, people who awaken God-level supernatural powers are extremely rare. Awakening God-level supernatural powers means that this person has enormous potential and can bring an extraordinary butterfly effect to his or her own or his family's influence.
Once the news of Bai Xian awakening her God-level supernatural powers spreads in society, then, the industries and influence of the Bai family will definitely increase.
By then, the other 3 major conglomerates, the Gu family, the Yi family, and the Xianyuan family, will certainly not suppress the Bai family without scruples.
Hearing this, Bai Tianming looked a little bit remorseful.
If he had not been injured and weakened in the battle with the demons 8 years ago, how could the Bai family be suppressed by other financial groups, its status decline, and the overall strength of the family be greatly affected? Bai Tianming looked at his beautiful daughter with satisfaction. This time, he really felt that his daughter had grown up. By the way, Dad, regarding the incident that happened in our school that I told you about last time, how is the progress of the investigation you asked someone to do regarding my guess? Bai Xian retracted her angel wings and asked. Bai Tianming frowned slightly. Xiao Xian, your guess is too bold. This is too murky. It's not easy to find the truth. We can only investigate this matter slowly. If it's really as you guessed, then the world of China may be about to change. Bai Xian nodded. Indeed, if what she guessed was true, some of the forces involved might not even be accessible to their Bai family.
There was a moment of silence. Bai Tianming changed the subject, looked at Bai Xian, and asked with a smile. Daughter, have you really changed your mind and are planning to go to the Extraordinary Academy?
You should know that our Bai family has plenty of teachers who can train you, and they are no worse than those old men at the Extraordinary Academy.
Bai Xian nodded solemnly. Dad, I've made up my mind. I want to grow up through my own efforts and walk the path I want to walk. Bai Tianming's eyes lit up and he said domineeringly. That's right. My daughter is so outstanding, she must go to the Extraordinary Academy to show those old men that my daughter Bai Tianming is a child of destiny. Ha ha ha. 25, Taboo. Ah!
A tragic sound cut through the silence of the night.
Luo Chen covered his abdomen, lay on the sofa, and cried out in pain.
At this moment, he felt as if the organs in his abdomen were being torn apart, and the burning pain stimulated his brain nerves. In his hand, he was tightly holding a glass bottle that was about the same size as Huoxiang Jingqi water. There was still a green unknown liquid that Luo Chen had just drunk pulsating in the glass bottle. It was as if there was a little elf inside, jumping for joy. Hold on. The severe pain you're feeling now is simply because the repair fluid is reorganizing and repairing your damaged organs and tissues. Come on, hold on for 5 minutes, and your body will be back to normal. On the side, Wei Yiming sat on a chair with his arms folded, explaining to Luo Chen. Lu Feihu, who was sitting next to the sofa, glanced at Wei Yiming with suspicion, and then nervously observed Luo Chen's reaction. He had the illusion that he and Luo Go had been fooled by the man in a suit who claimed to be a night watchman. What kind of medicine for healing injuries can be green? However, after a few minutes, Luo Chen was surprised to find that the pain in his abdomen had indeed disappeared. Moreover, the mental trauma caused by the bloodshot eyes of the Cheongsam woman had also recovered somewhat. He sat up and looked at the bottle in his hand in surprise. I didn't expect that the green liquid inside is so magical. At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed through his brain. Etc. Did I forget something? Holy shit, isn't my thunder supposed to heal itself? How could I have forgotten that? So, what happened to the suffering I just endured? What a sin! Luo Chen, who was happy just now, suddenly looked miserable. Wei Yiming asked doubtfully, what's wrong? Is the repair fluid useless? That's impossible. I clearly saw that it has a shelf life of 1 month. Luo Chen didn't want them to know about his embarrassment, so he could only roar helplessly in his heart and said, it worked. I'm fine. As he spoke, Luo Chen stood up and took 2 steps. He did not limp nor walk in a crooked manner. That's pretty healthy. There is no need to buy crutches. Wei Yiming and Lu Feihu finally felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Are you really the night watchman? Lu Feihu looked at Wei Yiming and asked. It's genuine. Wei Yiming replied frankly. Because Lu Feihu had lost part of his memory and did not remember what happened at school that day, he naturally had not seen Wei Yiming. But Luo Chen remembered. He nodded in confirmation. Yes, he is the night watchman. Brother Luo, how can you be sure that he? Lu Feihu still held a hint of doubt. Because for him, the night watchman has always existed in the news or in conversations with classmates. For Fat Tiger, the 3 words night watchman are the faith in his heart. He would never have thought that one day he would see a living night watchman, see him in real life. Wei Yiming didn't think much about why Luo Chen was so sure that he was a night watchman. That day at school, he was so focused on fighting the aliens that he didn't notice that the person standing with Yu Xing was Luo Chen. So he just thought that Luo Chen was so sure because he had just witnessed him killing the aliens. Luo Chen didn't want to explain, so he interrupted Lu Feihu and said, what? Fat Tiger, you don't even believe me? Fat Tiger chuckled and suddenly walked up to Wei Yiming, gazing at him affectionately, and said, Idol, can you give me an autograph? Wei Yiming? Luo Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly at Lu Feihu and said, Fat Tiger, let's talk about the autograph later. Let's get down to business first. He looked at Wei Yiming in confusion. What happened just now? Are those 2 monsters aliens? Lu Feihu also looked over. He also wanted to understand the identity of the monster that had suddenly frightened him unconscious from behind and was impersonating him. Wei Yiming nodded and said slowly. That's right. Those 2 are from the ghost tribe of the alien race. The dark green monster is called Qi, and the other one that can transform into a beautiful woman is called Mei. In ancient times, Qi was a kind of monster that specialized in harming people in the mountains and forests. It was also called a mountain ghost and liked to pretend to be a human. Mei, on the other hand, was good at creating illusions to bewitch and charm humans, and became powerful by sucking their souls. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and thought. Isn't this the ghost and monster mentioned in the world before crossing over? I didn't expect to see a living one today. It's so scary. Then, what is this sudden darkness? Luo Chen continued to ask. That darkness is the ghost den of Mei. You 2 broke into her ghost den, so they targeted you. No, to be precise, the Mei had already set up her own ghost den, just waiting for the right person to come in. Even if you don't break in, someone else will. After Mei died, her ghost den naturally disappeared. Wei Yiming explained slowly. Luo Chen and Lu Feihu nodded, indicating that this was the case. Then, Luo Chen raised his hand, turned the small glass bottle in his hand, and asked, "What is this repair fluid you just mentioned?
Is it a panacea?" Wei Yiming laughed and said, "What a ridiculous panacea. You think this is a fantasy novel?" He then went on to explain, "This is a man-made taboo." Forbidden items? Luo Chen and Lu Feihu asked in unison.
They had never heard of the term. Over 100 years ago, our world was affected by the resurgence of a mysterious force, which unleashed the spiritual world and spiritual power within our minds, allowing us to awaken various extraordinary powers and become extraordinary beings with special abilities. However, it's not just us humans who are affected by that mysterious power, everything in the world is affected as well. Some of these things have undergone long periods of change, acquiring extraordinary special abilities. These things that have undergone these special changes are what we call forbidden objects. Forbidden objects are like the magic weapons described in fantasy novels. When activated artificially, they can unleash extremely dangerous destructive power as well as abilities that are beneficial to humans. Over the past 100 years, humans have discovered over 300 forbidden objects with various abilities. Based on the destructive power and range of influence these forbidden objects have demonstrated, a ranking table has been created. We can then use the ranking of the taboo items to determine the degree of harm they cause. Wei Yiming said patiently, then glanced at the bottle in Luo Chen's hand and continued.
However, taboo objects don't just appear naturally. 26. Wei Yiming's purpose.
More than a decade ago, after nearly 100 years of research, researchers at the Supernormal Academy headquarters created the first man-made forbidden object.
Wei Yiming continued.
Over the past decade or so, researchers have created dozens of artificial taboo objects. Most of them are beneficial to humans, such as the repair fluid, ranked 312 that I just gave you. It can completely repair damaged tissues and organs, but this repair process is conditional. If the damage is too severe, the effect of the repair fluid will be minimal.
Luo Chen and Lu Feihu were listening intently.
The former thought, well, the original owner was just a student after all, and his understanding of this world was still too one-sided. It seems that this world is far more complicated and exciting than he imagined.
At the same time, Luo Chen caught a key point. Why did the night watchman Wei Yiming tell these things to the two high school students? Luo Chen frowned slightly, looked at Wei Yiming and said, "Tell me, what is your purpose in telling us this?"
Wei Yiming was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud.
"Little brother, what purpose could I have? These things are not secrets. If you ask, I will tell you. This is normal, right? Yes, isn't this normal? What is Luo Ge thinking about?"
Lu Feihu thought to himself, looking at Luo Chen with the same confusion.
Luo Chen smiled lightly. "Yes, this is indeed normal, but I think there are a few things about you that are not normal." "Oh? What do you mean? Tell me."
Wei Yiming stood up straight, lowered his head to adjust his suit, and looked at Luo Chen with interest.
"First of all, you appeared in time to save me when my soul was being sucked away. It was such a coincidence. It made me feel like you were silently observing us and waiting for the right moment to come out. Then, after you killed the demon, the first thing you asked wasn't if I was seriously injured, but rather, out of nowhere, if I wanted to be as cool as you. Then, the most crucial point, how do you know I'm a high school student? Plus what you just said to us, putting all these points together, I immediately have an idea that you are deliberately approaching us, or in other words, you know us." After Luo Chen finished speaking, he stared at Wei Yiming closely. Although the other party saved him and healed his injuries, if there was a purpose behind this, Luo Chen would feel a little uncomfortable. Therefore, he must find out what purpose this night watchman named Wei Yiming has for him and Lu Feihu. After hearing Luo Chen's analysis, Wei Yiming's eyes lit up, he smiled helplessly, and then said, "As expected of someone who has awakened divine powers, your intelligence is truly admirable. Luo Chen, you truly are a genius. You really do know me." Luo Chen asked, "So, what's your purpose in approaching us?"
Wei Yiming grinned and said directly,
"It's nothing, actually. I just want you to join us, the night watchman." "What?"
Lu Feihu on the side reacted even more violently than Luo Chen and exclaimed in surprise.
As expected of Luo Ge, someone actually asked him to join the night watch. I was so envious. Lu Feihu felt so helpless and furious. Why did he only awaken an F-level superpower? Why?
Luo Chen squatted down, sat on the leather sofa, and asked curiously. Even though Luo Chen did not have a detailed understanding of the night watchman, he at least understood one thing: he had only awakened divine abilities, and his current spiritual realm was only the lowest level, the spring realm. He should not be recruited by an organization like the Night Watchman. Although Luo Chen knew that his future achievements were destined to be extraordinary, at least for him at the moment, joining the Night Watch seemed to be of little use. Wei Yiming glanced at Luo Chen and his expression suddenly became serious. Luo Chen, I know you haven't lost your memory of that day at school. So, based on what happened at school, I think with your intelligence, you should be able to realize that aliens have infiltrated our human race long ago, pretending to be humans, and then waited for the right opportunity to strangle those talented young men and women who awaken high-level superpowers in the cradle. We've verified this in other cities across the Federation. Aliens hiding among humans have begun to surface one after another, and there have been incidents of aliens massacring students in multiple schools. And we inferred a very scary result. When Wei Yiming said this, his eyebrows, as sharp as blades, were tightly furrowed. After a pause, he continued. We speculate that the infiltration of alien races may be far more terrifying than we imagined. It's not just schools, but all areas where humans are active. There is a high probability that alien races are present. In other words, many of us humans are disguised as aliens. The alien races may very well be about to go to war with humans. In the dimly lit room, the three of them fell silent at the same time, and the air seemed to freeze at this moment. Are the alien races going to go to war with humans? It has been 110 years since the last full-scale war. It was originally a historical event, but now it is happening in reality? After a moment of silence, Luo Chen said softly. So, facing the war that could come at any time, you Night Watchmen have already made preliminary plans. For example, you want to bring people like me who have awakened high-level superpowers into the Night Watchmen and provide guidance and training to prepare for the future overall combat power of the human race? 27. I just want to be quiet. Wei Yiming looked at Luo Chen quietly and said slowly. Yes, facing the danger that may come at any time, we, as the guardians of the human race, must prepare in advance. Okay, I understand. Let me think about it. Luo Chen nodded slightly and fell into deep thought. He was not surprised as to why Wei Yiming knew that his memory had not been erased. Because there was another night watchman named Yu Xing with Wei Yiming that day. And Yu Xing seems to be the brother of the school beauty by Xin. Then this thing can be connected. As for joining the night watch. What are you talking about? Lu Feihu looked at the two people who were in deep thought with a confused look on his face. What happened at school? Why are aliens going to war with humans? Also, aliens pretending to be humans? What the hell is going on here? At this moment, Lu Feihu, who was confused, suddenly felt that he might have missed something. There are stupid fruits on the stupid tree, and Lu Feihu under the stupid tree. Wei Yiming and Luo Chen ignored Fat Tiger's questions and did not respond. The former stared at Luo Chen silently, waiting for his answer, looking a little nervous. This was a task specifically assigned to him by Li Feng, the leader of Night Watch 007. If he didn't complete it, he might not get his full salary this month. Since Lu Feihu didn't get an answer, he could only pout in disappointment and silently look at Luo Chen, who was thinking. The next moment, Luo Chen looked at Wei Yiming and said slowly, Sorry, I don't want to join the Night Watch. At least for now, Luo Chen is unwilling to join the Night Watchman because he has not yet completed the task instructions given by the system. Luo Chen, who came to this world and lived a new life, did not have any lofty ambitions or ideals. He just wanted to quietly complete the system's instructions, make himself stronger, live a good life in this cruel alien world, and be able to protect the important people around him. Enjoy the life you never enjoyed in your previous life. That's all. From an orphan to the center of attention in an instant, Luo Chen cherishes all of this. Join the Night Watch? Fight against dangerous aliens? Become a hero? The word hero is too far away for Luo Chen. Well, Luo Chen really admired what the Night Watchman did. After all, he was just an 18-year-old boy, and those passionate moments would ignite him. However, as a member of the time-traveling army, how could Luo Chen not understand that staying low and developing is the right thing to do, okay? Asking him to do such a dangerous job, he refuses to do it even if you pay him more. Lu Feihu looked at Luo Chen in shock, roaring in his heart, Luo Ge, I know you like to show off, but can you please distinguish between the occasion and the situation? Night Watchmen are very cool, okay? You, just going to refuse like that? Wei Yiming was only slightly surprised, as if he had expected Luo Chen to say this. He said, There's nothing to be sorry about. The choice you make is your right.
I'm just curious.
You're a genius who has awakened god-level superpowers.
Your path is destined to be extraordinary. Why don't you come to us Night Watchers and use your abilities in the most appropriate way? Luo Chen chuckled. Is joining the Night Watch the right path? I don't think so.
I'm not that noble, not that great, to consider protecting the safety of all mankind as my duty. I just want to use my own abilities to do what I want to do and to protect those I want to protect.
This is what I believe is the right path. Wei Yiming pondered for a long time and laughed bitterly. Ha, kid, I knew it. When I asked you if you wanted to be as cool as me, you said no. I guess that my invitation to you to join the Night Watch would probably be scrapped.
After finishing speaking, Wei Yiming took out a business card from his bag and handed it to Luo Chen.
This is my business card.
If you regret it later, please contact me.
Luo Chen took the business card, looked at it, and then said with a smile.
What you just said actually has nothing to do with me joining the Night Watch.
I just simply think that you're not cool. Oh? What's that called? Wei Yiming asked curiously. You are a fool. Luo Chen said. Wei Yiming.
It turns out that the behavior that I thought was very cool just now was just stupid in the eyes of the young man in front of me? At this moment, Wei Yiming felt as if he had suffered tens of thousands of critical hits and began to doubt himself. At the same time, he suddenly realized something, like being struck by lightning.
Could it be that, in Ziyuan's heart, I'm just a fool? So, for 2 years, she hasn't given me any response? Yes, that's right, that's probably the reason. I was just trying to look cool, thinking that would make her interested in me and have a good impression of me. Wrong, totally wrong. Ziyuan must think that I only know how to act cool, and am not serious at all, like a fool.
A brainstorm started in Wei Yiming's mind, and his heart was in turmoil. At this moment, he suddenly realized that his behavior in front of her in the past 2 years was really shameful.
Ah!
Wei Yiming roared in shame in his heart. At this time, Luo Chen had no idea that he had just destroyed the self-confidence of an infatuated man because of his words.
He said to Wei Yiming. By the way, I have another question for you.
As soon as he said that, he saw Wei Yiming's expression change, and then he jumped out of the window without even looking back. Wei Yiming, whose defenses were broken, just wanted to be quiet.
Luo Chen? Lu Feihu? Upper Town.
Colorful neon light waves are rippling among the towering steel jungle.
The roads between the high-rise buildings crisscross like giant neon dragons.
Under the starry sky,
the prosperity of the modern city is blooming.
A towering skyscraper reaches into the sky, like a link between heaven and earth. This building is the headquarters of the Bai family in Mianqing, the Bai Group. At this time, the office building in the middle of the building was lit with overtime lights, symbolizing busy work.
I wonder how many ordinary people are struggling to survive there.
But at the bottom of this building is another luxurious life with bright lights and feasting. The Bai Group building is surrounded by low buildings several stories high, and narrow streets connect these buildings like a spider web.
The layout is very similar to the old town. But this place is not as dilapidated in vicissitudes as the old city.
On the contrary, this is the largest nightlife district in Mianqing, filled with the smell of alcohol and hormones.
Inside the Rose Bar,
in the center of the dance floor, a dancer was twisting her waist seductively. The area was crowded with men and women who were dancing and shouting to release their stress.
9999 private room.
A woman sat in the shadow of the lamp, her features completely obscured by the slowly rising white smoke. In front of her, 5 men in their 30s lowered their heads slightly, standing respectfully, not daring to glance at the woman.
You said, a young man who awakened god-level supernatural powers beat you like this?
A woman's voice came from the shadows. One of the men, whose face was covered with gauze, quickly responded.
Yes, boss, that guy is a transcendent.
The 5 of us are no match for him.
He simply doesn't take us spades seriously. Okay, get out of here. If you can't even do this little thing, what's the point of keeping you?
The woman's tone was very flat, and it was impossible to tell her emotions at the moment, but it made the 5 men in front of her tremble. They hurriedly bent down and bowed to the woman, then left the private room in shame.
In the private room, only women are left. The woman's voice sounded again.
Ing, help me check what kind of boy that is and bring him to me alive. The woman seemed to be talking to herself, or to someone who didn't exist.
28, it started to rain.
In a dark alley, the neon lights stop here.
5 men were walking side by side. Boss, do you think the boss will make the decision for us minions? TSK.
Of course, the boss wouldn't tolerate someone slapping her in the face. The boss's methods will definitely make that brat suffer a fate worse than death.
Yes, yes, yes. Hey, boss, have you ever seen the boss's true face? Ha, who am I to see the boss's true face?
But I heard that the boss is incredibly beautiful, wow. Suddenly, the voices of the 5 men who were discussing stopped abruptly. They stared vigilantly at the dark shadows ahead.
One of them yelled, "Who is it?"
It was quiet in the darkness and no one responded to him.
Just as they were hesitating to move forward to find out what was going on,
a figure appeared vaguely in the shadows at the end and walked towards them.
"Who are you? What are you doing here?" they asked again. But the figure just walked forward quietly without answering them. "Old 4, go take a look," one person ordered.
The tallest man took a step forward and slowly leaned forward.
Just then, the figure finally spoke softly. "You guys deserve to die."
The moment he finished speaking, the man who was leading the charge felt his feet go empty, as if he had lost gravity. Then, he felt a shadow flash before his eyes, and his heart was pierced by a silver steel pipe, and blood gushed out.
"Old 4, what's going on up ahead?"
Because the alley was too dark, the people behind had no idea that the 4th brother they were talking about had gone to see the king of hell. The dark alley is like a huge mouth of the abyss, waiting for its prey to take the bait. The only response they received was the quiet night. And a bunch of deadly steel pipes.
Just a moment.
5 men were killed on the spot by steel pipes piercing their chests.
In the darkness, a weak female voice sounded. "Dad, you can rest in peace." On the morning of June 10th, suburbs of Miancheng,
there was a light rain falling from the sky, breaking up the hot air. Luo Chen stood in front of a tombstone, holding a bunch of white chrysanthemums in his hands. Mother Xiaowan pulled out a tall weed next to the grave with her hands, then half knelt in front of the tombstone, staring at the black and white photo on it in a daze. After a moment, she wiped the dust off the tombstone with her hands and said sadly,
"Yunhui, my son and I are here to see you."
Luo Chen stepped forward, placed the white chrysanthemum in front of the tombstone, and said,
"Dad, I'm here to see you."
Xiaowan pulled Luo Chen's sleeve and asked him to half squat like her.
Then she glanced at Luo Chen and continued to speak to the photo on the tombstone. "Yunhui, I have good news for you.
Our son has awakened a god-level supernatural power.
With his talent, he will definitely be admitted to the Extraordinary Academy.
Yunhui, today marks the 10th anniversary of our separation.
Time flies.
It's already been a full 10 years.
Yunhui."
Luo Chen listened quietly to his mother and dead father chatting about family matters, a trace of sadness appearing in his eyes. Suddenly, he realized something very important.
If he went to the Extraordinary Academy,
then his mother Xiaowan in this life would be left alone in this city, helpless. He had offended the Black Spade Society, and they would definitely send someone to take revenge.
If I leave, Xiaowan's personal safety will definitely be threatened.
As I said, Luo Chen, who traveled through time and space to live a new life, his original intention was to protect the most important people around him. He was terrified of losing his mother in this life, and then being left alone again, facing endless loneliness in the cold night. However, with his current strength, it is difficult to do this. Luo Chen frowned and was deep in thought. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. The 3 words "night watchman" slowly emerged in his mind.
Since I can't do it myself, I can use the help of others. Well, nothing wrong.
Thinking of this, Luo Chen stood up, hid aside, picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number. A voice soon came from the other end of the phone.
"What?
Boy, do you regret it?"
Luo Chen smiled helplessly. "Can I ask you to do me a favor?"
The raindrops from the sky fell rapidly.
Luo Chen put his hand on Xiaowan's shoulder and said, "Mom, it's raining heavily, let's go back."
A crystal tear streak flowed down Xiaowan's face. She stroked Luo Yunhui's black and white photo again, then slowly stood up.
"Yunhui, goodbye." Thunder surged, and Luo Chen held up a blue-purple umbrella for his mother.
The figures of the two gradually disappeared in the cemetery filled with graves.
Just a minute after they left,
in front of Luo Yunhui's grave stood a figure wearing a black windbreaker, with his entire face hidden under the coat. The figure also held a bunch of white chrysanthemums in his hand. He squatted down and placed the white chrysanthemums in front of the tombstone. Brother Hui, I didn't expect your son to be this big already, and even awaken God-level supernatural powers. You should rest in peace in your grave.
Don't worry, your son is my son. I will do my best to help him. 50 kilometers south of Miancheng. Forbidden Area number 13. An endless forest covers the vast plain.
Under the wash of rain, the forest raised gray mist into the sky.
The whole forest looks like the Amazon rainforest. But the plants in this forest are abnormally tall. Each plant seems to have undergone a mutation and is 3 times taller than a normal plant.
In particular, there is a huge tree in the middle of the forest that reaches into the sky.
Its crown is like a huge umbrella supporting the mountains. Shocking and majestic. There is a fairly large city surrounding the giant tree. Buildings of all sizes surround the giant trees. At this time,
on the crisscrossing streets of the city, there are strange-looking monsters walking around. As the monsters of various shapes walked, the ground trembled and echoed with low sounds. And above, clouds of colorful mist passed by. Mixed in the mist were sharp cries that made one's scalp tingle.
Their destination is the city center, the huge black palace just below the giant tree. Inside the palace, a giant over 2 meters tall holding a black scepter stood in front of the throne, looking down at the tens of thousands of alien species below.
The giant looks similar to a human, wearing a dark red robe, and looks like a wizard with dark magic. However, his pupils were one purple and one green, which looked very strange. The giant's lips moved slightly, and he spoke slowly.
Sha.
The sound was like a distant and high-pitched bell, echoing in the huge palace. When the various alien species heard this word, they all raised their hands and shouted excitedly.
Sha. Sha. Sha.
The grand sound seemed to be about to overturn the dome of the palace. The giant before the throne raised his black scepter. The palace suddenly became quiet.
The giant spoke again. Everyone.
The time has come for the alien races. It's time to settle our scores with the human race.
29, Night Watch Headquarters Transfer Order. At the edge of the towering buildings, there is a long alley.
One side of the alley is filled with colorful neon lights, while the other side is shrouded in the pitch-black night, with only a few scattered lights visible. This alley is the famous dividing line between the upper and lower urban areas of Miancheng, Yingxin Road. It is said that after walking this road, you will welcome a new beginning. At this time, number 100 Yingxin Road.
The 5 big characters Fong Fong Malatang were lit on the old sign.
There were tables and chairs at the door of the store, but no one was there. At a table in the store, 2 men sat facing each other.
One of them was wearing a dark blue suit and sitting upright.
Opposite him was a middle-aged man wearing a vest, shorts, and flip-flops. The middle-aged man held the cigarette between 2 fingers, took a deep puff, and exhaled a large cloud of gray smoke. The next moment, a middle-aged woman in an apron came out of the kitchen carrying a large pot of spicy hot pot. Then they placed it on the table for both of them.
The man in the suit looked up at the middle-aged woman and said, "Thank you, sister-in-law, hee hee."
The middle-aged man opposite shook off the ash from his cigarette and grinned. "Yiming, how long has it been since you came to eat your sister-in-law's spicy hot pot?" Wei Yiming inhaled the aroma of the spicy hot pot, picked up his chopsticks impatiently and started eating, then replied vaguely. "It seems like it's been more than half a year." After Li Feng put out the cigarette in the ashtray, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. After eating 2 bites, he looked at Wei Yiming in front of him and said, "The guy who awakened God-level supernatural powers that Yu Xing recommended to me, did he agree?" Hearing this, Wei Yiming paused in picking up the food and said guiltily,
No. Li Feng was surprised. "What? There are high school students who don't want to join us, the night watchman?" According to Li Feng's understanding, he knew that most high school students in the Federation now admired the night watchman. That's why he was surprised and astonished that Luo Chen refused to join the night watch. Li Feng continued to ask, "Yiming, tell me, what's going on with that kid?" Wei Yiming swallowed a piece of pork tenderloin, licked his lips covered with chili oil, and then roughly repeated what Luo Chen said to Li Feng. After listening, Li Feng smiled slightly and said, "Haha, this kid is quite interesting." Suddenly, Li Feng changed the subject and said to Wei Yiming dissatisfiedly, "Yiming, you didn't complete this mission. 10 days' salary will be deducted." Wei Yiming said aggrievedly, "Team leader, this guy was recommended by Yu Xing, why don't you let him recruit?"
Yuxing has his own mission, Li Feng said calmly.
Why? Do you have any complaints?
Seeing Li Feng's serious face, Wei Yiming immediately shook his head. I have no complaints, team leader.
If you have no complaints, eat quickly. Li Feng glared at Wei Yiming.
The latter immediately buried his head in eating. After a moment, Wei Yiming suddenly remembered something and said to Li Feng, Team leader, there's something else I need to report to you.
Li Feng nodded and signaled him to continue. Luo Chen offended the Black Spade Society in Upper City.
He's afraid that his mother will be retaliated against by the Black Spade Society after he goes to the Extraordinary Academy, so he asked us to help protect his mother.
Wei Yiming said slowly. What does this guy think of us night watchmen? Our duty is to wipe out the aliens, not to be someone else's bodyguards. Li Feng looked a little angry.
That kid said that if we help protect his mother, he will consider joining us after he officially becomes a student of the Western Supernatural Academy.
Wei Yiming said while eating. Li Feng raised his eyebrows. Oh, interesting, is this guy negotiating terms with us? Wei Yiming spread his hands helplessly.
Now in his mind, his impression of Luo Chen is not only that he is smart, but also that he is cunning.
Then did you agree to him? Li Feng asked.
No, I said I would ask the team leader for instructions.
Wei Yiming replied.
Li Feng slowly put down his chopsticks, and then picked up the cigarette but that he had extinguished in the ashtray. The strange thing is that the cigarette but that had been extinguished suddenly returned to its original state when it was first lit.
It's like getting a new cigarette. He pondered for a moment and then said, well, sure.
I'll go say hello to the boss of the Spade Society, Red Rain Nut.
Li Feng took a puff of cigarette and asked doubtfully. Why is that kid so determined to become a student at the Western Supernatural Academy?
Since when did we, the Night Watchmen, become less attractive than the Supernatural Academy?
What can those academics who only do research and theory but have little practical experience teach us?
At this point, Li Feng suddenly remembered something and said to Wei Yiming, who was busy eating.
By the way, headquarters has sent a transfer order.
This year, the entrance examination for new students at the Western Supernormal Academy will be jointly handled by all members of our 007 team and the Academy's instructors.
Wei Yiming looked up and looked at the team leader Li Feng in surprise. Really? Team leader, why?
The next second, he suddenly realized something and said slowly.
Could it be because of the aliens that infiltrated the school and massacred students some time ago? Li Feng nodded. Yes, the alien race is lurking in human society and plotting secretly.
The safety of the human race has been seriously threatened.
The Night Watch leaders have realized this.
Before the alien race can launch a full-scale attack at any time, they must expedite the professional and rigorous training of those new transcendents who have awakened their superpowers. We, the Night Watchmen, are always at the forefront of the fight against alien races. This task naturally falls on us. And, this year, it's not just the Western Supernatural College that's affecting us.
The other 4 colleges are all like this. After hearing Li Feng's words, Wei Yiming's expression became serious and heavy. He asked, Team leader, who will be responsible for the safety of Nianqing after we leave?
During this period, Team 011 will temporarily take over our work.
Li Feng said. June 15th is the Academy's registration day. You should prepare well in the next few days. Then you can go to the Academy and contact the Dean. Wei Yiming was puzzled. What do you mean, team leader? We? What about you? I'm going to Forbidden Area number 13. Li Feng took a puff of cigarette. Is there a new task? Team leader, are you going alone? Wei Yiming asked. I'm just going to confirm one thing, don't ask any more questions. Oh. 30, go to the Western Supernormal Academy. In the evening of June 14th.
The light of day slowly faded away, and the darkness of night gradually crept up into the sky. The yellowish street lights in Taoyuan community lit up.
After dinner, Luo Chen locked himself in the bedroom.
He sat at his desk, looking at the message from Fat Tiger on his phone.
Luo Ge, I received an invitation from the Western Supernatural Academy.
Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. While feeling happy for Fat Tiger, I also secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Damn it, the invitation to the Extraordinary Academy finally arrived. I don't have to lie to Fat Tiger every day anymore. Ha! Fat Tiger has received the invitation, what about me? Luo Chen was confused and was about to ask Fat Tiger how he received the invitation. The doorbell suddenly rang at the front door. Luo Chen walked out of the bedroom and opened the door.
I saw a dark red object that looked like a letter floating strangely in the air.
Luo Chen leaned out of the door and found that there was no one in sight. Oh shit! Who rang the doorbell just now? Could it be that this thing pressed itself? Luo Chen looked down in surprise.
But suddenly, I found that a line of words slowly appeared on the object that looked like an envelope.
Invitation letter from Western Supernatural Academy. Ha, I didn't expect that the Extraordinary Academy would actually come to recruit students in person this year. However, there are no representatives. Did the invitation come by itself?
Luo Chen muttered to himself, picked up the invitation, closed the door and went back to his room, then knocked on his mother Xiaowan's bedroom door.
A few minutes later. Xiaochen, did you hear what I just said? Remember to bring enough clothes. The temperature will drop in a couple of days.
Be sure to bring 2 long-sleeved jackets.
Also, eat on time. You are growing taller now. This Extraordinary Academy is really weird.
They sent out invitations the night before registration.
What a rush! And why don't they allow us parents to accompany us? Xiaochen, when you arrive at the academy tomorrow, remember to call me and let me know you're safe.
Xiaowan stood at the door of Luo Chen's bedroom, talking non-stop.
Luo Chen nodded while packing his luggage, with a faint smile on his lips.
After spending a long time together, Luo Chen basically regarded Xiaowan as his own mother. Xiaowan's deep maternal love made him feel very lucky that he didn't become an orphan.
Mom, don't worry about me.
I can take good care of myself.
It's getting late. Go get some rest. I'll definitely call you the first thing I do when I get to the Extraordinary Academy tomorrow.
After Luo Chen packed his luggage, he put his hands on Xiaowan's shoulders, turned her around, and pushed her into the bedroom. Returning to his bedroom, Luo Chen closed the door and took out his cell phone, which showed a message from Wei Yiming.
Luo Chen, the team leader has agreed.
You don't have to worry about the spades.
They won. Take revenge on your mother.
Luo Chen smiled slightly, threw his phone away, and lay comfortably on the bed.
Then I said to the system in my heart, System, can you implant all the information about superpowers and the Transcendent Academy into my memory? Joke. Tomorrow we will go to the only 5 extraordinary academies in the Huaxia Federation. If you don't have any brains, you'll be confused and embarrassed.
Thinking of this, Luo Chen once again complained about the original owner who was a poor student with limited knowledge.
Ding. It's okay, host brother. Transferring information. Ding. Transfer complete. The moment the system sound ends,
Luo Chen felt that there were some new memories in his brain that he had not had before. He smiled with satisfaction.
Well, good, everything is ready, go to sleep.
The next morning, the red sun slowly climbed up the eastern horizon.
100 kilometers south of Niancheng.
On the desolate land, a pitch-black high-speed train broke through the morning mist like an arrow. From time to time, strange-looking creatures would rush out from both sides of the tracks, roaring and trying to jump onto the train, but they were all bounced away by a layer of transparent air shield on the surface of the train.
Inside carriage number 10.
Luo Chen sat by the window, looking at the barren land outside and the dilapidated towns that looked like the end of the world, and a sense of sadness welled up in his heart. In this world, ordinary humans can only live in cities protected by high walls. Outside the city is the endless wilderness, the territory of alien races and species.
Of course, there are still some humans surviving carefully in the wilderness. Lu Feihu beside him said to Luo Chen excitedly, Brother Luo, after I received the invitation letter from the Extraordinary Academy last night, I couldn't sleep the whole night.
No, our whole family couldn't sleep. I originally thought I had only awakened an F-level ability, and wondered if the Extraordinary Academy had given up on me. Unexpectedly, today I'm on the train to the academy with you.
I feel like all this is just a dream. Bang!
A crisp slap sounded, and Lu Feihu couldn't help but slap himself. Luo Chen, who was admiring the beautiful view outside the window, turned his head and stared at Lu Feihu in a daze.
Fat Tiger, are you okay? Hee Luo Ge, it's true, I'm not dreaming, hee.
Lu Feihu touched his chubby cheeks and smiled like a fool. Luo Chen shook his head helplessly and continued looking out the window.
Inside carriage number 1.
Bai Xian sat on a luxurious sofa, holding a glass of sweet juice, took a sip, and said to a beautiful woman in tight clothes next to her,
Sister Shangxiang, how long will it take us to get there?
The beautiful woman called Sister Shangxian lowered her body and replied,
Miss, it will take more than half an hour to get to the academy. Bai Xin nodded and looked out the window. Not far away, a cluster of hills surrounded a dense forest. Above the forest, huge bird-like creatures would occasionally burst out from the tall treetops and soar with their wings flapping. Bai Xin asked curiously, Sister Shangxian, what place is that? Also, what are those big birds?
The beautiful woman followed the gaze, looked out the window, and said with a smile,
Miss, those densely packed hills and the forest in the middle are forbidden area number 10.
Those large birds flying in the sky are green mountain falcons from the demon beast tribe.
They are one of the few alien species that are not hostile to us humans. Bai Xin nodded in sudden realization. In the next moment, with a loud roar, the train rushed into the tunnel. Forbidden area number 10 disappeared from Bai Xin's sight. But what she and everyone on the train didn't know was that just a few minutes after the train entered the tunnel, more than 20 kilometers north of forbidden area number 10, an endless black shadow surged towards forbidden area number 10 like a wave.
31, Senior Sister, you are so sexy. The darkness of the tunnel lasted only a moment. The high-speed train rushed out of the tunnel like a bullet. After exiting the tunnel, a huge green mountain stretches in the distance under the azure sky. Next to the green mountains is a lake with clear water like jade. Between the lake and the green hills, a building complex resembling an English castle sits halfway up the mountain. Blue roof, white walls, dreamy and mysterious. The train travels around the lake, as if it were straight out of a fairy tale.
In the carriage,
the young boys and girls who had never been to the extraordinary academy opened their eyes wide and admired the beautiful scenery.
Train G111 is a train that goes specifically to Super Extraordinary Academy.
This train carries high school students from several cities in the West. They all received invitations from the Extraordinary Academy last night.
However, this year almost half of the high schools experienced interracial massacres. There were obviously fewer students from Western Supernatural Academy boarding the train than before. Luo Chen in carriage number 10 looked through the window.
I saw the dreamlike castle in the distance rapidly enlarged in my pupils.
A few minutes later, the train entered the castle. Train G111 stops at a dedicated platform inside the castle. Luo Chen and Lu Feihu carried their luggage and walked on the platform with the crowd. During this period, they also met some classmates from Mianqing number 6 middle school. A moment later, Luo Chen and his group followed the instructions and came to a huge square that looked like the ancient Roman Colosseum. At this time,
the square was filled with high school students from various cities in the West. There were huge crowds of people and it was very lively. Some people gathered together, whispering about something, while others stared at the pretty ladies passing by with lustful eyes, secretly rating their looks, and some even used their supernatural powers to start competing. At the end of one side of the square is a row of temporary sign-in areas. There were already quite a few people lining up in several long queues there. At this time, several people around Luo Chen were discussing.
Hey, do you guys know why our high school was closed? Huh? The school was closed? I didn't know that. By the way, do you feel like you've lost some of your memory? My Defa, do you feel the same way?
Luo Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard these words. As he hadn't had his memory erased, he had the answers to their questions in his heart.
Luo Ge, let's go sign in too. Lu Feihu beside him said to Luo Chen with anticipation.
Just then, a girl's voice sounded behind them.
Luo Chen, Lu Feihu. Hearing this, Luo Chen and Lu Feihu turned around at the same time. Then, their pupils shrank and their mouths opened in surprise.
Why is she here?
What? Don't you recognize me?
Zhou Shaoqing smiled and walked quickly towards Luo Chen and the others.
Zhou Shaoqing? Lu Feihu hesitated for a while and said uncertainly. Yes, it's me.
Zhou Shaoqing, who had already come to the two of them, nodded. Luo Chen looked at Zhou Shaoqing, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He discovered that Zhou Shaoqing now exuded a mature and free-spirited temperament. This kind of temperament can only be possessed by those who have experienced suffering and seen through the world.
Luo Chen couldn't help but recall Zhou Shaoqing's back as she left with her father's body that day. He couldn't help but ask. Zhou Shaoqing, your father? Zhou Shaoqing replied calmly.
I buried my father on the small hill in my hometown that he always loved to visit.
It's full of colorful flowers and it's very beautiful. He should sleep peacefully. I heard Zhou Shaoqing say these words calmly and easily. Luo Chen and Lu Feihu both felt a little uncomfortable. The latter suddenly remembered something and asked Zhou Shaoqing. So, what did you mean by murder? Yes, I have killed those people from the Spade Society who beat my father to death. Zhou Shaoqing said softly, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, Luo Chen and Lu Feihu frowned slightly, feeling mixed emotions. What kind of cruel world is this that forces a girl who just turned 18 to kill someone? Zhou Shaoqing saw the two people suddenly silent, just smiled lightly, and said calmly. Oh my god, what are you two doing with those expressions? They look uglier than if you had eaten shit. For me, it's all over. Okay, stop standing there, let's go sign in. After saying that, Zhou Shaoqing patted Luo Chen and Lu Feihu's arms generously. The two silent people smiled in relief after hearing Zhou Shaoqing's words and stopped being pretentious. Lu Feihu smiled foolishly and said, Yeah, it's all over. Let's go sign in. After Luo Chen looked at Zhou Shaoqing deeply, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The three of them lined up at one of the sign-in counters at the end of the square. The Extraordinary Academy only has a 2-year degree program. The second-year students are responsible for signing in. They were very efficient and soon it was Luo Chen and the others' turn. The person who registered and signed in Luo Chen and his teen was a sweet-looking senior student. After seeing Luo Chen's face that was comparable to Wu Yanzu, the senior student's tired eyes suddenly lit up. She stared at Luo Chen with shining eyes and said gently, Hello, Junior, please take out your invitation. Luo Chen took out the dark red invitation letter from his trouser pocket. The senior student slowly stretched out her hand, and when she took the invitation, she inadvertently touched the back of Luo Chen's hand with her fingers. Then he glanced at Luo Chen with a look that he thought was affectionate and seductive. As a mature veteran driver, how could Luo Chen not know the senior sister's little thoughts? He suddenly smiled slyly and said to the senior, Senior sister, you are so sexy. Hey, I like it very much. Senior? The sweet senior sister was a little overwhelmed by Luo Chen's sudden dirty talk. She stammered and said, Junior, what were you talking about? Luo Chen smiled evilly and said, Senior sister, you know what I mean. Hearing this, I don't know what the senior sister was thinking about, her pretty face flushed and she immediately lowered her head. She never expected that she just wanted to tease the handsome junior in front of her. But he was teased by his junior. The blushing senior student ignored Luo Chen. She placed Luo Chen's invitation on the table and lightly touched it with her finger. The invitation letter projects a small screen of light upwards like a projector. The light screen displayed Luo Chen's photo and all his information, including his ability level and name. God level supernatural power. After reading Luo Chen's message, the sweet senior sister opened her mouth wide. She glanced at Luo Chen again with fiery eyes. 32, Forbidden Area number 10. Senior, have you registered yet? Luo Chen looked at his sweet senior sister who had become dazed with a proud look on his face. Alas, there is nothing I can do about it, since I am the Wu Yanzu of Niancheng. Plus the blessing of God-level supernatural powers. I just arrived at the Extraordinary Academy, and a senior student is obsessed with me. This is really helpless. Okay, Junior, welcome to the Extraordinary Academy. The senior returned the invitation to Luo Chen and continued. Junior, your dormitory number is 311. After you put your luggage away, remember to gather at the Apocalypse Hall. Several deans will hold a welcome ceremony for you there. Okay, thank you, senior sister. Luo Chen took the invitation and said with a smile. Then he cast a coquettish glance at the sweet senior classmate, just like the senior classmate had done to him before. The senior student shuddered involuntarily. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, oh my god, the students in this class are so open-minded. Luo Chen glanced at the senior sister's expression and stepped aside with a smirk on his face. Lu Feihu behind saw everything. Damn it! As expected of Luo Gu, he is so sexy. He hooked up with such a sweet senior sister just after arriving at the Super Extraordinary Academy. Lu Feihu walked forward and placed his invitation on the table. Then the senior student tapped it gently as before. Lu Feihu's photo and all his information appeared.
However, after the senior sister finished reading Lu Feihu's message, her warm smile suddenly turned cold. Without even raising her head, she said to Lu Feihu indifferently, "Dormitory 311, next." Lu Feihu? After taking back the invitation, Lu Feihu stood silently with Luo Chen. Then, he pointed at the senior sister with an exaggerated expression and said to Luo Chen speechlessly, "Isn't this senior too superficial?" Luo Chen suppressed his laughter, patted Lu Feihu's shoulder with a serious expression, and comforted him. "It's okay, fatty. We won't bother with those superficial women." Lu Feihu nodded in agreement. At the same time, Zhou Xiaoqing's sign-in was also over. However, when the senior student saw that Zhou Xiaoqing's ability was S-level, her expression became enthusiastic again. Lu Feihu, who was standing aside and witnessing all this, put on the mask of pain again. What made him even more devastated was Zhou Xiaoqing actually imitated Luo Chen, patted Lu Feihu on the shoulder, and said, "It's okay, fatty. We won't bother with those superficial women." Lu Feihu, oh. Luo Chen couldn't hold it back any longer and laughed out loud, ha ha. Zhou Xiaoqing pursed her lips and looked at the two people's completely different expressions, then smiled softly. Then, after signing in, the three of them walked towards the college dormitory area together. Western Supernatural Academy, in the dean's office. Except for team leader Li Feng, all members of Team 007 sat on the dark leather sofa, seemingly waiting for something. A moment later, the office door was opened. An old man wearing a gray ancient gown and with half black and half white hair walked in. This old man is none other than the dean of the Western Supernatural Academy, Qin Huaishan, and he is also a supernatural being of the heavenly realm. Although Dean Qin Huaishan looks like an old man, but his eyes, as deep as the sky, revealed an indescribable deterrent power. And behind Xinhuai Mountain, following him was a middle-aged man in black training clothes and a young woman in a colorful cheongsam. Both of them are vice presidents of the Extraordinary Academy. The man's name is Zhang Qi and the woman's name is Luo Xiaoyu. Both of them are at the Sea Realm. Wei Yiming and others stood up when they saw the dean come in. Everyone, please feel free to take a seat." Qin Huaishan waved his hand and sat down behind the desk. The two vice presidents sat on two armchairs on the side. Qin Huaishan glanced at Wei Yiming and the others, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Team 007, for coming to assist our school with the admission assessment for new students this year." "Dean, what are you talking about? We are here just on orders. It's not a question of gratitude." Wei Yiming responded with a smile. Xiaoya, who was wearing a black sexy outfit and looked like a catwoman, said, "Dean, we're actually very happy to be able to participate in the assessment of the freshmen this year." Yu Xing and Ning Ziyuan also nodded in agreement. Qin Huaishan stroked his long white beard and suddenly asked, Why isn't your team leader here?" "Dean, our team leader has a task. He will come over after he finishes it," Wei Yiming explained. Qin Huaishan nodded, and his expression became serious. "Everyone, I think you all know why we asked you to come here this year, right?" Everyone in Team 007 nodded silently. "Okay, let's discuss how to implement the admission assessment this year," Qin Huaishan said. The so-called admission assessment. It is the final test for the freshmen who have received invitations from the 5 extraordinary academies. Only by meeting the assessment standards can one officially become a student of the Extraordinary Academy and receive the Academy's supernatural training and resource allocation. Otherwise, you can only pack up and go home to do what you need to do. After all, superpowers are not the only weapon to survive in this cruel and dangerous world. Spirit, will, courage, wisdom, character, etc. These are all indispensable weapons for human survival. Yu Xing, who was wearing a baseball cap, said in surprise, "Dean, isn't the college's admission assessment the same every year?" Qin Huaishan shook his head. "The situation is different this year and we have to make changes." "How to change it?" Ning Ziyuan asked with a frown. Vice Dean Zhang Qi, who was sitting on the imperial chair, said slowly, "We can't continue to let the freshmen fight alien races in a fantasy world like before. The situation this year is different. We must make the freshmen feel more genuinely the reality and uncertainty of fighting alien races. So, we've decided that this year's entrance exam will involve the freshmen engaging in actual combat with aliens." Hearing this, all members of Team 007 fell into deep thought.
After a while, Yu Xing asked, "How is the actual combat?" Vice President Luo Xiaoyu suddenly smiled and said,
"We haven't started planning yet, so the dean asked us all to discuss it together."
"Actual combat?" Wei Yiming raised his head after deep thought and said, "That's easy. Just take all the freshmen out into the wilderness. There are so many alien races out there, we can have some actual combat." After hearing Wei Yiming's suggestion, the other members of the group nodded. Deputy Dean Zhang Qi shook his head and said,
"No, the wilderness is too dangerous.
"There are too many variables.
Although actual combat in the wilderness will indeed better assess the freshman's abilities, we are afraid of encountering accidents and dangers that could lead to death. As you all know, the situation this year is different.
We must preserve humanity's extraordinary combat power and cannot make unnecessary sacrifices." After hearing this, Qin Huaishan nodded and said, "Yes, Vice President Zhang makes a lot of sense." After saying that,
he looked at Zhang Qi thoughtfully, then asked,
"Vice President Zhang, have you come up with a specific solution?"
As soon as these words were spoken,
everyone in the office looked at Zhang Qi.
Zhang Qi smiled slightly and said,
"Dean Qin really has a keen eye. Yes, I did think of a way.
We can find a place that's not too dangerous and has a lower level of aliens as the training ground for the freshmen. Then, the Night Watch 007 team and the Academy instructors will work together to provide protection around us. This way, there will be very few accidents."
"But where can we find a place like this?" Xiaoya, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly asked. Everyone fell into deep thought again. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoyu said, "Hey, I actually thought of such a place." Hearing this, everyone else in the office looked at Luo Xiaoyu.
Even Qin Huaishan stroked his beard with interest and asked softly,
"Vice President Luo, where is the place you are talking about?" Luo Xiaoyu smiled. "Forbidden Area Number 10. 33, River Realm. Dormitory 311. Oh my gosh.
Brother Luo, look, the dormitory at the Extraordinary Academy is different.
Brand new bedsheets, toiletries, and even the corridor outside is carpeted. It's like a high-end hotel."
Lu Feihu was like a country bumpkin entering the city, looking around curiously.
"Tisk Fat Tiger, can you please stop embarrassing me? Look at how ignorant you are."
Luo Chen sat on his bed and said with a look of contempt.
However, although he said this, he was actually shocked by the gorgeous decoration of the dormitory building of the Extraordinary Academy. Compared with his previous high school dormitory, it was a world of difference.
After hanging the clothes in the backpack neatly in the closet, Luo Chen took out his cell phone and called his mother Xiaowan.
10 minutes later,
after Luo Chen said, "Mom, I know," more than a dozen times in a row, Xiaowan finally hung up the phone reluctantly. Although Luo Chen felt helpless, he felt very warm in his heart.
But compared to Luo Chen's calmness, Lu Feihu, who was also calling his family to report his safety, looked impatient.
Luo Chen had an urge to beat this unfilial son to death.
Just then, the system's queenly voice suddenly rang in Luo Chen's mind. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the command and gaining a replica value of plus 1000. Hearing this kind voice, Luo Chen was delighted at first, then he asked doubtfully in his heart.
System, I remember that new students have to pass the entrance examination before they can be considered official students, right? I haven't become an official student yet, so why can I complete the mission instructions? Host brother, in the last mission instruction I gave you, this system didn't seem to mention the word official, right? So?
Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, okay, system, you still know how to play it.
Wait. Good. The system is finally reliable. Luo Chen felt very happy and then brought up his attribute panel. Name, Luo Chen male, 18 years old, from Wuyanzu, Niancheng. Physical fitness, 300 weak, 1 leaf, 3 thorns.
Spiritual power, 2500 late spring realm, quickly drained.
Superpower, Thunderfall God level. Replica value, 1000. Command, no task command has been triggered yet, current cumulative completed command 2.
After browsing his attributes, Luo Chen suddenly realized that he had not opened this light curtain for a long time. He quickly recalled the function of the replica value.
1. Increase your physical and mental strength. 2. Randomly draw superpowers below the God level. 3. Copy other people's abilities and enhance them. Luo Chen asked the system. System, how many replica points are needed to randomly draw a superpower?
Extracting an F level ability requires 1000, an E level requires 2000, a D level requires 3000, a C level requires 4000, and so on. Hearing this, Luo Chen frowned slightly. He had just planned to draw another superpower before the admission examination to increase his trump card. But I didn't expect that the 1000 replica points I just got could only draw an F level. We already have a system who would still care about F level superpowers.
No.
To be more precise, if you have abilities below level A, don't get involved.
Luo Chen thought about it and continued to ask. System, how much power points are needed to replicate someone else's power?
Host brother, copying other people's abilities is the same as randomly drawing abilities.
Just pretend I didn't ask.
Luo Chen complained in his heart. Forget it, system, assign me a replication value, 500 for mental strength and 500 for physical strength.
Okay, host brother. Ding. Allocation completed. The moment the system sound ends, Luo Chen could clearly feel that drastic changes were beginning to take place in the spiritual world within his brain. The spring that originally bubbled out spiritual power was slowly cracking and extending outward. A small river flowing with spiritual power is formed in the spiritual world. Through introspection, Luo Chen sensed that beneath the calm surface of the river, there was a spiritual power that was even more powerful and massive than before. From this moment on, Luo Chen's spiritual realm has officially entered the river realm. That's not all. With 500 replica value added to physical strength, Luo Chen found that his body became very light and relaxed. All the senses and muscles of the whole body have been strengthened to a certain extent. I made a rough estimate. Luo Chen felt that he could fight 7 or 8 adult men with his bare hands without using his superpowers. If it were a woman. Ahem, it depends on what aspect. Cool. After his attributes and realm improved, Luo Chen couldn't help but shout in his heart. And his attribute panel has been updated again. Name, Luo Chen male, 18 years old, from Wuyanzu, Nianqing. Physical fitness, 800 strong, 1 leaf, 8 thorns. Spiritual power, 3000 early river realm, drained quickly. Superpower, Thunderfall God level. Repeat value, 0. Command, no task command has been triggered yet, current cumulative completed command 2. Luo Chen stared at his physical fitness column and finally smiled knowingly with satisfaction. 1 leaf, 8 thorns. Why Rue Gu De? This is what suits my personality, he. System, how many replica points are needed to advance to the mountain realm? Luo Chen asked curiously. Host brother, 4000 is needed. Oh. 1000 replica points added. So. System, how many replica points are needed to advance from the mountain realm to the sea realm? Sorry, host brother, you will only be able to know after you are promoted to the mountain realm. Shit. Good. System, I just praised you, and now you're doing this to me. Okay. After Luo Chen despised the system in his heart, he closed his attribute panel. All this happened in just 1 second. Lu Feihu, who was sitting on the bed opposite, was still on the phone with his family. Oh, I know. Dad, I know, you're so annoying, I'm hanging up. Lu Feihu hung up the phone impatiently, stood up, and threw the phone onto the bed, still muttering. Really? Are you annoying? I'm already 18, what's there to worry about? He hasn't finished speaking yet. Luo Chen kicked Lu Feihu on the butt. Lu Feihu fell directly onto the bed. Fat tiger. You unfilial son. Your father cares about you for your own good. Don't you dare be impatient. Luo Chen said angrily. Lu Feihu, half lying on the bed, looked back at Luo Chen with an innocent face. He was just about to complain about how he had offended Luo Chen, but suddenly realized that Luo Chen lost his father when he was 8 years old. Then, Lu Feihu smiled at Luo Chen with a flattering look on his face. Luo Ge, I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated my dad like that, I deserve to die. He said as he shook his hips. Brother Luo, don't be angry, come on, kick as much as you want. Luo Chen looked at Lu Feihu and put his hands on his hips helplessly in annoyance. But just then, the other 2 roommates of dormitory 311 arrived at the dormitory door at the same time. When the 2 saw the scene in the dormitory, their pupils shrank, their mouths opened in disbelief,
and they froze in their places.
Oh. 34, if you knew her, I would eat shit.
The Apocalypse Hall is located in the center of the entire Western Supernatural Academy.
It is a very magnificent Chinese-style building similar to the ancient Chinese imperial palace.
Several thick round pillars in the hall support a golden dome several meters high. There is a golden dragon climbing and winding around each pillar, vivid and lifelike, as if it is about to fly into the sky. Inside the main hall, dozens of large round dining tables were neatly arranged. There were plates of delicious food on the table, emitting an enticing aroma.
The entire hall is like a very large Chinese banquet hall.
At this time, new students came into the hall one after another and sat down at the dining tables.
The 4 people in dormitory 311 where Luo Chen lives sat at a dining table in the front left. Oh my god. Are you two done yet?
I've already told you that my relationship with Luo Gu is pure and innocent.
It's not what you two Fujoshi think. Lu Feihu said, gritting his teeth.
Next to him was a fair-skinned boy who looked gentle and wore high-power myopia glasses, and another boy whose smile was a little exaggerated, making people feel very vulgar.
The 2 of them were Luo Chen and Lu Feihu's other roommates.
The one wearing glasses is called Wang Xinyang, and the one with a lewd smile is called Chen Xiao.
Both of them came from Lekang.
Hey, Fat Tiger, you two just did that, so don't explain.
I understand, hee hee.
Chen Xiao grinned and looked at Fat Tiger and Luo Chen with a meaningful look.
What era is it now? This kind of thing is normal, okay, Fat Tiger? You two don't need to hide it. Be open and honest. No one will look down on you. Wang Xinyang touched the frame of his glasses with his index finger and said seriously. What are we doing? What are we hiding? Damn it. We really don't have anything. Lu Feihu's fat face turned red and he gave the 2 of them the middle finger.
Then he looked at Luo Chen beside him with an expression of despair. The latter also shook his head helplessly and said,
Fat Tiger, you don't need to explain. These 2 are rotten to the core. The more you explain, the more they will imagine. Lu Feihu sighed heavily. Damn, how come he and Luo Gu met these 2 weird roommates? However, after hearing Luo Chen's words, Chen Xiao said as if he understood everything. Yes, Lao Luo is right. Explanation is a cover-up. Stop explaining, both of you. Just be open. Luo Chen. Lu Feihu? Omega? Wang Xinyang? The azure thunder bloomed in Luo Chen's eyes, containing a heart-pounding chill.
He looked at Chen Xiao and Wang Xinyang coldly and said slowly,
If you two keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you. Luo Chen was completely defeated by his 2 roommates. Damn it, they forced me to use rougher, right? Lao Luo, don't be angry, hee hee, let's not talk about it anymore.
Chen Xiao put away his smile and said,
Yes, Lao Luo, please put away your magical powers and I will shut up immediately. Wang Xinyang also nodded immediately.
Seeing that the 2 of them were sensible, they quieted down. Luo Chen glared at the 2 of them and retracted his supernatural powers. Chen Xiao and Wang Xinyang looked at each other, pursed their lips in grievance, and didn't dare to continue the topic.
No way. Both of them have B-level abilities.
Under the pressure of Luo Chen's god-level supernatural power, he can only be a good brother.
The 4 people in dormitory 311 fell into a brief silence.
2 more boys came and sat down at their table. The 2 of them smiled and nodded to Luo Chen and the others as a greeting.
A few minutes later,
the other 2 began to discuss quietly.
Gosh, have you noticed that the female classmates in our class are all pretty good looking? Hee hee, that's true. I've just seen several girls whose looks are above 8.5. Alas, I just don't know if I can still be classmates with them after the admission examination.
Brother, I seem to have heard that after the assessment, the college forum will release an official ranking of beauties. By then, all the beauties in the 1st and 2nd grades of our college will appear on it, hee hee hee. Although the 2 people were discussing in a low voice, they were still heard by the 4 people in dormitory 311 who were sitting at the same table with them. When they heard the word beauty, Luo Chen and others' eyes lit up, as if they had taken stimulants. Especially Lu Feihu, with a smirk on his face, ready to join the discussion about beauties. But at this moment, one of them suddenly said loudly and excitedly, Holy crap! Look there! There's a beautiful woman. Where? Where? Hey! I saw it.
Oh my god, this young lady is so beautiful. At least 9.9 points from me.
The remaining 0.1 points is for fear that she will be proud.
This voice instantly made Luo Chen and others focus their attention.
They turned their heads and looked in the direction that the man pointed.
The focus of their sight.
A girl with fair skin, delicate features, and a high ponytail stood gracefully among the crowd. The girl was wearing a very short light pink t-shirt, revealing a piece of her snow-white and delicate belly.
She wore a pair of dark blue tight jeans that just outlined her perfect figure.
Among the crowd, the girl looked like she had walked out of a comic book, seeming somewhat out of place with her surroundings.
Luo Gu. Lu Feihu stared at the girl blankly and whispered to Luo Chen beside him. Isn't that the school beauty of Nianqing No. 6 Middle School?
Hearing this, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, narrowed his eyes, and observed carefully.
Then he nodded slowly and murmured. Oh my god, it's really the school beauty by Xin. Someone of her status actually came to the extraordinary academy? Just as Luo Chen and Lu Feihu were feeling a little surprised to see the school beauty by Xin again.
Chen Xiao was staring at Bai Xin in the crowd, and said with a crazy look on his face.
Oh my god everyone, I think I'm in love.
Wang Xinyang, who was standing by, perked up when he heard this, and said to Chen Xiao seriously and earnestly.
Old Chen, I think I'm in love too, ahem, let's compete fairly.
As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Xiao turned his head with a vigilant look at Wang Xinyang, who looked gentle and honest.
And
he also found that the two boys across the table were the same as him.
He looked at him and Wang Xinyang with a wary and hostile look. It's over, I have too many rivals in love.
Chen Xiao sighed helplessly in his heart.
Then he turned his gaze to Luo Chen and Lu Feihu. I noticed that the look in their eyes was a little strange, giving me the feeling that they seemed to know that girl. Chen Xiao elbowed Lu Feihu next to him. Fat tiger, what's with that look on your face? Could it be, you know her?
When Lu Feihu heard this, he curled his lips and chuckled.
Old Chen, you're right. Luo Gu and I not only know her, but we're very familiar with her. After saying that, Lu Feihu glanced at Luo Chen with a meaningful look, and added in his heart. Not only is she familiar, but she has also kissed Luo Gu, he. Just then, after hearing what Lu Feihu said, a boy sitting opposite him looked at him suspiciously, then sneered. Ha, you're just bragging, right? How could someone like you meet such a beautiful girl? Another boy echoed. That's right, how could such a beautiful lady know a loser like you? Swish. Hearing someone mocking his best friend, Luo Chen turned his head suddenly, staring at the two boys with cold eyes, and chuckled. What if he really does know him? I don't believe it. What's the bet? The first boy sat up straight, and with confidence from nowhere, he said disdainfully. If he really knows that beautiful girl, I'll eat shit. After saying that, he bumped another boy with his arm. After hesitating for a moment, the latter looked at Lu Feihu and said. Yeah, if you knew her, I'd eat shit too. 35, goodbye, school bell by Xin.
The four people in dormitory 311 all looked strange when they heard the two boys actually say eat shit and make such a big bet. Luo Chen and Lu Feihu looked at each other, feeling helpless and wanting to laugh.
What the hell? These days, do you have to eat shit all the time? Is shit delicious? Don't understand, but respect. Luo Chen sneered, turned around, and prepared to get up and say hello to Bai Xin. As a nice man who likes to help others, he needed to satisfy the two boys who wanted to eat shit. But at this moment, Luo Chen suddenly realized that Bai Xin, who was not far away, had also discovered him. Bai Xin, who had a high ponytail and looked like an anime girl, narrowed her beautiful eyes when she saw Luo Chen. Her expression of surprise seemed to indicate that she was somewhat surprised to see Luo Chen again. After she said something to a pretty girl next to her who had short hair that reached her shoulders and wore a pair of black framed round glasses, the two of them slowly walked towards Luo Chen's position. Hey, she's coming. Chen Xiao was the first to see the fairy lady they were talking about, actually walking towards him. For a moment, his expression began to panic. Wang Xinyang and the other two boys also quickly tidied up their appearance. Lu Feihu glanced at the two boys who wanted to eat shit just now, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Luo Chen, long time no see. Bai Xin, who had already walked over, looked at Luo Chen with her beautiful eyes and smiled. Luo Chen was slightly stunned. He was a little surprised by this school beauty who had been bullied by him. He actually came over and greeted me. Hi. Campus Belle, long time no see, you become prettier again, hee hee. Luo Chen raised his signature evil corner of his mouth and jokingly said. It's really unexpected that a wealthy woman like her would come to the extraordinary academy. Seeing Luo Chen's cheeky smile, Bai Xian subconsciously frowned. The memories of being taken advantage of by Luo Chen resurfaced in my mind. She calmed down, pursed her pink lips, and asked. What's wrong with the daughter of a consortium? Is there a rule that says the daughter of a consortium can't come to study at the extraordinary academy? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, spread his hands and smiled. Hey, don't worry, school beauty, I was just joking. As Luo Chen spoke, he suddenly looked at the girl with shoulder-length hair next to Bai Xian and asked curiously. Who is this? Bai Xian glared at Luo Chen and introduced. Her name is Shang Xiong, the same as perfume. The girl named Shang Xiong smiled slightly, took the initiative to extend her hand, and said to Luo Chen. Hello. Hello. Seeing this, Luo Chen immediately reached out and shook it. But the moment he shook the other person's hand, his expression suddenly changed. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be a destructive pressure hidden in the other person's body. This situation can only mean that the other party's mental power is extremely powerful. Luo Chen subconsciously withdrew his hand quickly and said in surprise. This, Shang Xiong? Are you also studying at the Extraordinary Academy? Shang Xiong pushed her glasses and said softly. I'm not a student. I'm the young lady's personal bodyguard, responsible for protecting her safety. If anyone dares to have any improper thoughts about her, I will kill them with my sword. After saying that, Shang Xiong deliberately glared at Luo Chen with her eyes. The latter was stunned, full of questions. What's the meaning? Why are you looking at me? I am a very upright man, okay? Why would you have such improper thoughts about the school beauty? I'm just a good kid who wants to be friends with the school beauty. Ah, she's worthy of being the daughter of a wealthy family. She's so generous, and she even has bodyguards to protect her at school. Lu Feihu suddenly sighed. Hearing this voice, Bai Xian looked towards Lu Feihu, and after thinking for 2 seconds, she finally remembered who Lu Feihu was, and then said. You? Aren't you Luo Chen's good friend? I remember you. Lu Feihu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the school beauty still remembered him, a little unknown person. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, campus beauty, my name is Lu Feihu, we meet again. Bai Xian nodded and smiled politely. She turned her gaze towards Chen Xiao and Wang Xinyang standing behind Lu Feihu and asked. Who are these two? Luo Chen looked back and said calmly. Oh, them? They are my and Fat Tiger's roommates. Chen Xiao and Wang Xinyang were somewhat flattered to see Bai Xian actually asking them. Hey, hello, campus beauty, my name is Chen Xiao, hee hee. Hello, my name is Wang Xinyang. Bai Xian smiled politely again and said, hello, don't call me school beauty, call me Bai Xian. Chen Xiao seemed to have taken a love drug and smiled foolishly, hee hee hee. Bai Xian, hello, hee hee hee. Seeing Chen Xiao's silly look, Bai Xian smiled awkwardly. Then, she looked at the other two boys and asked again. Them? Luo Chen interrupted Bai Xian directly and said indifferently. They don't know each other, two strangers. Oh, no, it's two strangers who want to eat shit. Bai Xian? Xiang? After hearing Luo Chen's words, the other two boys' faces looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit. After Bai Xian took the initiative to come over and greet Luo Chen and Lu Feihu. They were already certain in their hearts that Lu Feihu really knew the girl whom they praised as a fairy. The two of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at Luo Chen and the others. One of them bumped into the other and muttered something under his breath. The two of them suddenly stood up and left without looking back. Lu Feihu was sharp-eyed and shouted at the two boys who were leaving. Hey! Dung beetles, don't go away. Aren't you going to eat shit? I haven't even finished shit yet, why are you running? Chen Xiao and Wang Xinyang also said. That's right. Come on, each of us has a lump. If you can't finish it, you can save it for tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Hearing their words, Bai Xian and Shang Xiang frowned. Bai Xian, who had no idea what was going on, looked at Luo Chen and the others with disgust and sighed inwardly. Not only Luo Chen is not serious, but even the people around him are not serious. As expected, birds of a feather flock together. Luo Chen, I hope to see you again after the assessment. Bai Xian glanced at Luo Chen, said something lightly, and left with Xiangxiang beside her. The two of them went to a table in the first row and sat down. Xiangxiang frowned slightly and asked for confirmation. Miss, that Luo Chen just now, is he the one who bullied you in school? Bai Xian pondered for a moment and nodded.
Xiangxiang's eyes narrowed, and a clear murderous intent emerged in her eyes.
Miss, I'm going to kill him. Hearing this, Bai Xian hurriedly held Xiang with her fair hands. Sister Xiangxiang, don't. Xiangxiang sat down again and looked at Bai Xian with a puzzled look. The latter pondered. Sister Xiangxiang, Luo Chen's ability is god level. Before I left, my father told me to build good relationships with those geniuses who have awakened rare abilities in the academy. Xiangxiang asked puzzledly, why? Bai Xian continued. My dad said he could sense that the Huaxia Federation was about to undergo a major change. As the sole heir of the Bai family, after I inherit the position of patriarch of the Bai family, if I want the Bai family to survive stably during this period of change, I must establish my own power. After listening to this, Xiangxiang said thoughtfully. You mean, the master let you contact the geniuses of the Extraordinary Academy in order to make them your power in the future, young lady? Bai Xian nodded slightly. I understand. Xiangxiang said. Bai Xian suddenly looked towards Luo Chen's location again, and inexplicably, the scene of Luo Chen escaping with her on his back, regardless of the danger to his own life, emerged in her mind. What she didn't know was that she took the initiative to contact Luo Chen, and it seemed that it wasn't just because of her father. Just as Bai Xian fell into deep thought, suddenly, a Buddhist sound that seemed to come from the Western paradise was heard. Hello everyone. Qin Huaishan, the president of the Western Supernormal Academy, led two vice presidents and slowly walked onto the platform at the front of the hall. Inside the main hall, the freshmen who were talking loudly suddenly shut up and fell silent upon hearing this voice. 360017 makes a handsome appearance. Dean Qin, dressed in a gray gown and stroking his long white beard, stood silently on the platform. Although he looks like an old man, but his whole body exudes an otherworldly immortal temperament. Dean Qin swept his eyes across the hall. According to his estimation, there are about 600 freshmen this year, which is much fewer than last year. At every welcome ceremony in previous years, the number of freshmen in this hall would not be less than 1,000. One year, the number even reached an astonishing 1,500, and the hall was almost full. With a slight sigh in his heart, Qin Huaishan cleared his throat and looked at the freshmen below with a sharp gaze. His deep and powerful voice echoed in the hall. Everyone! I am Qin Huaishan, the dean of the Western Supernormal Academy. Standing behind me on my left and right are the two vice deans of my academy, Dean Zhang and Dean Luo. First of all, on behalf of all the teachers and students in the college, I would like to warmly welcome all the students gathered here. Next, I will briefly introduce the historical background and cultural environment of our hospital. Western Supernormal Academy was founded in. Dean Qin delivered a standard welcome speech, marking the official start of the welcoming ceremony for hundreds of young men and women from various Western cities. Normally, no one would listen carefully to this kind of procedural and standardized speech. But the strange thing is, Qin Huaishan's voice seemed to have some kind of magic, making everyone in the hall listen to him attentively. Half an hour later, finally, Qin Huaishan finished speaking and suddenly smiled mysteriously. Dear students, there will be some special guests coming to meet you. Let's welcome them with warm applause. As soon as these words were spoken, inside the hall, everyone clapped obediently and looked towards the platform in front of them curiously. Qin Huaishan, who was standing in the middle of the stage, smiled slightly and retreated to the edge. Immediately following, suddenly, air waves appeared out of thin air in the center of the platform, like ripples on calm water. After the ripples, a flash of white light suddenly appeared. An oversized mirror stood strangely on the platform. Then there was a sharp sound of mirror shattering. The oversized mirror suddenly exploded with a bang. Fragments flew everywhere but immediately disappeared into the air. Then, four figures slowly emerged from the flying debris. They wore matching black windbreakers, their collars turned up tight against their cheeks. Their unique and cool appearance immediately made them the focus of everyone's attention. Oh my god! Who are they? This way of appearing is quite cool. What the hell, I think they're so exaggerated. Tisk, you big-breasted, brainless woman, you know nothing. Ha! I think I've seen them before. They seem to be night watchmen. Zundu Fakidu? As these four people suddenly appeared on the platform in front of the hall, everyone began to discuss their identities. And on Luo Chen's side, when Lu Feihu saw the appearance of Wei Yiming among the four people on the stage, he hesitated for a moment and then said excitedly, "Hey! Old Chen and Old Wan, they really are the night watchmen from Miancheng. Look, I know that guy." Lu Feihu pulled Chen Xiao and Wan Xinyang and pointed at Wei Yiming on the stage. The two looked at Lu Feihu suspiciously. Luo Chen frowned slightly. He had seen all four people on the stage before. What puzzled him was what these night watchmen from Miancheng were doing at the Supernormal Academy. Just then, quiet. The sound of Qinhuai Mountain is like a huge bell, striking everyone's heart. The hall fell into silence again. He came to the four members of Team 007 and introduced them to everyone. "Classmates, the four people next to me are members of Night Watch Team 007. Next, I will announce something." Qin Huaishan suddenly paused, his expression becoming a little serious, and continued. "After a discussion among our three deans in Night Watchman 007, we've decided that this year's entrance exam will be conducted by these night watchmen and our instructors. They will lead everyone into Forbidden Area number 10 and conduct actual combat with the alien races." Boom! The moment Qin Huaishan said this, there was an uproar in the hall. Everyone opened their eyes wide in disbelief. What's going on? Are they crazy? We've just awakened our powers, why are they making us fight against aliens? That's right. We have no experience fighting alien races. Isn't this just asking us to die? Hey! Old Qin, are you guys still asleep? Are you kidding me? I've been studying the rules of illusions day and night for several days straight for the entrance exam. Now, there's no illusions this year, and we're just going straight to actual combat. Damn it! All my research was in vain. Direct combat? Ha, this year is quite interesting." Qin Huaishan's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, causing everyone to complain. The more than 600 people present are all high school students who have just turned 18 or are under 18 years old and have little experience in the world. Among them, the vast majority have lived in cities surrounded by high walls since they were born. Being protected, they had almost no contact with other races. All the information about other races comes from media news. In their impression, alien races are dark, brutal, bloodthirsty, and incompatible with humans. Normally, there are also many people with passionate hearts who want to go into the wilderness and fight against those alien species that endanger human society. But now, someone suddenly said that they should engage in actual combat with those dangerous alien races. It is not a dream, nor a fantasy, but a real battle with alien races in reality. It is normal for these high school graduates who have just graduated to find it difficult to accept this situation and feel resistance for a while. At the same time, except for Luo Chen, the other three also felt very unbelievable after hearing this. Directly engaging in actual combat with aliens? Oh my god, I'm a person with awakened F-level superpowers. This is going to kill me. Lu Feihu put on a mask of pain and complained bitterly. Although Chen Xiao and Wang Xinyan on the side remained silent, their expressions were not very good either. Compared to them, Luo Chen didn't feel much in his heart at this moment. After all, he has experienced 2 actual battles with alien species. Moreover, both times he was in danger. As for why the Extraordinary Academy suddenly changed the content of the admission examination this year, he already guessed the answer in his heart. The other side. On the platform, the 3 deans and the 4 members of Team 007 calmly looked at the freshmen who were complaining in the hall. They had already anticipated this situation. Wei Yiming, who was standing at the front, turned his head and looked at Qin Huaishan beside him. The latter nodded slightly to him. Wei Yiming turned around, reached into his pocket with his right hand, and took out a brush with a black handle and white bristles. Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, the brush twisted and grew strangely. In just a moment, it transformed into an ancient spear emitting a sharp aura. Wei Yiming held a spear in his hand, stomped the butt of the gun hard on the floor. Don't young. The moment the spear touched the floor, a wave spread out in all directions like ripples. The wave, carrying a murderous aura, swept across the entire hall. After everyone in the hall felt this breath, their hearts were shocked and they stopped complaining and scolding. Then,
They all turned their heads and looked at Wei Yiming on the stage in surprise.
37. The courage to face foreigners.
In the Tianqi Hall. Wei Yiming standing at the front of the platform. He stared intently at the students in the audience who were nearly 10 years younger than him. After taking a deep breath, he said in a low and loud voice, "Dear students, I know you have many complaints about what Dean Qin just said. I know you have many complaints and questions about the sudden change in admission assessment this year. But
have you ever thought about why we do this?
As a night watchman who has been fighting alien races for many years and is on the front line against them, I know better than you how brutal, bloodthirsty, and treacherous they are. Then, I would like to ask everyone, when facing those dangerous and inhumane alien races,
how do we, the night watchmen, survive?"
Wei Yiming glanced sharply at the people below the stage. In his eyes, everyone seemed to see a fiery courage that was fearless of everything. This kind of look can only be found by someone who has experienced countless life and death battles.
This moment.
Those freshmen who were swept by Wei Yiming's gaze. Suddenly, I had the illusion that I was the prey, being locked onto by the hunter Wei Yiming.
Under this look,
they found that their bodies were trembling.
Just then,
at a table in the first row, a boy suddenly raised his hand and shouted,
"It's a superpower. It's spiritual power. As long as we have strong supernatural powers and mental strength, we can survive against the alien race." Hearing this, many people nodded in agreement. But Wei Yiming curled his lips and sneered at the boy. "Wrong. That's totally wrong. That's so wrong."
Wei Yiming's voice grew louder and louder, echoing in the huge hall like thunder. He said with a half smile,
"Everyone, can you use your mental power to sense me and see if I have any mental fluctuations?" Hearing this, many people released their mental power with a skeptical attitude and scanned Wei Yiming's body.
They were surprised to find that Wei Yiming, the night watchman, did not have a trace of mental power.
For them, this was simply beyond their understanding. A human being without mental power means having no supernatural powers. How could such a person become a night watchman? How did you survive the fight with alien races? Wei Yiming saw the surprised expressions of the freshmen in the audience. He continued, "Superpowers and mental strength are certainly important. But superpowers are not our only weapon.
If you encounter a little difficulty or setback like you just did, you start complaining, blaming others, and even thinking of escaping. So, even if you have awakened 10 divine powers and your spiritual realm has reached the legendary Wuji realm, when you face an alien race as powerful as you, I believe you will be brutally trampled and crushed."
After saying that,
Wei Yiming's eyes narrowed, and after swinging the spear in his hand a few times, he suddenly stabbed the spear barrel towards the boy closest to the stage. The gun shoots out like a dragon, as swift as the wind. The tip of the gun suddenly stopped a few centimeters away from the boy's face. The boy was so frightened by Wei Yiming's sudden shot that he ran away. Wei Yiming shook his head helplessly, retracted his spear, and rebuked.
"Run. You just run. I just shot him as a test, not with any killing intent. If you analyze it calmly, you will know how I could possibly kill you."
After saying that, Wei Yiming swung the spear in his hand. The spear turned back into a brush again. He put the brush back into his pocket, stood up straight, faced the audience, and said seriously, "Everyone, when facing a powerful alien race, running away will not solve the problem.
Be afraid. You will lose your whole life. You may even lose your life. I want to tell you all that if you want to survive the alien race, you must have the courage to face them head on. Courage. It is your most powerful weapon against aliens. Courage. It's the foundation for us night watchmen to survive in the face of life or death situations. Only by becoming brave and fearless, fearless of life and death, fearless of threats, fearless of challenges. Only then will your mind calm down and you'll be able to find your opponent's weakness. Only then will you be able to deliver a fatal blow. This is the first lesson I'm going to teach you as a night watchman. If one day, when alien races launch a massive attack and darkness descends, I believe that only those with a brave heart will be worthy of surviving in this world." Wei Yiming's words seemed like an endlessly repeating brainwashing song. It echoed in everyone's mind in the hall. The freshmen in the audience sat up straight, their eyes filled with passion and determination. On stage, the other 3 members of the 007 team stared at Wei Yiming's back in disbelief. This moment, they suddenly felt that Wei Yiming in front of them seemed very strange.
In their impression, it was impossible for Wei Yiming to say such words. Yu Xing and Xiaoya both glanced at Ning Ziyuan's expression at the same time. The latter's beautiful peach blossom eyes were staring at Wei Yiming intently, with a complicated expression and a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Xiaoya, who was also a woman, pursed her lips meaningfully after seeing Ning Ziyuan's expression. Qin Huaishan and the other three deans smiled at each other.
He seemed very satisfied with Wei Yiming's passionate speech. At the same time, Luo Chen in the crowd stared at Wei Yiming on the stage and raised his eyebrows in surprise. This guy today is really cool.
The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became heavy and solemn. More than 600 freshmen fell silent at the same time, trying to digest and comprehend what Wei Yiming said in their minds.
About a minute passed. Suddenly someone stood up, raised his arms and shouted, "It's just a real fight with aliens. Damn! I'm not afraid. When someone takes the lead, others will follow."
In the hall, students stood up one after another and shouted excitedly,
"Right! We can't be afraid. If we are afraid, we will lose. I can't wait to give those aliens a shot.
Ha, I'm really looking forward to this year's admission examination.
Holy crap! I'm already on fire."
At this moment, everyone was ignited by Wei Yiming's words. The freshmen in the hall were like soldiers about to go to the battlefield, their eyes filled with excitement.
Seeing this scene, Wei Yiming's eyes also became hot.
He seemed to see himself again in those freshmen when he just joined the night watch.
Wei Yiming let out a long sigh. Just then, Dean Qin Huaishan came over and patted Wei Yiming on the shoulder, saying with relief, "Yiming, there are people like you among the night watchmen. The people in the city who are protected by you are so lucky." Hearing this,
Wei Yiming scratched his face embarrassedly and chuckled.
"Ah, Dean, you are too kind."
Qin Huaishan smiled and said to the 4 members of Team 007,
"Thank you everyone.
Now let these freshmen enjoy the welcome ceremony. We should go discuss the specific rules of the assessment." Qin Huaishan faced the crowd below the stage, and the voice that sounded like the sound of Buddhist chanting rang out again.
"Everyone, enjoy the welcome ceremony. The admission assessment will begin in 2 days, on June 18th. The specific rules of the assessment will also be announced to you on that day. During these 2 days, everyone should have a good rest and get familiar with the environment of the academy. I hope to meet every student here after the assessment." After saying that, the 3 deans of the college and the members of the 007 team stepped down from the platform.
Behind the platform, performers who had been preparing for a long time came on stage one after another. After a while, the atmosphere in the Apocalypse Hall changed from heavy and serious to relaxed and cheerful.
Lu Feihu, who was searching for delicious food and eating voraciously, looked up at the indifferent Luo Chen. Doubtfully, "Brother Luo, what are you daydreaming about? There are so many delicious foods, why don't you eat them?"
Luo Chen looked at the delicious food on the table in a daze, then turned around to look at the performance on the stage.
He murmured, "Why do I feel like this isn't a welcome ceremony, but more of a farewell ceremony?" 38, Prelude. Dark night falls. The whole world seemed to fall into an invisible abyss. The Western Extraordinary Academy was shrouded in the pitch-black night.
Only a few lights were flickering.
Men's dormitory building, dormitory 311.
Chen Xiao stood by the window, his eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the girls' dormitory building in the distance and said,
"Hey, Fat Tiger, why do you think the girls' dormitory is built so far away from our boys' dormitory?" Lu Feihu, who was sitting on the chair, said quietly, "Because this is to prevent you and LSP from spying on them." Hearing this, Chen Xiao suddenly turned around and said angrily, "Fuck! Fat Tiger, you son of a bitch, how dare you say that to me? Can you please be quiet when watching that movie? My mind is full of buying CDs now." Lu Feihu, who was carefully watching and studying the Japanese action blockbusters, laughed awkwardly. "Fuck, I forgot to plug in my headphones." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Xingyang, who appeared honest but was actually quite reserved, was holding a copy of A Comprehensive Guide to Supernatural Power Analysis and suddenly said with a wicked smile, "Fat Tiger, who's that headset? Why are you fucking her?" Lu Feihu? Ha ha ha, Lao Wang, you are such a genius. Chen Xiao leaned against the window, holding his belly and laughing. 6. Lu Feihu rolled his eyes at Wang Xingyang.
He turned his head to look at Luo Chen, who was lying on the bed, and found that he was frowning with a serious expression, as if thinking about something.
Luo Ge, what are you thinking about? Come and study with me. He. Lu Feihu asked curiously.
But Luo Chen, who was in deep thought, ignored him.
Lu Feihu could only turn around and continue watching the movie.
But at this moment, Luo Chen, who was lying on the bed, suddenly sat up straight and said to Lu Feihu and the others,
"Brothers, have you noticed a problem?"
The three of them looked at Luo Chen in confusion.
"Lao Luo, what's the problem? You're so jumpy." Wang Xinyang asked.
Luo Chen jumped down from the bed and said thoughtfully,
"Aren't you curious about why Western Transcendental Academy changed the content of the admission examination this year?" Chen Xiao frowned by the window and said subconsciously, "How would I know? I'm not the dean." After listening to Luo Chen's words, Lu Feihu asked thoughtfully, "Luo Ge, what do you mean?"
Luo Chen sat on the chair under his bed, facing the three people, and said slowly, "I have a feeling the Academy's sudden change in assessment content this year is a conspiracy."
"Ah?"
The three of them said in surprise in unison.
"Luo Ge, why do you say this is a conspiracy? Have you discovered something?" Lu Feihu asked in confusion. "Lao Luo, you can't say that. Do you have any evidence?"
Wang Xinyang said softly, while Chen Xiao looked at Luo Chen nervously. Luo Chen thought for a moment, spread his hands, shook his head and chuckled.
"Ha, I don't have any evidence, this is just my guess." Hearing this,
the three of them felt inexplicably relieved. Chen Xiao came to Luo Chen and patted him on the shoulder.
"Lao Luo, you're not nervous about the test in a couple of days and you're just overthinking it, are you? That shouldn't be the case. You've awakened a god-level ability. It's not your turn to be nervous."
"Hey, come on, let's study the aesthetics of human body movements with Fat Tiger and enjoy our body and mind." Luo Chen glanced at the picture on Lu Feihu's phone and smiled helplessly.
He muttered to himself, "I hope I'm overthinking it." Then, Luo Chen shook his head and cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts.
He silently moved the chair next to Fat Tiger. In a luxurious room in the college, the four members of the 007 team sat on the smooth leather sofa. Yu Xing, who was sitting in a single seat, took off his baseball cap, revealing a long scar on his forehead.
He looked at Wei Yiming and questioned.
"Old Wei, your speech today was quite impressive. Tell me the truth, where did you copy those words from?" When Wei Yiming heard this, he glared at Yu Xing unhappily.
"Yu Xing, what do you mean? What do you mean by copying?"
"Those words come from the bottom of my heart, Old Wei." Yu Xing snorted, still expressing doubt. Anyway, I don't believe that you, Old Wei, can come up with such profound truths that can penetrate people's hearts. But then again, Lao Wei, when you were giving your speech today, you gave me a very strange feeling. I don't think I've ever seen you look so serious." Xiaoya, who was fiddling with her big curly hair, heard this and glanced at Ning Ziyuan opposite her. Then, he smiled at Wei Yiming with an exaggerated expression. "Yes, Yiming, you were so handsome and manly when you gave your speech today, I was a little moved." After saying that, Xiaoya stood up and went straight to sit next to Wei Yiming, sitting close to him. She looked at Wei Yiming with a confused look in her eyes.
"Yiming, fall in love with your sister."
Wei Yiming, who was standing by, got goosebumps all over his body because of Xiaoya's dirty talk. He moved aside, frowned and said,
"Sister Ya, are you sick again?" Xiaoya smiled faintly and said meaningfully,
"Oh, I wonder which girl will be favored by such a good man like Yiming in the future."
After saying this,
Xiaoya twisted her sexy waist and sat down next to Ning Ziyuan. She bumped the other person lightly with her shoulder and said meaningfully,
"Kite, what do you think?" Yu Xing, who was always looking for trouble, echoed, Right, Ziyuan, what kind of girl do you think will seduce such an outstanding man like Lao Wei?" He. Wei Yiming felt a little embarrassed by the two people singing the same tune. But his eyes involuntarily looked at Ning Ziyuan, who was silently concentrating on speaking. His feelings for Ning Ziyuan are basically an open crush within the 007 team. It's a pity that for such a long time, Ning Ziyuan has basically never responded to Wei Yiming's feelings. Even Xiaoya and Yu Xing, and even team leader Li Feng, felt that the two were a good match. Assists like this one have happened many times. However, Ning Ziyuan never accepted Wei Yiming. At some point, Wei Yiming felt like a suck-up performing a one-man show.
He suddenly recalled what the young man named Luo Chen had said to him. Maybe, it's just like what that kid said, all the inappropriate behavior I've done in front of Ziyuan in the past 2 years is really a fool. Maybe, should I change my behavior and image, like today? Be more serious? Just when Wei Yiming was thinking hard. Ning Ziyuan, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly looked up at Xiaoya and Yuxing, and then his gaze stopped on Wei Yiming. A blush appeared on her fair and delicate face, and she said very seriously, "Yes, Yiming is indeed very good." Hearing this, Xiaoya, who was also a woman, stared at Ning Ziyuan in surprise. She clearly saw a light in Ning Ziyuan's eyes that ordinary people could not perceive. Yuxing and Wei Yiming were also surprised by Ning Ziyuan's sudden seriousness. Especially Lao Wei. Right now, his eyes met Ning Ziyuan's. A subtle atmosphere quietly filled the room. But at this moment, ding-a-ling. The ringing of the cell phone suddenly broke the strange atmosphere. Yuxing took out his phone, saw the caller ID, raised his eyebrows, and said to the other three, "It's the team leader's call." At the same time, on the outskirts of Forbidden Area Number 10, 100 kilometers west of the academy, Li Feng stood in a forest and shouted loudly into the phone. "Hey! Yuxing, can you hear me? Hello? Yuxing. Hello? Can you hear me? Damn! What a crappy fruit phone. There's no signal at all." Li Feng looked down at the phone screen and said dissatisfiedly. He immediately hung up the phone, threw it to the ground and stepped on it. Then, his eyes narrowed and he glanced around. In the night, the dark woods were eerily quiet. Suddenly, Li Feng looked towards a corner, walked forward, squatted down, and observed carefully for a while. He frowned and muttered to himself, "I've been following you all the way, and finally found your trace. But, why did those demons from Forbidden Area Number 13 come to Forbidden Area Number 10? The lake below the college. The breeze blew gently across the water, creating ripples. Sure. Two figures hidden in the night were talking in low voices. One of them said hoarsely, 'Did you finish it?' Another person nodded. Well, on June 18th, all freshmen will go to Forbidden Area Number 10 on time. Where are we ambushing? No need for an ambush. I will use the Shadow Gate to bring you directly to them." That's great. By the way, is the High Priest coming this time? Well, Forbidden Area Number 13 is now empty. Everyone in the tribe is here. Humph, with the High Priest, a powerful Heaven Realm expert, all of them must die. I'm leaving. Well, Sha. 39. Assessment Rules. 2 days passed quickly. When the time came to the morning of June 18th, the huge square in front of the Apocalypse Hall was already filled with densely packed people. However, Luo Chen in the crowd discovered, the number of people today seems to be a little smaller than 2 days ago. Because, during these 2 days, some people secretly left the academy because they were afraid of fighting with alien races and feared danger. Luo Chen felt very calm about this. Fear of death is part of human nature. Everyone has the right to choose their own lifestyle. Fortunately, there were 4 people in dormitory 311 where Luo Chen was, and no one was absent. "Brother Luo, I saw Zhou Shaoqing." Lu Feihu pushed Luo Chen. Luo Chen looked over and saw Zhou Shaoqing standing in the crowd, looking around, as if looking for something. The next moment, when Zhou Shaoqing turned his head towards the direction of Luo Chen and the others, his eyes lit up. She walked through the crowd and came in front of Luo Chen and his friends. "Lao Chen, Lao Wang, this is Luo Gu and I's high school classmate. Her name is Zhou Shaoqing." Lu Feihu introduced them to Chen Xiao and Wang Xinyang. Zhou Shaoqing smiled slightly and said politely, "Hello." Chen Xiao and Wang Xinyang's eyes lit up when they saw Zhou Shaoqing's simple and pure appearance. They both introduced themselves very enthusiastically. "Hey, does anyone here know any inside information about the new assessment rules?" Zhou Shaoqing suddenly asked. Hearing this, Luo Chen and others shook their heads in confusion. "See this." Zhou Shaoqing sighed helplessly. She said with some worry, "I really don't understand what Dean Qin means. Why didn't he tell us the rules in advance so we could be mentally prepared?" Yes. Lu Feihu nodded repeatedly in agreement. "We're about to go to Forbidden Area Number 10, and we don't even know the assessment rules. We're too passive.
Exactly.
Everyone knows the rules of the previous illusionary assessments, and you can even make strategies in advance. This year, not only did the assessment content suddenly change, but even the rules weren't announced until the last minute. Wang Xinyang and Chen Xiao frowned slightly and complained. Luo Chen on the side was silent, looking thoughtful.
Just then, a girl's voice suddenly reached the ears of several people. I know the rules. Ixan and Xiang Xiang came from behind the crowd to Luo Chen and others at some point. Luo Chen and others turned around and looked at Ixan in surprise. Ha! Campus Bell. It's you!
Zhou Shaoqing spoke in surprise.
Ixan gave Zhou Shaoqing a polite smile. Hello, we meet again.
Then she smiled and nodded at the other people as a greeting.
Ixan was wearing a complete set of work tights today, looking very capable.
Her hair was tied into a bun, with a small tuft of bangs on each side of her forehead, dancing gently in the breeze. The fair and smooth face was slightly rosy. She is worthy of being the school belle of number 6 middle school.
Even after coming to this extraordinary academy, Ixan's appearance can at least be ranked in the top 3.
Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, looked up and down at Ixan in front of him, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a cold murderous aura coming from beside him.
A glance out of the corner of your eye. Luo Chen noticed that Shangshan was standing next to Ixan, staring at him intently. Hello? What does that mean?
I didn't do anything to your eldest daughter, so there's no need to be on guard against me with that look.
It makes me seem like a real pervert.
Chen Xiao looked at the beautiful girl in front of him with doubt and asked uncertainly.
Ixan, you just said, you know the assessment rules? Beautiful Bai, you didn't lie to us, did you? Do you really know the new assessment rules this year? Wang Xinyang also held a skeptical attitude and asked subconsciously. Compared to the two people who didn't know Ixan's true identity, Luo Chen, Lu Feihu, and Zhou Shaoqing were much calmer.
Because the three of them knew that Ixan was the daughter of the Bai family, one of the 5 largest conglomerates in the Federation. It is not difficult for such a person to know some gossip.
Ixan nodded slightly and said softly. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself later. What I want to say is, do you want to know the specific rules of this assessment? After saying that, her gaze stayed on Luo Chen. It seemed as if he wanted to capture the look of anticipation on Luo Chen's face. But to her surprise, Luo Chen just smiled indifferently and seemed not interested in the rules. This made Ixan feel a little disappointed. But Lu Feihu on the side couldn't wait to say, School bell, of course we want to know the rules. Can you tell us? As soon as these words were spoken, the other 3 looked at Ixan with anticipation and curiosity. See this. Only then did Ixan raise the corner of her mouth in satisfaction. She looked at them and said slowly. According to the information I received, the rules of this assessment are actually very simple. As long as each person successfully kills a demon bat, they will pass the test. Hearing the word demon bat, several people began to search for memories about the demon bat in their minds. The demon bat belongs to the demon clan. It looks similar to a bat, is bloodthirsty, and has a body length of nearly 1.5 meters when it grows up. Demon bats are a low-level alien race. Generally, when one grows to the strongest state, his realm is only the late stage of the spring realm. Few can reach the river state. For these freshmen who are almost all in the spring realm, the demon bat is indeed a very suitable trial subject. Killing a demon bat is not a difficult task. But mephits are a social species and are very united. A single fountain realm demon bat is easy to deal with, but a group of them is very difficult. When everyone thought of this, they frowned. Luo Chen analyzed softly. Devil bats are social species, usually living in groups of several or even dozens. Their combined combat power is definitely no less than that of the river realm. Most of those standing in the square are at the spring realm. Killing one of them among a swarm of demon bats is no easy task. Hearing this, several people nodded silently, looking worried. Especially Fat Tiger. Among the few people, he has the lowest level of supernatural powers, and his supernatural powers have little lethality. For him, killing a demon bat was too difficult. Next second, Luo Chen suddenly said again. But, since mephits are a social species, we can team up. Hearing this, several people's eyes lit up. Bai Xin nodded and repeated. Yes, we can team up. Luo Chen looked at Bai Xin and said lightly. So, you came here and told us the rules, but you actually have your own purpose? You want to team up with us? That's right, congratulations on guessing it right. Bai Xin admitted it generously. Hear the conversation between the two.
Zhou Xiaoqing, who was just wondering why the school beauty told them the rules, suddenly became clear in his mind.
Indeed.
It is not wise to rely solely on personal ability to kill a single demon bat in a group of very united demon bats.
Forming a team is the safest approach at the moment. By University Beauty, why do you want to team up with us? Luo Chen asked with interest.
In his opinion, for this kind of assessment that requires teamwork, the stronger the teammates, the better. On their side, besides him and Zhou Xiaoqing, one has God-level abilities and the other has S-level abilities. Wang Xinyang and Shen Xiao are both B-level, and Lu Feihu is even a pitiful F-level.
This lineup doesn't seem to have anything particularly attractive to Bai Xin. Moreover, only Luo Chen's spiritual realm has reached the river realm. The others are all in the spring realm. So, why did Bai Xin team up with this group of people? When Luo Chen asked this question, the others also looked at Bai Xin in confusion. Facing the confusion of several people, Bai Xin just smiled lightly, and suddenly said to Luo Chen playfully. Of course it's because of you. 4D, departure. Of course it's because of you. When Bai Xin said this. Except for Luo Chen, everyone else looked at Luo Chen and Bai Xin with a look of curiosity. Lu Feihu, who believed in watching the fun, said in a long and meaningful tone. Oh, the school beauty teamed up with us, it turned out to be because of Luo Gu. Hearing this, Wang Xinyang and Shen Xiao looked at Luo Chen with bitter faces. I cried out in my heart. Lao Luo, what on earth did you do to this beauty?
Zhou Xiaoqing's mind flashed with the scene where Bai Xin was forced to kiss Luo Chen on the cheek on the stage of Mianqing No. 6 middle school.
Could it be that? Did that kiss make Bai Xin fall in love with Luo Chen? Think of this. Horizon voluntarily looked at Bai Xin and Luo Chen. He muttered. These two, they do seem to be a good match. Xianxiang still stood upright beside Bai Xin, her eyes still cold and wary of Luo Chen. And Luo Chen is the object of gossip.
But in his heart he was thinking about Bai Xin's words.
As a sane LSP, Luo Chen would never think that Bai Xin took the initiative to team up with them because she was interested in him? Really?
When Bai Xin saw the interesting expressions on several people's faces, she seemed to have guessed something. Her fair face flushed slightly, and she quickly explained.
Speechless, did you misunderstand something? What I just said is, Luo Chen, I, Xiao Cheng, and Lu Fei who all went to the same high school. We are acquaintances who know each other a little bit. Teaming up with acquaintances and participating in dangerous tests, isn't that normal? After Bai Xin finished speaking,
Shen Xiang on the side suddenly snorted coldly, as if she didn't like them misunderstanding that Bai Xin and Luo Chen had some special relationship.
Luo Chen, who was closest to Xiang, once again felt the faint murderous aura emanating from Xiang. He recalled the tremendous power he felt when shaking hands with Xiang. It's too easy for this kind of person to kill me. He raised his eyebrows and quickly said to others. Okay, guys, stop your gossiping. There's nothing between me and the school beauty, we're just high school alumni. At the same time, he added in his heart. It's just temporary.
Luo Chen looked at Bai Xin, whose face was slightly red, and said seriously again.
Hey, school beauty, thank you for telling us the assessment rules in advance. In exchange, I'm happy to team up with you. After saying that, Luo Chen looked at Lu Feihu and Zhou Xiaocheng.
These two people are most familiar with Luo Chen, since Luo Chen chooses to believe the school beauty.
Then the two of them would not doubt that Bai Xion's words were false. School beauty, brother Luo, please take me with you. Lu Feihu said with a silly smile. Bai Xion, I'm glad to be your teammate.
Zhou Xiaoqing also smiled.
Wang Xinyang and Shen Xiao on the side thought for a few seconds and nodded in agreement.
I saw that several people agreed to team up with me. Bai Xion's face was filled with a bright and happy smile.
So far, Luo Chen and his 5 people, along with Bai Xion, took the lead in forming a team of 6 while some people were still unaware of the assessment rules. But what they don't know is, among the hundreds of freshmen, they were not the only ones who knew the rules in advance. Among the crowd not far from Luo Chen and his companions,
A young man in black clothes and with a classic slick back hair was looking at Luo Chen with gloomy eyes. Two young men with short hair stood beside him, pointing at Luo Chen and saying to him, "Brother, that kid seems to have a special relationship with Bai Xin.
We saw him talking and laughing with Bai Xin the other day."
The other young man with a crew cut nodded.
The greasy-haired boy said in a low voice, "Oh, if you dare to get close to Bai Xin, don't blame me when the time comes." After saying that,
he warned the two buzz-cut boys beside him, "What are you two still standing there for?
Go and recruit some people to join our team."
A young man with a crew cut asked in confusion, "Brother, why do we have to form a team so early? According to what you just said, it won't be too late for us to form a team after the assessment begins." "Oh, I forgot to tell you too, the top 10 people who kill the demon bats the fastest in this assessment can enter the Academy's forbidden object storage and choose any forbidden object. So, since we already know the rules in advance, let's prepare in advance. Waiting until the assessment begins to form a team will delay it for a lot of time," the greasy-haired boy said slowly. After hearing this, the two crew-haired boys' eyes lit up and they said flatteringly, "Brother, he is really thoughtful." He just looked at them coldly in response to their flattery, while secretly planning in his mind, "Well, first, use the excuse of forming a team for a test to recruit a few people, and then use the Yi family to threaten them to deal with Bai Xin."
A moment later,
a huge light circle pattern that looked like a formation lit up under the feet of everyone in the square.
Then, Vice President Luo Xiaoyu's voice rang out. "Dear students, time is up. Please stand within the circle of light.
I will use my supernatural power, space teleportation, to transport you, the Night Watchman 0017, and the 4 Academy instructors to Forbidden Area number 10. Dean Luo hadn't finished speaking. Everyone saw 4 members of the 007 team and 4 instructors who looked to be around 30 years old walking down the steps at the entrance of the Apocalypse Hall.
Among the 4 instructors, there are 3 men and 1 woman.
They were all dressed in smart white college uniforms, and stood together with the Night Watchman in black windbreakers, like the Black and White Devils. Although the instructors were in the same mountain realm as the Night Watchman, their aura did not seem as fierce and murderous as that of the Night Watchman. 8 people stood at the front of the huge crowd with solemn expressions, just like a general about to lead his soldiers to the battlefield.
Set off!
Accompanied by the loud voice of Vice President Luo Xiaoyu.
Boom!
A deep voice sounded above the square.
With the aperture pattern on the ground as the plane, a circle of cylindrical golden light beams shot straight into the sky.
The freshmen standing in the cylindrical beam of light looked up in shock. Then, they felt their brains sink and their eyes blur. The body followed the beam of light that shot up into the sky, tearing the space apart together. 120 kilometers west of Super College. Inside the number 10 restricted area, a cylindrical beam of light descended from the sky and landed directly on a spacious lawn. As the golden beam of light gradually disappeared, the figures of hundreds of people were revealed. Wei Yiming, who was standing at the front of the crowd, glanced at everyone and said loudly,
"Dear students, welcome to Forbidden Area number 10. Next, I will announce the specific rules for this admission assessment. 41, start."
Hundreds of freshmen on the lawn heard Wei Yiming's words. With a start, they all looked ahead intently, their faces filled with anticipation.
But among the crowd,
there were at least 5 or 6 small groups like Luo Chen who already knew the rules in advance and were talking to each other with their heads down.
These people were not interested in what Wei Yiming had to say at all.
They now wished they could squeeze out of the crowd and go directly to find the lair of the devil bat. At the front of the crowd, Wei Yiming, wearing a black windbreaker, said slowly,
"Actually, the rules for this assessment are very simple. In Forbidden Area number 10, there are multiple nests of alien devil bats. There are nearly 1,000 devil bats in the entire Forbidden Area number 10. No matter what method you use, as long as you successfully kill a devil bat, you will pass this assessment."
As soon as these words were spoken,
everyone's expressions froze as they began to recall information about the demon bat.
A few seconds later,
some people who didn't grasp the key point said casually, "Tisk, the average level of a demon bat is only at the spring level. Killing one demon bat is easy."
Some people who grasped the difficulty of this assessment said worriedly, "Mephistos are a social species, and they're very united. It's actually very difficult to kill one of them in a group of Fountain Realm Mephistos." Some people were thinking about something silently, and then whispered to the people around them in surprise, "Brother, I found a bug. The rules say that you can pass the test by killing the demon bat, but it doesn't explicitly say that you have to kill it yourself." We can try a mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Suddenly someone in the crowd raised his hand and asked, "Excuse me, how is a successful kill of a demon bat determined?" Yu Xing, who was observing the surrounding environment, heard this question and replied, "Each alien species has its own heart core. The heart core is like our human heart, and it is the foundation of the alien species' survival. As long as you obtain the heart core of a demon bat, it will prove that you have successfully killed the demon bat." After Yu Xing finished speaking, Wei Yiming cleared his throat and continued shouting, "A reminder to all students, during this assessment, each of your movements will be monitored in a special manner. If any of you are in danger of life while fighting aliens, we will rush to your aid immediately. So, from now on, please show your true abilities and don't let me down." After saying that, Wei Yiming turned his head and looked at an instructor from the college next to him. The latter nodded slightly, smiled and said to everyone, "Now that I've explained the assessment rules, let me talk about the rewards. Attention everyone! The top 10 students who kill the demon bats the fastest in this assessment can enter our forbidden object storage facility and choose any forbidden object." As soon as these words were spoken, many people's eyes lit up and they said in surprise, "Oh my god, this year's reward is quite something. Even the forbidden items are taken out." The 5 major supernatural academies all have a dedicated storage facility for forbidden objects. I wonder if the forbidden objects stored at the Western Supernatural Academy have any particularly high serial numbers. Hey, I heard that our Western Academy seems to have 2 forbidden items with serial numbers in the top 10. Holy crap! Is this true? It said that each of the top 10 forbidden items has the power to destroy a city. Possessing just one is incredible, but I didn't expect our Western regions to have 2. Fuck. Let's go all out. Try to get into the top 10. Hundreds of people on the lawn were talking about it. The noisy sound waves rose into the sky and then exploded with a loud bang. Wei Yiming waved to the crowd and shouted, "Classmates, I declare that this test will officially begin in 10 seconds. Are you ready?" Hearing this, hundreds of freshmen fell silent at the same time. Their eyes were full of anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Wei Yiming's voice sounded again. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the countdown ends, everyone on the lawn was shocked. Waves of spiritual power surged out one after another. Hundreds of freshmen scattered rapidly in all directions like a school of disturbed fish. Somewhere in a valley, Luo Chen and 6 others stood in front of a huge cave. By XIN, thanks to you for telling us the rules in advance, we formed teams in advance, which not only saved time but also greatly improved efficiency. Zhou Xiaoqing said to Bai Xin beside him. "School beauty, I like you." Fat Tiger gave a thumbs up. Wang Xinyang and Chen Xiao both looked at Bai Xin with gratitude. Luo Chen looked at the beautiful school beauty in front of him and asked curiously, "Where's your personal bodyguard Shang Xiang?" Bai Xin glanced at Luo Chen with her beautiful eyes and replied, "Sister Shang Xiang isn't here to study. She's not taking the test. She should be somewhere around us, watching us right now." Luo Chen looked around, nodded, and couldn't help but feel relieved. I finally don't have to be stared at by that woman with the look of a pervert. Bai Xin seemed to remember something and smiled. "By the way, Sister Shang Xiang is actually very powerful. If we are in danger, she will take action immediately, so everyone can rest assured and complete the assessment." Hearing this, Jin Xiao said happily, "Hee hee, it's good to have a big thigh to hug. Yes, we are so lucky. Not only do we have the night watchman to protect us, but we also have the school beauties guards to provide us with an extra layer of security. This time, we must make it into the top 10 to be worthy of this honor." Wang Xinyang sighed sincerely. "Yes. Let's fight." Fat Tiger raised his fat fist and swung it hard. Luo Chen and Zhou Xiaoqing also felt the same way, with a surge of hot emotions in their hearts. They had to admit that having a wealthy daughter in the team brought many benefits. This thigh is not only white, but also hard. Bai Xin saw the passion and excitement in the eyes of several people. He couldn't help but shake his head left and right, his expression becoming a little arrogant. At this time, Luo Chen stood up straight, facing the huge cave in front of him, and said slowly, "Everyone, this cave looks dark and damp. There's a 90% chance that there are demon bats in it. What do you think? Are you ready?" As soon as these words were spoken, Several people turned around at the same time, facing the cave, and looked at each other.
Chen Xiao grinned and said, "Hey, we have double insurance and have been prepared for a long time." Lu Feihu, yes. Damn. Zhou Xiaoqing, this is my first time fighting a real alien species. I'm really looking forward to it. By XIN, let's go, our goal is to get into the top 10.
With burning eyes, the 6 people walked quickly into the pitch-black cave.
Just a few minutes after they entered the cave, 8 figures also came to the cave entrance. One of them pointed at the cave and said, "Brother do we really have to go in here and kill those people?" This.
When the slicked-back teenager Li He heard this, he glared at the person who spoke.
Shit. What the hell do you mean? Are you scared?
The man didn't dare to look at Li He's eyes, and hesitantly said,
"Brother this is, during the assessment of the Extraordinary Academy, if we kill someone, is that right?" 2 more people whispered. "Brother you only said that you would team up with me to complete the assessment, but you didn't say that you would kill anyone." "Yes, I have never killed."
Before they could finish their words, Li He angrily interrupted them.
"Grass. A plant. What the hell are you afraid of? I'm from the Yi family, one of the 5 major financial groups. With the Yi family backing us up, the Extraordinary Academy is nothing. As long as you follow me and complete the mission, you will have wealth, status, and power. Especially those of you in the lower town, you can take your families and leave the filthy lower town and move to the prosperous upper town in style." When the others heard Li He's words, their expressions revealed a hint of interest. After observing the expressions of several people, Li He changed the subject and threatened in a cold tone. I know some of you are scared. If you're afraid, you can withdraw, but I can't guarantee that the Yi family won't send someone to talk to you."
Li He deliberately emphasized the 3 words chat. When the other 7 heard this, they immediately understood what it meant.
Several people's hearts trembled, and their eyes became firm. 42. Demon Bat. Inside the dark cave. Every few meters, there would be a beam of light like a sharp sword shining into the cave from a small gap in the cave ceiling. This allowed Luo Chen and his companions who were walking inside to just see the blurry road conditions inside the cave. As we went deeper into the cave, the temperature became cooler. Moreover, from time to time, a low roar could be heard from some dark corners in the cave where one could not see one's fingertips. "Everyone, it's now basically confirmed that there are demon bats here, so everyone, cheer up." In the dim light, Luo Chen reminded in a low voice, his eyes flashing with azure lightning, like 2 stars in the night sky. After hearing this, the other people also dispersed their spiritual power from their brains. Then, he looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, a very clear, low, hoarse roar sounded in the darkness not far away. Luo Chen and the others were shocked, and all their eyes were focused on the source of the voice. Immediately following, they saw pairs of scarlet eyes slowly emerging from the inky black. "It's a demon bat," Luo Chen immediately whispered to the people around him. Then, his eyes focused, and the blue light generated by the supernatural power, thunder coming, enveloped his entire body. At this moment, he was like a huge blue light bulb. The area around them, about 10 meters in length, was illuminated brightly. Luo Chen and others finally saw clearly the demon bats hiding in the darkness. The appearance of the demon bat is extremely similar to that of a bat. Basically it is an enlarged version of the bat. It's just that, this scaled-up bat looks pretty creepy. The scarlet eyes were like those of an evil spirit, and a foul-smelling liquid hung from the big mouth with fangs. There seemed to be something hidden in the dark and dirty hair, which was slowly wriggling. The overall image of the demon bat gives people a strong sense of death and darkness. Except Luo Chen and Bai Xin. The other 4 people swallowed their saliva after seeing the true appearance of the demon bat. Although, they had seen the appearance of the demon bat many times in books. But when they suddenly see it in reality, it will inevitably cause them some psychological shock and discomfort. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, not far away, the demon bats that were hiding in the darkness suddenly saw several humans in front of them. Their hair stood on end and they let out a strong warning growl. Luo Chen, whose eyes were like sapphires, glanced at the gathering place of the demon bats and said slowly, "Fortunately, there are only 5 demon bats, and they are all in the middle stage of the spring realm. It won't be a big problem for us," said. Luo Chen turned to look at the few people and asked, "1 person against 1, Fat Tiger and I will join, how about that?" Among the 6 people, Luo Chen is in the early stage of the river realm. School Beauty by Xin is in the late stage of the spring realm, and is only one step away from reaching the river realm. The other four were all in the middle stage of the spring realm. Such a lineup is more than enough to deal with the demon bats in front of us. No problem. Bai Xian glanced at Luo Chen and nodded, and a small storm swirled around her. Chen Xiao and Wang Xinyang, who were unaware of Bai Xian's abilities, said in surprise after seeing the storm. Oh my god, another god-level supernatural power. When did it become so easy to awaken god-level abilities? Among the six of us, 2 have god-level abilities. After the 2 looked at each other, there was a hint of envy in their eyes. Next second, Wang Xinyang's pupils suddenly narrowed and became extremely sharp. His body suddenly became unusually flexible, and he landed on all fours in a very exaggerated posture. Like a spider, he jumped onto the roof of the cave and hung upside down. Ability, Spider Form, Rating B. Chen Xiao on the side frowned, as if he was holding back some energy. Immediately afterwards, his body began to swell, and soon he turned into a giant 3 meters tall. Strong muscles, huge body, and overflowing power. Ability, Colossus, Rating B. As his body changed, his shirt and trousers were torn. But fortunately, there was a pair of very large boxer briefs covering his private parts. Lu Feihu, who witnessed all this, asked curiously. Holy crap! Lao Chen, where did you buy these boxers? They're of such good quality, they haven't even burst yet. Fortunately, the ceiling of this cave was very high, so the enlarged Chen Xiao did not feel cramped. He lowered his head and said to Lu Feihu. Hey, these are the stretch boxers I bought specially. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing every time I use my powers. Luo Chen and Lu Feihu stared at Chen Zhao's boxer shorts with interest, with evil smiles on their lips. The 2 girls blushed slightly and tilted their heads, not wanting to look at Chen Zhao's current appearance. What's going on with you guys? Didn't you say you wanted to be in the top 10? What are you talking about here? Hurry up and kill those demon bats. Zhou Shaoqing suddenly reminded. She used her special ability, Force Field Twist, to levitate her body. With a loud bang, she rushed towards the demon bats first. The others saw this. They also rushed over. The spiritual power of several people permeated the cave. When the 5 demon bats saw several humans rushing towards them with hostility, they roared vigilantly and fiercely. Then they spread their huge fleshy wings and flapped them. It kicked the ground with its sharp claws and pounced towards Luo Chen and others. One of the demon bats just flew towards Luo Chen and Fat Tiger. Luo Chen said to Fat Tiger behind him. Fat Tiger, remember to follow our plan. I'll take the lead, and you'll be the surprise attack. Lu Feihu, who was following behind Luo Chen, made an okay gesture. The Azure Thunder suddenly appeared, carrying with it a powerful force, rushing towards the demon bat. The demon bat seemed to sense the dangerous aura contained in Luo Chen's thunder plasma. Its body tilted suddenly in the air, narrowly avoiding Luo Chen's thunder plasma. Boom! The demon bat, about 1.5 meters long, flew through the cave as quickly as a glider, and then landed heavily on a protruding rock on the rock wall. Its scarlet eyes stared at Luo Chen and Lu Feihu, as if thinking of a countermeasure. It found that with its own realm and ability, it seemed no match for the human in front of it. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning like thunder pierced through the darkness again. The demon bat jumped quickly, but was still hit on the back by Luo Chen's thunder. A distinct smell of burnt food wafted into its nose. The demon bat screamed sharply in pain and anger. It spread its huge wings and flew towards Luo Chen again. But this time, it suddenly braked when it was still a few meters away from Luo Chen and the others. Then, a strange, eardrum-irritating high-frequency sound came from the fanged mouth. Under this tone, Luo Chen and Lu Feihu frowned and covered their ears involuntarily, as if their eardrums were about to be pierced. 43. Gate of Shadows. The demon bat that attacked Luo Chen and the other 2 discovered that its high-frequency tone seemed to make the other party very uncomfortable. It continued to flap its wings excitedly and pounced forward, its sharp claws aimed at the heads of Luo Chen and Lu Feihu. But just when the demon bat thought it was about to bite the 2 men's heads off, in the vision presented by its red pupils, Luo Chen suddenly said to Fat Tiger in front of him, Fat Tiger, now is the time. Lu Feihu's eyes narrowed, and his fat body leaped forward, heading directly towards the flying demon bat. The effect of the supernatural power, tear streaming, along with the spiritual power released by Lu Feihu, enveloped the demon bat. Forehead.
The two small red eyes of the demon bat suddenly froze, and for some reason, it felt a sadness it had never felt before in its heart.
Its ugly face actually showed a sadness similar to that of humans. What to do? I suddenly feel emo.
At the moment when the demon bat was stunned, a flash of lightning pierced through its head like a sharp sword. The demon bat finally woke up and wailed in great pain. Then, it fell heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string.
Luo Chen and Lu Feihu looked at each other and clapped their hands in tacit understanding.
Brother Luo, you're worthy of being the one who came up with this combination.
Hee, I suddenly feel that my special ability is not completely useless. Lu Feihu laughed. Luo Chen smiled faintly. Fat Tiger, don't underestimate yourself in the future.
No matter what level of superpowers, as long as they appear in this world, they will have their role to play.
It just depends on how you develop and use them. Hearing this, Lu Feihu's eyes lit up and he had an epiphany. Luo Chen strode forward and came to the body of the demon bat.
He squatted down, took out a dagger, and broke the skin on the demon bat's chest.
Take out a bloody heart core the size of a walnut.
Then, he and Lu Feihu turned their heads at the same time to look at the other people. Bai Sinew waved her hand, and a sword-shaped wind blade broke through the air and directly pierced through the body of the demon bat.
The demon bat not far in front of Zhou Shaoqing seemed to be imprisoned in a transparent box.
The demon bat's body was squeezed and deformed, and suddenly it exploded with a bang. On Chen Zhao's side, his upper body was scratched with several bloody marks by the sharp claws of the magic bat, but in the end he withstood the powerful pounce of the magic bat, forcibly grabbed the wings of the magic bat with his hands, and tore the magic bat into two halves. Wang Xinyang jumped nimbly on the rock wall in the cave like a spider, dealing with the demon bat. At some point, he finally found an opportunity and smashed the demon bat's head with a big stone, and red and green blood splattered everywhere. After several people took out the demon bat heart cores one by one, they gathered together.
6 people, 5 heart cores, and we have to find another demon bat. Luo Chen said. Several people nodded. Let's go. Let's find another one.
Chen Xiao, who was over 3 meters tall, said excitedly. He seemed to still be immersed in the pleasure of killing aliens.
Actually, Luo Chen suddenly said, you can take the heart core and turn in your homework first. We're killing demon bats pretty quickly.
If you go back now, you'll probably make it into the top 10.
The last demon bat, Fat Tiger, and I can go alone. Fat Tiger glanced at Luo Chen and agreed. Yes, hurry up and hand in your homework. There will be rewards for the top 10. The other 4 people were stunned for 2 seconds after hearing this. Fuck you too. What the hell are you talking about? We're a team now. How could I possibly leave you 2 behind and go collect the reward alone?
Chen Xiao raised his huge fist and punched the stone wall next to him. He felt somewhat dissatisfied with the formality of Luo Chen and Lu Feihu.
Wang Xinyang also frowned and said, Lao Luo, Fat Tiger, you two are too distant. We are teammates fighting side by side now. How could I possibly abandon you? Bai Xian glared at Luo Chen with her big, watery eyes. I'm really impressed by you too.
If you had the time to be so pretentious, we might have found the last demon bat by now.
That is,
Zhou Shaoqing also said with some displeasure. Then she turned around decisively and walked towards the depths of the cave, saying, Let's go, stop being so pretentious, and hurry up.
Maybe all 6 of us can make it into the top 10.
With Zhou Shaoqing taking the lead.
The others glanced at Luo Chen and Lu Feihu and followed.
Luo Chen and Fat Tiger turned their heads and smiled at each other.
Turned around and caught up with the team. Hee, brother Luo, you are right, they really won't abandon us. Fat Tiger said to Luo Chen in a low voice.
When Luo Chen heard this, he looked up at the backs of the 4 people in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
Suddenly, a voice sounded behind them. Hey! Everyone! I don't think you need to go in and kill the demon bats. Because you are going to die soon. Hear the sound.
Luo Chen and the other 6 turned around at the same time, looking at the darkness behind them in confusion.
A few seconds later, 8 figures gradually appeared in their sight. A valley somewhere in Forbidden Area number 10.
This place is only 10 kilometers away from the place where freshmen of Western Super Academy are assessed. Dense groups of demons and alien species gathered in the valley. Each of their eyes seemed to be burning with flames of excitement and desire. The entire valley was filled with a thick smell of death. At this time, They all looked quietly at a figure standing on the top of the hill in front of them with his back to them. The figure was unusually tall, nearly 3 meters tall, draped in a dark red robe and holding a black scepter, like a god of death looking down on all living beings.
He seemed to be waiting for something. A few minutes later,
a pitch-black void door suddenly appeared beside him.
Then,
a figure slowly walked out of the black door. It's like an alien visitor who has traveled through space from another world. The tall figure holding the scepter said in a low and hoarse voice. Now that you're here, it seems the shadow gate has been set up.
The figure coming out of the black door bowed respectfully.
Well, the shadow gate has been set up. We just need you, High Priest, to build a passage here. Then our demon army can charge into the place where the human freshmen are being tested.
The High Priest asked calmly.
Where is the shadow gate? In a cave more than 10 kilometers away from here, the night watchman will definitely not be able to find us.
We can take them by surprise.
Well, good, you did a great job. You've been lurking among the human race for 10 years, and it's been hard work.
After this is over, follow me to the demon ruins for baptism. Zhang Qi.
When Zhang Qi heard this, his breathing became rapid.
He bent down even lower. Thank you, High Priest.
After the two finished their conversation,
the High Priest holding the black scepter suddenly turned around.
His eyes, one purple and one green, scanned the aliens below who were looking at him like believers.
The High Priest held up his scepter and whispered something like an incantation. Immediately following,
a black mist gushed out from the scepter in his hand, and soon formed a huge, vortex-shaped channel in the valley. After doing all this, the High Priest narrowed his eyes, raised his hands, and shouted to the aliens below the mountain.
Go! Everyone! Kill to your heart's content.
Those demons who had been waiting for a long time were instantly filled with murderous intent after hearing the High Priest's order.
His expression became extremely ferocious.
Then, they rushed into the vortex of fog ahead like a swarm of bees. The High Priest on the top of the mountain glanced at Zhang Qi beside him and slowly walked into the black door.
Zhang Qi lowered his head to glance at the alien species that were like a swarm of bees at the foot of the mountain and followed them in. Just a few minutes after they left,
Li Feng slowly walked out from the shadow of a big tree not far away. He looked at the demon species in the valley, and his eyes twitched uncontrollably.
He frowned and said with an extremely serious expression, "Things are not good."
As he spoke, he took out the phone he had stepped on before and said in surprise,
"Finally, there's a signal." Li Feng quickly dialed Wei Yiming's number.
44, crisis.
In a cave with dim light, Luo Chen and the other 6 stood side by side in a row.
They looked at the shadow in front of them in surprise.
Somewhat confused. Because it was dark in the cave, they could not see the specific appearance of the 8 people opposite them. "Who are you? What did you just say? Why did you say we were going to die?" Luo Chen asked, his voice echoing in the empty cave. At the same time,
he quietly spread out his mental power, and the thunder in his eyes was dancing silently,
staring vigilantly at the 8 people in front. Because he felt an invisible pressure from the 8 people opposite him. The cave was quiet for a few seconds. Suddenly one of the 8 people said, "Because, we are here to kill you."
As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Chen and the others felt a chill in their hearts and their bodies subconsciously tensed up.
At the same time, there are a series of question marks in my head. Who are these people? Why are you killing us? Besides, this was part of the Academy's assessment. How dare they talk about killing people? Why?
School Beauty by Xian was wrapped in a breeze, and the strands of hair beside her ears fluttered gently.
"Ha, of course someone wants to buy your life, Bai Xian," replied the person who just spoke. Bai Xian was surprised. "You know me?" "Not only do I know you, I also know that you are the daughter of Bai Tianming, the head of the Bai family," the man said quietly. Hearing this, Bai Xian frowned tightly, as if thinking or recalling something. After a few seconds, she guessed a reason and asked tentatively, "Are you from the consortium?" "Ha, you are really smart, beautiful Bai," the man suddenly laughed. Bai Xian, who guessed correctly, continued to ask, "So, which consortium are you from?" After 2 seconds of silence, the man slowly said, "I shouldn't have told you about my financial backer, but when I think about how you're going to die at my hands, it doesn't matter anymore." Bai Xian, the one who wants to buy your life is none other than the Yi family, one of the most famous financial groups in the Federation, just like your Bai family. After hearing the word Yi family, anger appeared in Bai Xian's beautiful eyes. Really? It's that damn Yi family again. Ever since Bai Tianming, the head of the Bai family, was injured and his strength declined, the Yi family, which had always been at odds with the Bai family, finally found an opportunity. In recent years, he has been continuously encroaching on the Bai family's assets. Moreover, they joined forces with the other two major financial groups to eliminate the Yu family and launched a crazy crackdown on the Bai family. Over the past few years, the Bai family's influence has declined sharply, and it seems to be on the verge of falling out of the top 5 financial groups. But what Bai Xian never expected was, not only did the Yi family attack the Bai family openly, they also secretly sent people to take her life. The Yi family is really going too far. Thinking of this, Bai Xian clenched her fists in anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "The Yi family only wants my life. These people around me are all innocent. Let them go." "Ha, respected Miss Bai, these people are witnesses to our killing of you. Do you think we will let them go?" The man in the shadow sneered. Hearing this, the 4 people except Luo Chen looked at each other, their mental power shook, and their eyes became alert. "Forget it, I don't want to waste my time talking to you dead people," the man said indifferently. "Everyone, get started. The wealth and glory promised by the Yi family are waiting for you." After saying that, the 8 people hiding in the shadows were shocked at the same time, and their spiritual power gushed out. 2 are in the early stage of the river realm, 2 are in the late stage of the spring realm, and 4 are in the middle stage of the spring realm. This lineup. Luo Chen and his 6 companions were no match at all. "It's over, my realm has been crushed," Lu Feihu said resentfully. "What should we do? Fight or run away?" Chen Xiao, who was 3 meters tall, half squatted and said in a low voice. The others frowned, looking worried, and were thinking of countermeasures in their hearts. Bai Xian looked up at the expressions of the few people and felt guilty and self-blame. "It's because of me that they are in danger." The Yi family's methods were too sinister and cruel. They actually wanted to use these people to get rid of me, the only heir of the Bai family, when I was taking the assessment and was completely unprepared. If I die, my already injured father will definitely be devastated. The Bai family mainly fell. The Bai family consortium will also be completely destroyed. Etc. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Bai Xian's mind. "No, I'm not defenseless. Smells good. How could I forget Shangxiang?" Thinking of this, Bai Xian said to the nervous people around her, "Actually, we don't have to run away." Finished. She took out a thumb-sized glass ball that shone white light from her bag. Then, used 2 fingers to squeeze the white glass ball to pieces. A ray of dazzling white light suddenly appeared in the darkness. Bai Xian explained, "I have summoned Sister Shangxiang, don't worry, she is very powerful, she will be here soon." Her words served as a reminder to everyone. I remembered the woman who wore round glasses, had short hair that reached her shoulders, and looked very quiet. Especially Luo Chen. He shook hands with the woman and could feel that her mental strength was more than 1 level higher than his. Therefore, he believed Bai Xian's words without a doubt. But just at the moment when Bai Xian crushed the white glass ball, the 8 figures moved. Da-da-day. Footsteps sounded in the cave, and they walked towards Luo Chen and his companions step by step. Then, Li He, who had just been talking to Bai Xian, suddenly smiled at Bai Xian again and said, He, are you summoning the female guard from the heaven realm who's following you?" "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that the Yi family also sent a heavenly realm expert this time. He should have engaged that female guard by now. So, no one will come to save you. You are dead today." After saying that, a monstrous evil spirit burst out from Li He's body, carrying with it a strong sense of death, and merged with the surrounding darkness. Li He's eyes turned scarlet. Superpower, evil body, rating S. Bai Xian and others felt a pang in their hearts after hearing what Li He said. The fire of hope that had just ignited in my heart was instantly extinguished. At the same time, the 7 people behind Li He also released their special abilities. Luo Chen was shocked to find out. Among those 7 people, the worst abilities were all sea level. So, face this situation. Luo Chen and his friends had only one thought in their minds: escape. Wang Xingyang, who had been silent the whole time, adjusted his glasses and said bitterly, "Damn! This is a dead end. What are you waiting for? Run!"
Chen Xiao stood up and said to the others. Then, he suddenly picked up Lu Feihu, who was still in a daze, with one hand and placed him on his shoulder. Because Qin Xiao believed that among them, only Fat Tiger's special ability could not be used to escape.
See this scene.
Zhou Xiaoqing, Luo Chen and Bai Xian were stunned for a second, then followed them and fled deep into the cave.
This is their only way out now.
45. Tenderness that reaches the bottom of my heart.
Boom! A piece of rubble fell from the nearby rock face.
Luo Chen, who was running away, swung his hand with a flash of lightning, and the azure plasma streaked through the dark cave like a meteor. Behind him, Li He was chasing him with murderous aura. Next to him was another person from the river realm. His entire body was wrapped in a faint purple flame, and the rubble that had just fallen was knocked down by him using the purple flame.
Superpower, Purple Spiritual Flame, rated A. Call out.
Another purple flame shot out from his fingertips, colliding with the azure lightning, and bursting out a dazzling light. The photos captured the figures of 14 people in the cave. But to the man's surprise, Luo Chen's thunder did not completely dissipate in the collision. Some scattered plasma flew towards the man like sparks. Just then, a ball of black evil energy enveloped and swallowed the sparks like a net. Xiaoyan, don't take it lightly. That kid has god-level superpowers, and he is also in the river realm.
Li He, who was lifted up by the great evil spirit, exposed his upper body and reminded him.
After hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded slightly, his eyes revealing his respect for Luo Chen. But the corners of his mouth curled up, because the distance between them and Luo Chen and others in front of them was slowly closing.
And in front of us is Luo Chen. Bai Xian looked at Luo Chen with surprise.
His whole body was wrapped in blue light, like a light bulb, and asked softly.
Luo Chen, when did you advance to the river realm?
Since being promoted to the river realm, Luo Chen has never truly fully released his spiritual power. Therefore, no one except himself knew that he had reached the river realm. At this moment, facing the pursuers who were also from the river realm, Luo Chen had to completely release his mental power. Naturally, his true state was exposed. Fat Tiger, sitting on the shoulders of the giant Chen Xiao, looked down at Luo Chen with a smile on his face, muttering,
"Oh my goodness! He's worthy of being my brother Luo. He's already reached the river realm in just half a month." The other 3 people learned that Luo Chen's realm was far ahead of theirs. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that Luo Chen was simply a monster. At the same time, they also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although, among the people at the back there were 2 people in the river realm. But at least, they have Luo Chen on their side who can compete with them. But Luo Chen suddenly said worriedly, "Just me, a river realm cultivator, isn't enough." The 2 people behind him put a lot of pressure on him. He could sense that the man who was wrapped in evil spirit had a higher level of spiritual power than him. They must think of a way. If they continue to escape like this, they will be caught up by those people sooner or later. He wasn't worried about himself. The system once said that when one's life is threatened, the system will take action. But the system will not provide protection to the other 5 people with him. I don't know since when.
Luo Chen discovered that he had truly regarded them as his friends. So, at this moment, he was eager to do something to save them from life danger.
Damn it, I'm still not strong enough, Luo Chen said unwillingly in his heart. Just then, Li He's voice came from behind them again. Damn it! This cat and mouse chase needs to end. The moment the sound fell,
Li He's eyes burned with blood-red flames. A gray evil spirit like a giant python rushed out of his body and swam towards Luo Chen and the others at an extremely fast speed. Luo Chen, who was at the end, suddenly felt the hairs on his back stand up. He turned around suddenly, clenched his right hand, and a curved arc of electricity like a tree branch shot out from his palm.
Bang!
The evil energy collided with the electric arc, making a deafening sound. The powerful fluctuation of mental power caused the bodies of both of them to be shaken crookedly.
Suddenly, Luo Chen's pupils shrank.
A purple firework like a sharp arrow came flying out from the dissipating evil spirit at some point. The unprepared Luo Chen felt a chill in his heart.
I'm about to be hit by this purple fire.
The purple flames enlarged in Luo Chen's pupils, carrying with them a murderous intent.
Death is approaching him. In the blink of an eye. Call.
Suddenly, the whistling sound of flapping wings was heard in the quiet cave. A pair of huge angel wings made of wind blades slowly unfolded. The moment the purple flame hit Luo Chen, it enveloped him.
By Xin. You. Luo Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at Bai Xin in surprise as she faced him.
Behind her, the angel's wings were like a barrier, blocking the purple flame sword that was wrapped in ferocious power.
Pity. Bai Xin is only in the late stage of the Quan realm. He couldn't contend with a river realm cultivator as calmly as Luo Chen. Puff. Bai Xin's face flushed, and then she spat out a mouthful of blood.
The angel wings behind her almost dissipated after taking the purple flame attack.
The aftermath of the collision pushed Bai Xin forward violently. She fell uncontrollably into Luo Chen's arms.
Luo Chen was suddenly bumped by Bai Xin, and his feet became unstable, causing him to fall several meters away with Bai Xin. The other three stopped and ran towards Luo Chen and Bai Xin in horror.
Luo Chen, Bai Xin.
Zhou Xiaoqing used the force field to levitate himself and slid to Luo Chen and the others like a ghost.
Are you all right?
Zhou Xiaoqing asked worriedly.
Luo Chen was not injured. He sat up and gently helped Bai Xin beside him to sit up.
He shook his head and said,
I'm fine, but Bai Xin is injured. The other three also came over to them and stared at them nervously. Lu Feihu jumped down from Chun Zhao's shoulders and said angrily, Damn it! How dare you hit our school beauty? Chen Xiao was so angry that he pounded the ground with his big fist. Fuck! Can we stop running and fight them?
Wang Xingyang, in Spider-Man form, fell from the top of the cave. After his limbs returned to normal, he sneered.
Ha, I didn't expect that we weren't harmed by the alien species, but were injured by our own kind. Damn, sometimes, humans are even more hateful than aliens. At this time,
there was a trace of scarlet blood at the corner of Bai Xin's mouth, making her already fair face look even paler. Now she is like a broken flower, which makes people feel pity for her. Luo Chen looked at Bai Xin with a complicated expression, and a trace of anger suddenly surged in his heart.
Bai Xin. Do you know what you just did? You're only at the spring realm, why did you use your body to take that person's attack? Aren't you very smart? Why would you do such a stupid thing? Ha! As he spoke, Luo Chen's voice grew louder uncontrollably. The other four looked down at Luo Chen in surprise. Brother! What are you doing? Bai Xin was injured while protecting you. Is it okay for you to say that about her? But,
compared to the other people's misunderstanding of Luo Chen's behavior, the injured Bai Xin didn't take it seriously, and even raised a smile that was hardly noticeable to others. She understood it in her heart. What Luo Chen said actually revealed his concern for her. She quietly put away the smile on her face, turned her head to look at Luo Chen who was standing close to her, and said in a voice that only he could hear. Luo Chen, I don't owe you anything. Hearing this, Luo Chen was stunned, and his beating heart seemed to be hit by something and stopped for 2 seconds. That trace of anger was extinguished in an instant. What remains is only the tenderness that reaches the bottom of the heart. At the same time, only 10 meters away from them, Li He, who had finally caught up, led the other 7 people and stared at them with murderous eyes. You guys, it's time to die. Hear the sound. Luo Chen and the others turned their heads to look over, with raging anger rising in their eyes. But the next second, a mechanical voice of a queen sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host, please be careful, a large number of alien species are approaching, very dangerous. 46, play. Between the Lawns. The 4 members of the Night Watch 007 team and the 4 instructors of the academy sat on a huge, flat stone protruding from the ground. In front of them, a huge light curtain was suspended. The giant screen is divided into 16 small screens. Each screen is broadcasting the real-time dynamics of the assessment of hundreds of freshmen. However, these images are silent. So, they could only watch, but they couldn't hear what the freshmen said. The 8 people stared at the small pictures with great interest, commenting or discussing from time to time. Hey, this guy, did he learn alien species and habits for nothing? Doesn't he know that devil bats are a very united and social species? He actually dared to go looking for the devil bats alone instead of forming a team. It's over, it's over. 3 of us are surrounded by 8 demon bats. This is too dangerous. No, I have to go over there. Ha! This team is quite creative. 2 of them acted as bait, while 3 others laid an ambush. They easily took out several demon bats. Oh my god!
what did I see? There's still a dark horse among this freshman class. This freshman actually took on 3 demon bats alone and escaped unscathed. Hey! Look over there. 2 of the 6-man team have god-level abilities. Furthermore, their division of labor is very clear. They've already obtained 5 demon bat heart cores in no time. It looks like these guys might very well make it into the top 10. It seems this team of 6 is being targeted by another team of 8. Now we're going to see some fun. Is the first snatch battle of the year going to happen? Hey, although this team of 6 has good abilities, their realm is not as good as the other side, and they don't have the advantage in numbers. I don't know if they can escape the pursuit of those 8 people. Oh no! Someone from that 6-man team is injured. They're being too ruthless. They're trying to kill us. Should we go over and take a look? Wei Yiming, who was watching another picture attentively, was piqued by the exclamation of an instructor. He turned his head to look at the scene where the team of 6 was being chased by 8 people. In the picture, in the dark cave, an injured girl sat on the ground. The people surrounding her were staring at the 8 people opposite with anger and vigilance. The faces of several people gradually appeared on the screen. Wei Yiming's eyes narrowed, and he murmured in surprise. Ha! Isn't this Luo Chen and the others? That injured girl seems to be Lao Yu's sister? After seeing the faces of the people in the picture clearly, Wei Yiming immediately turned around, pointed at the picture, and said to Yu Xing beside him. Hey, Yu Xing, look here. Yu Xing, who was watching other scenes, turned to look at Wei Yiming after hearing this. Then he looked in the direction the other person pointed. Yu Xing discovered that the person injured in the picture was by Xin. He was furious and shouted. Damn! Who is that guy? How dare he attack my sister? The others were startled by Yu Xing's shout, and then they all looked at Yu Xing and then at the picture. Ning Ziyuan raised her chin, looked at the picture carefully, frowned, and suddenly said to the others. Everyone, something seems to be wrong. Xiaoya, who was standing by, heard this and asked. Kite, what do you mean? What did you see? After saying this, her scattered gaze found focus at a certain point in the picture. The focus. Behind Luo Chen and the others in the picture, there is a dark cave as deep as an abyss. A huge vortex suddenly emerged in the dark space. Inside the vortex, colorful dots lit up, as if countless eyes were staring at this side. The other 6 people were also attracted by the scene in the picture, and they were all wondering what that thing was. Just then. Ding-a-ling. The sudden ringing of the cell phone exploded in the 8 people's brains. Wei Yiming's heart trembled. He took out his cell phone from his pocket, saw the caller ID, turned on the hands-free mode, and said to the other 3 members of the 007 team. The team leader finally called. When the call was connected, the voice of Li Feng, the leader of 007 team, came from the other end. Yiming, where are you now? Wei Yiming replied, Team leader, we are currently watching the freshman's assessment with several instructors from the Western Supernormal Academy. Oh? Has the assessment started? Li Feng asked. Yes, it just started today. Wei Yiming replied. What? Today? Li Feng on the other end of the phone was a little surprised, as if he had guessed something bad. He continued to ask. Yiming, is the Academy's assessment still about illusions this year? Wei Yiming on the other end of the phone shook his head. It's not the team leader, the deans decided to conduct a practical assessment on these freshmen this year. A combat assessment? Yes. What kind of practical assessment is it? Li Feng's voice became low. Wei Yiming told Li Feng that after discussing with several deans, they decided to conduct a practical assessment on the freshmen in Forbidden Area number 10. After saying that, Li Feng on the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Then, without any warning, he raged, fuck. Li Feng's sudden swearing made the people who heard the call frown and look surprised. Team leader. What's wrong with you? Wei Yiming asked in confusion. Li Feng on the other end of the phone did not explain, but asked anxiously. Yiming, where exactly are you guys now? Although Wei Yiming looked confused, he still told Li Feng their general location truthfully. After thinking for 2 seconds, Li Feng suddenly said in a very formal tone on the phone. All members of Night Watch Team 007, stand at attention. After hearing this, Wei Yiming, Yu Xing, Xiaoya, and Ning Ziyuan on the other end of the phone subconsciously stood at attention and straightened their bodies.
I declare that Night Watch Team 007 will immediately activate the highest alert level to resist alien races.
Li Feng's tone revealed unprecedented solemnity. Wei Yiming and others' faces changed drastically. Night Watchman's highest alert level. What is this concept?
Since human society entered the new civilization over the past 100 years, the Night Watch has only reached the highest warning level 3 times. Although none of them had experienced the highest warning level. But they all knew about it from the book History of the Night Watchman.
Every time the highest alert level appears, it means one thing.
The alien races gathered on a large scale and began to invade human society, marking the alien race's unilateral war against the human race.
Team leader, could it be that the alien races have gathered and are preparing to declare war on us humans? Wei Yiming's voice was trembling. Although there have been speculations before about alien races declaring war on humans.
However, when someone around him suddenly confirmed this guess in person, Wei Yiming couldn't help but find it difficult to accept it.
It's not preparation, it has already started.
Li Feng's heavy voice came from the phone again.
47, new mission instructions.
Hearing what Li Feng said on the other end of the phone, several people exclaimed at the same time.
I already know your location. I should be not far from you. I will come to meet you right away. Li Feng said.
Team leader, I want to ask, where are the alien races gathering this time?
Yu Xing suddenly asked into the phone.
Li Feng sighed and said slowly.
In Forbidden Area Number 10.
As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 members of the 007 team, including several instructors who had been listening beside them, had their hearts skipped a beat at the same time and looked terrified.
In our Forbidden Area Number 10?
One of the female instructors, who had hardly ever fought with alien races, turned pale and muttered.
Wei Yiming took a deep breath and asked softly into the phone. Team leader, do you know where the alien races are gathering in Forbidden Area Number 10? I don't know yet.
Li Feng's voice was a little hurried, with panting, and it seemed that he had already started on his way.
But I know that they all walked into a vortex-shaped transmission channel.
Li Feng added on the other end of the phone.
Hear the word vortex.
The 007 team and the instructor, a total of 8 people, all looked at the light curtain in front of them.
Team leader, we seem to already know the specific location where the aliens appeared. I will send you the location later.
After Wei Yiming finished speaking, he hung up the phone.
At the same time, in the picture on the screen,
in that huge vortex channel, alien species slowly appeared one after another. The 8 people looked at each other, and their expressions became more solemn than ever.
Call out.
A long spear exuding strong murderous intent suddenly appeared and was held tightly in Wei Yiming's hand.
He said to the other 3 teammates in a firm and excited tone. Everyone, it's our turn.
After hearing this, the 4 members of Team 007 smiled at each other.
Without hesitation, they left the place quickly with heavy steps.
His eyes were filled with high fighting spirit. After they left, the 4 college instructors looked at each other.
One of them said solemnly, let's go too. This concerns the safety of all the freshmen. Then, he instructed the only female instructor. Coach Su, please notify the deans. I think this time the alien race unilaterally declared war, they must have been well prepared. I don't rule out the possibility of there being aliens of extremely high realms. Those night watchmen and us are probably no match for them. Perhaps, only a few deans can stop them.
After he finished speaking, he looked at the other 2 male instructors again and asked.
You too? Shall we go?
The 2 male instructors looked at each other and chuckled.
As the instructor of the academy, I should be on the front line. We can't bring shame to the academy, and we can't let those night watchmen look down on us. Let's go. Let's fight. After saying that,
the 3 figures flashed and chased in the direction of the Night Watch 007 team members.
The female instructor slowly took out her cell phone and walked towards the Western Supernatural Academy. Deep in the dark cave. Ding. Warning. Warning.
Host, please be careful, a large number of alien species are approaching, very dangerous. The system's voice suddenly exploded in Luo Chen's brain.
For so many days,
he had never heard the system speak in such a fast and urgent tone. Slowly standing up, Luo Chen frowned and turned his head left and right, scanning the cave.
At some point,
his gaze lingered on a dark area to the left, leading deep into the cave. Then, his eyes widened like copper bells.
It was about a few hundred meters away from them.
A huge whirlpool, like the huge mouth of a prehistoric beast, is swallowing the darkness. Inside the huge mouth, light spots of different colors flickered.
The next moment, those spots of light emerged from the vortex like disturbed fireflies. What follows is a monstrous evil spirit, as well as a murderous intent as intense as ice piercing the bones. See this scene.
Even Luo Chen, who had lived 2 lives, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. The voice trembled and roared.
Aliens are invading. Luo Chen's voice was like a thunder, deafening and echoing in the empty cave.
After hearing this, the other 5 people around him looked at Luo Chen in surprise.
Then he followed Luo Chen's frightened gaze and looked deep into the cave. Their pupils trembled. In their sight,
alien species of various shapes and sizes waved their weapons and rushed over like a raging flood that broke through a dam. It is filled with the smell of oppression and death, like a dark cloud covering the city.
This extremely shocking scene even made several people forget to breathe. The other side.
Li He had a ferocious look on his face, and was about to get to know Luo Chen and the others with the other 7 people.
But my body suddenly felt uncontrollable trembling. Then,
they all stopped and turned to look in the direction of Luo Chen and the others. Extreme fear appeared in his eyes.
Are they all alien species? Oh my god, did this disturb the alien's nest? It's so scary. Where do those alien species come from? Ah, that's not right. Those aliens are so murderous. Oh no. It really is an alien invasion. Run away. There are so many alien species, their spit can drown us. After discovering the murderous intent emanating from those alien species, the 7 of them looked at Li He nervously. The one who was also in the river realm said, "Brother He, what should we do? If we go to kill by Xin and the others now, we will definitely not be able to escape the attack of those alien species. The distance of several hundred meters will soon be closing. Moreover, I can feel that many of those alien species are at a higher level than us. If we don't run now, it will be too late."
At the end, his tone was pleading. Li He frowned and turned his eyes towards Luo Chen and the others. He found that Luo Chen was also staring at him. The other person's eyes were calm and fierce. It seemed to be telling him, "Come and kill me if you dare, or we'll die together." Li He's eyes were erratic.
After just 2 seconds of contemplation, he said unwillingly, "Damn it! Retreat! I hope they get caught up by those alien species. That way we can save ourselves some trouble."
When the other 7 people heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Without any hesitation, the 8 people turned around and ran.
And on Luo Chen's side, after seeing Li He and his men give up on killing them, they also breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Chen turned around and quickly said to the others, "Run. I'll carry by Xin."
After saying that, he squatted down, grabbed by Xin's wrist, pulled her up, and joked,
"Ahem, campus beauty, you're going to owe me a favor again."
Bai Xin, with a red face, stared at Luo Chen helplessly with her beautiful eyes. But this time, she didn't feel very disgusted with Luo Chen carrying her on his back. Instead, he took the initiative to put his hands on Luo Chen's shoulders.
Luo Chen glanced at the girl's slender, white hands on his shoulder, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Fat Tiger once again sat on the giant Chun Zhao's shoulders, muttering, "Damn! What on earth happened? Why are there so many alien species?" The 6 people ran out of the cave in panic. This moment, Luo Chen suddenly felt that they were like lambs being chased by border collies. Being chased deep into the cave, and then driven towards the cave entrance by alien species. His feet flashed with lightning, and he ran at high speed with Bai Xin on his back, and turned his head to look at the alien race surging from the depths of darkness behind him. Then, he turned around and looked at the backs of Li He and others who were about to disappear from his sight. He muttered fiercely, "If I don't kill you, my last name is not Luo." Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded again. Ding! Mission command triggered, lead the other 5 people out of the cave alive. Completing the command will gain plus 5,000 replica value. 48, strange ball. Replica value 5,000? Luo Chen was a little surprised when he heard the system's voice. This is the highest reward for a mission command so far. After thinking about it, Luo Chen finally understood the rules of the system.
It turns out that the number of replica values given by the system each time is determined by the difficulty of the task.
That's the thought. Luo Chen couldn't help but look back at the alien species behind him that were like a swarm of bees. All kinds of alien species seemed like monsters crawling out of the abyss.
He said to himself. With all this going on, it's not easy for me to get the 5 of them out of the cave alive.
No wonder the system gave me a 5,000 replication point reward.
While speaking, the alien species behind him suddenly let out a series of terrifying roars. Just like a trapped animal in a cage for a long time, he was looking for something to vent his frustration.
Wisps of black mist surged forward like ghosts from hell.
The alien species chasing behind them was getting closer and closer to Luo Chen and his companions. The few people who were running for their lives had beads of sweat on their foreheads. This is not because they are tired from running. This is because the alien species behind them put great pressure and coercion on their bodies and minds.
They actually know it very well in their hearts.
The aliens behind him were advancing too fast.
It won't take a few minutes. They will be caught up.
By then, it would be impossible for a few of them to survive under the feet of thousands of alien species.
At this time, Luo Chen, are you okay?
Zhou Shaoqing, whose body was suspended in the air, said worriedly.
The others also looked at Luo Chen, who was carrying Bai Xian on his back. Lao Luo, why don't I carry you on my back?
Chen Xiao, who is 3 meters tall and can take a step 3 times the distance of an ordinary person, said in a low voice.
Bai Xian lay quietly and weakly on Luo Chen's back.
That white and tender wrist had wrapped around Luo Chen's neck at some point. She half closed her beautiful eyes and said in a weak voice.
Luo Chen, let me go, maybe you can still escape by yourself. Hearing this,
Luo Chen said angrily, okay, I'll put you down now, and I'll escape by myself, and let you be eaten to pieces by those alien species, leaving no trace of your body. Thinking of the scene of her body being eaten by alien species, Bai Xian decisively shut up and stopped talking. The hands that were holding Luo Chen's neck also subconsciously exerted a little more force. And Luo Chen finished speaking. He turned his head and responded to the others.
Don't worry, I'm fine. My thunder can heal injuries. I'm the most suitable person to carry Bai Xian.
I can slowly heal her injuries while running away.
When she gets better, she can run away on her own.
While speaking,
Luo Chen mobilized the thunder in his body. Spider-web-like blue arcs of electricity wrapped Bai Xian's body like a net bag.
The electric arcs moved like living things on Bai Xian's back, repairing her skin burned by the purple spirit flame, bit by bit.
See this scene. Others stopped trying to persuade Luo Chen.
However, Luo Chen was using his supernatural powers to travel while healing Bai Xian, which caused his mental strength to be rapidly consumed, causing his face to turn pale. This made several people feel very uncomfortable.
At some point,
they suddenly felt that Luo Chen seemed to have always been playing the role of a leader,
carrying them forward. But for Luo Chen,
leading several teammates out alive was not because of the system's instructions. Because, in his opinion, even if there was no systematic task, he would try his best to lead everyone out of the cave.
After all, someone once said, they are a team. They are teammates fighting side by side.
What else more, we are companions who have experienced hardships together.
Next second, when several people fell into deep thought, an object resembling a black fur ball rushed out from the alien group behind them.
The black balls are covered with spikes and are about the size of several basketballs.
Like a giant black sea urchin, the black ball flew towards Luo Chen and the others in a perfect parabola at an extremely fast speed. Then, just when the black ball was dozens of meters away from Luo Chen and the others, it suddenly split horizontally in the middle. A bloody mouth full of black fangs was stretched open up and down with the crack as the center line.
The black ball instantly split into a strange species with only a mouth.
That's not all.
Tiny, sharp, tentacle-like things stretched out from the black ball's mouth. Those tentacles were like vines covered in sticky venom, emitting a disgusting smell.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Luo Chen and his companions had not yet had time to search their minds for information about this disgusting black ball.
Tentacles filled with murderous intent flew towards Luo Chen and the others.
After running for a long time, the few people were gradually becoming tired and almost failed to dodge. Chen Xiao, who was tall and carrying Fat Tiger on his shoulders, did not react in time and was scratched on the skin of his thigh by a tentacle as sharp as a sword. There was a clear, intense burning sensation in my thigh. Chen Xiao looked down and was surprised to find that the skin around the wound was being corroded.
In just half a minute, a hole was corroded, and you could even see the bones inside.
A pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow rushed straight to the brain.
Chen Xiao, who was running at a fast pace, staggered and fell forward. Bang! Chen Xiao fell heavily to the ground. Fat Tiger quickly jumped off his shoulder. Then, he asked anxiously, Luo Chen, what's wrong with you? Just finished asking.
He then noticed the horrible bloody wound on the other person's thigh.
Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through his mind, and information about the black ball emerged in his memory.
Then, he said with a complicated and shocked expression.
Damn it! It's the demonic tribe's strange ball. This thing is full of poison. What should I do?
According to the book, if someone is injured by the strange ball, the poison will slowly eat away at their flesh until only a skeleton remains.
And there's only one way to cure this poison.
That's to grind the poisoner's strange ball fangs into powder and apply it to the wound.
Only then will there be a chance of recovery. Hearing this,
Chen Xiao fell to the ground and frowned in pain, his face turning pale. Being injured, he retracted the effect of his ability, Colossus, and returned to his normal size.
He whispered to Lu Feihu, Fat Tiger, go first. I can't hold you back, otherwise, we'll all die. Lu Feihu quickly interrupted the other party and said seriously. Damn it! Luo Chen, have you forgotten what you said? We are teammates fighting side by side. I can't abandon you.
Wang Xinyang jumped from the rock wall to Chen Zhao's side. Old Chen, I won't abandon you either.
It's not like your poison is incurable. Isn't it a bit early to say these things?
Zhou Shaoqing also came to their side and looked at the strange ball hanging in the air behind them. Shaoqing, use your force field to trap that strange ball, I'll pull out its fangs. Luo Chen put Bai Xian on his back on a rock to rest, then looked at Zhou Shaoqing. Luo Chen's mental strength is weak now, and he is unable to fully exert the power of thunder to lift himself up.
So, if you want to pull out the black fangs to heal Chen Xiao, you can only use another method.
Zhou Shaoqing pondered for a moment and quickly understood what Luo Chen meant. He nodded, his eyes fixed, and his mental power surged out. The force of the S-level ability, Force Field Twist, rushed towards the strange ball like a cage. The strange ball, hanging in the air, was startled. It found that its movements were restricted by a force, and became extremely anxious and agitated. Seeing this, Zhou Shaoqing frowned and reminded Luo Chen, this strange sphere is only one step away from reaching the late spring realm.
I can't be trapped for long. You have to speed up the process. No.
Luo Chen said this with an extremely serious expression. Then, he shouted to Wang Xinyang beside him.
Lao Wang. Quick. Hang from the top of the cave and swing me over. Wang Xinyang, who had been observing the two of them, responded quickly after receiving Luo Chen's words. The power of arachnid twisted his limbs into spider form. Wang Xinyang climbed to the top of the cave, gripped the rock wall with his feet, and hung his body upside down. Then,
thunder surged under his feet. Luo Chen kicked his feet hard and jumped up, just in time to grab Wang Xinyang's hand. Wang Xinyang gritted his teeth and tried hard to swing Luo Chen's body up. When the latter's body was at its highest point, he released his hands and jumped towards the strange ball that was struggling frantically. 49. Desperate situation. Luo Chen's body drew an arc in the cave. It landed precisely on the body of the black, strange ball. The strange ball, trapped in the force field, began to vibrate even more wildly. The tentacles in the scarlet mouth trembled rapidly and slightly as if they were electrocuted, as if trying to break free from the force field that confined them. Luo Chen squatted on top of the strange ball. A foul odor came from its mouth. Luo Chen couldn't help but hold his breath, and even his stomach began to churn. He reached into the bloody mouth with his right hand and grasped the long black fang at the edge. Then, pull hard. But this black fang was not as easy to pull out as Luo Chen imagined. He pulled with almost all his strength, but the fang only moved a millimeter. And this time, the strange ball under his feet seemed to feel a huge pain. This caused the vibration amplitude to become slightly larger. The influence of the force field on the strange ball is weakening. Zhou Shaoqing, who was in the distance, frowned, beads of sweat oozing from his smooth forehead, and shouted, Luo Chen! Hurry up! This black ball is slowly breaking free from the force field's constraints. Hearing this, After thinking for a moment, Luo Chen gritted his teeth and poured thunder into his wrist again. He was already lacking in mental strength, and his face turned even paler. A strong feeling of fatigue came from deep in my brain. Ah! Luo Chen forced himself to cheer up, his whole body shook, and the thunder on his wrist jumped like sparks. He gripped the black fang tightly again and finally pulled it out bit by bit. A stream of black blood instantly gushed out of Strange Ball's gums. At the same time, the intense pain made him struggle frantically, and the effect of his supernatural power, force field twist, was about to collapse. Luo Chen, who noticed this, held the black fangs in his hand, used the body of the strange ball as a springboard, jumped forward, and then landed steadily on the ground. Roar! The strange ball in midair roared madly and finally broke free from its restraints. If it had facial features and a face, you would definitely see its extremely angry expression. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tentacles flew out from the mouth of the strange ball again and shot towards Luo Chen. Wang Xinyang, who was hanging on the top of the cave, saw this and scratched the rock wall with one hand. He grabbed a few pieces of gravel in his hand and threw them at the tentacles. The gravel hit the tentacles with great force. The tentacles, like arrows, stopped for a few seconds. It was these few seconds that allowed Luo Chen to run out of the optimal attack range of the tentacles. Thanks, Lao Wang, please come down quickly. Luo Chen looked up and shouted at Wang Xinyang. The two returned to the other four. Luo Chen placed the black fangs on a hard stone, then picked up another stone and smashed it down. The black fangs were instantly crushed into granules. Then he used a stone to crush the tusk particles repeatedly. The particles turned into a pool of black powder. Luo Chen grabbed the powder and sprinkled it on Chen Zhao's wound. The toxic corrosion of the skin around the wound stopped instantly. It works! Fat Tiger said in surprise. The others also slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Old Chen, how do you feel? Luo Chen, whose face was pale, asked softly. Chen Xiao, who was half lying on the ground, raised his head and felt his thigh carefully. Then he said weakly, I feel like my thighs are mine again. As he spoke, he supported himself on the ground with his hands and slowly stood up. It's okay, I can still walk. Chen Xiao grinned. The tense strings in everyone's brain relaxed slightly. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The chaotic footsteps of the aliens behind him became clearer and clearer. It echoed in the dark and empty cave, like a death knell striking in one's heart. Several people looked back. A lot of time was wasted because of the injury to Chen Zhao's thigh to extract the fangs of the strange ball. Therefore, at this time, those densely packed alien species were less than 200 meters away from them. At the very front, the ghost ball, whose teeth were pulled out by Luo Chen, used the tentacles in its bloody mouth to nail itself to the top of the cave, and was swinging forward like a monkey. Everyone, we're running out of time. It's time to go. Zhou Shaoqing frowned and reminded anxiously. The few of them looked at each other with mixed emotions, their expressions somewhat depressed. Now, 2 of them are injured, and except for Fat Tiger, the other 3 are also mentally exhausted due to the long-term use of supernatural powers. The alien species behind him came again with great force, like a torrent. A feeling of powerlessness suddenly surged in their hearts. Can they escape? Just when several people were feeling depressed, Bai Xin, who had been sitting next to him, suddenly said, Hey! Everybody cheer up and follow me. Finished. A strong wind swirled rapidly around her, like a small storm. Then her body fell down, parallel to the ground. The people standing behind Bai Xin were surprised to find that the rapidly rotating storm around Bai Xin was like a whirlpool, slowly sucking their bodies over. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen understood instantly and said quickly, Quick! Fat Tiger, you and Lao Wang support Lao Chen and follow behind Bai Xin. And Xiao Chang, let's take a ride with her. Zhou Shaoqing also saw Bai Xin's intention and his eyes lit up. Bai Xin wanted to use the storm rotating around her to provide a forward-pulling force for Luo Chen and the other 5 people behind her. Then, the 5 people, with Bai Xin as the front of the car, followed behind her, their feet leaving the ground due to the strong traction of the vortex storm. They floated towards the cave entrance quickly like a small train, and their speed was not much slower than before. The angry ghost ball behind them, noticing how fast Luo Chen escaped, let out a foul-smelling breath in anger. A few minutes later, as a ray of dazzling light entered the eyes of Luo Chen and others, they were pleasantly surprised to find out. Finally saw the entrance to the cave. The gloomy mood of several people suddenly improved a lot, and there was excitement in their eyes. However, Bai Xian, who was caught in the storm and escaped with 5 people, had her pretty face turn pale again due to the rapid consumption of her mental strength. But fortunately, when Luo Chen carried her on his back before, he used thunder to heal many of her injuries. In her opinion, she could hold on until she got out of the cave.
Luo Chen, who was responsible for the rear, had Bai Xian, the vortex, leading the way. I hardly consumed any physical energy along the way.
At this time, his face had regained some color and his mental strength had also recovered a lot.
The cave in front is getting closer and closer. The light in the cave became brighter and brighter. Several people are about to escape from the cave. But at this moment, Bai Xian, who was at the front, suddenly shouted to Luo Chen. Luo Chen, look at the cave entrance.
Hearing the voice, Luo Chen tilted his body to look forward. Then, his pupils shrank and his expression suddenly became unusually cold and solemn.
At the entrance of the cave,
8 figures were standing side by side against the light, as if they had been waiting for Luo Chen and his companions.
Those figures were exactly the 8 people who had tried to kill Luo Chen and the others.
The moment he saw these 8 people, Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart.
At the same time,
the familiar voice came from the cave entrance.
Maybe. I don't need to kill you myself, ha ha ha. After that, he said to the other 7 people. Quick!
Concentrate your firepower to crack the huge rock at the top of the cave entrance. As his voice fell, 7 spiritual forces quickly gathered and rushed towards the huge stone at the top of the cave entrance.
Boom!
Accompanied by a loud crash, a crack slowly appeared in the center of the boulder.
Then, the cracks began to spread, extending like a spider web.
The huge rock split into pieces of human-sized rocks as the cracks appeared, blocking the entrance of the cave. Luo Chen, who saw the scene, widened his eyes and shouted.
Oh no! They're going to block the entrance to the cave. 50, God-level supernatural power, heavenly eye. Ha ha! Goodbye everyone. Li He, standing at the entrance of the cave, waved at Luo Chen and the others.
He looked at the piles of rubble at the cave entrance, and a wicked smile of success appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, he turned around very confidently and left with the other 7 people. Because in his opinion, it was impossible for Luo Chen and his companions to escape.
And on Luo Chen's side,
Bai Xian, who was at the front, saw that the gravel was about to fill up the cave entrance, and gritted her teeth and said angrily.
This is outrageous.
They actually wanted to seal the cave entrance so we can't get out. Except for Luo Chen, everyone else who saw the scene suddenly felt an unprecedented despair in their hearts. At their speed, there was really no way they could escape before the falling rocks completely blocked the cave entrance.
The atmosphere between them darkened again.
Because of the blockage caused by the falling rocks, the light coming in began to gradually decrease. The cave gradually became darker.
But at this moment, an extremely dazzling bolt of lightning surged out from Luo Chen.
His eyes shine like blue gemstones.
Like dazzling stars under the night sky. Like a blazing fire in the darkness.
Revealing a strong self-confidence and will. Luo Chen gathered all the thunder in his body at the soles of his feet.
Then, those thunders burst out with amazing propulsion force like the thrusters at the bottom of a rocket. At this moment, he was like a high-powered engine, standing at the end of the team, pushing the 5 people in front of him, and moving towards the only remaining gap in the cave at an extremely high acceleration. But, for this moment, Luo Chen overdrew all the mental power in his spiritual world. A mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out of his mouth.
His face was extremely pale. So much so that, halfway through his progress, he fell towards the darkness behind him, just like the booster of a rocket separating after it flew into space. As for the other 5 people, they were moving so fast that even after they noticed Luo Chen had fallen behind, they were so exhausted that they couldn't react at all. He could only watch Luo Chen fall to the ground and roll into the darkness.
Luo Gu. Lao Luo. Luo Chen.
The 5 people turned their heads at the same time and shouted heart-wrenchingly at Luo Chen.
Immediately following,
before the last gap in the cave entrance was filled by fallen rocks,
Bai Xian and 5 others, with Luo Chen's full effort, narrowly broke through the gap. Boom! The next second after they went out, the falling rocks filled the gap in the corner. The 5 embarrassed people looked at the cave entrance that was completely blocked by fallen rocks with despair in their eyes.
Their hearts felt as if a large piece of flesh had been ripped out, leaving them empty.
Luo Gu.
Fat Tiger, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to get up, pounced on the rubble, and beat hard.
Luo Gu hasn't come out. He's still inside. We must rescue him.
As Fat Tiger spoke, he looked into the cave through the gaps in the rubble, trying to find the familiar figure inside. Unconsciously, even he himself didn't notice, a tear rolled down the corner of his eye. The surging memories were like a blade cutting into Fat Tiger's mind.
When he was 10 years old, he was beaten black and blue and trembling in the corner.
It was Luo Chen who stood up for him. When he was 13 years old, on a rainy day, he stood alone and embarrassed in the rain.
It was Luo Chen who held an umbrella for him.
When he was 15, he confessed his love to the girl he loved. Not only did she reject him, she also humiliated him in front of many people. It was Luo Chen who stood up and slapped her in the face to save his face. When he was 17, as the sun was setting, he and Luo Chen sat on the riverbank, each taking his first sip of liquor from a bottle.
There are many more memories with Luo Chen echoing in Fat Tiger's mind.
He raised his head abruptly, and suddenly said with intense self-blame,
Why am I so useless? Following Luo Gu around, I always hold him back. Why? I can't help you at all. Why? As he spoke, Lu Feihu finally couldn't control his emotions and lowered his head to sob. What he didn't know was,
a hint of darkness flashed in the depths of his pupils. When the other 4 people saw Lu Feihu's appearance, they also felt the same sadness in their hearts.
Especially by Xin.
She stared at the cave entrance with a haggard look, her eyes unfocused, and murmured,
Luo Chen. You idiot. Why do you like being a hero so much? Luo Chen. You're so abominable. I owe you a favor again. Luo Chen. I really don't want you to die.
A gentle breeze blew by, pulling out the feelings in the girl's heart, and floating in the dim light of the sky, quietly yet warmly.
Inside the cave,
Luo Chen fell to the ground and looked up at the cave entrance. After seeing the others escape narrowly, he breathed a sigh of relief. With the corners of his mouth raised, he turned over and lay on the ground with his legs spread out. I said to myself, hey, that's great.
At the same time, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the command and obtaining a replica value of plus 5,000.
Ding!
Reminder to the host, you have completed 3 mission instructions in a row, and you can randomly draw a god-level supernatural power.
Would you like to draw it now?
Hearing the system's voice, Luo Chen's pale cheeks raised a smile, and he said in his heart,
Yes, extract immediately. Okay, start the god-level supernatural power lucky draw wheel. A circular turntable light screen with the names of multiple god-level superpowers written on it appeared in front of Luo Chen.
The turntable light curtain started to spin rapidly.
Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his vision was hazy.
A few seconds later, the turntable slowly stopped and the pointer pointed to a certain area.
Ding! Extraction completed.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level supernatural power, the Sky Eye. As the system's voice fell, the circular turntable light curtain disappeared and turned into a golden light, rushing into Luo Chen's eyebrows.
Immediately following, a crack suddenly appeared in the center of Luo Chen's forehead.
The crack was being forcibly stretched open by the golden light inside.
It was as if a crack appeared in the golden ocean, and huge golden waves surged out from the crack, permeating the entire dark cave. The cave suddenly became as bright as day.
The crack gradually opened and turned into a vertical eye.
Then, a golden pupil appeared in the vertical eye. Superpower, heavenly eye, god level. In Chinese mythology, the divine power of Erlang Shen of Guangkou Yangjian. According to the memory in Luo Chen's mind, the god-level supernatural power, Heaven's Eye, can initially see through hypocrisy and illusions, and can capture a trace of life that is difficult to detect in desperate situations. With the improvement of spiritual realm, Heavenly Eye can even see into the past and the future. Suddenly, the golden light that filled the cave flowed back into the third eye on Luo Chen's forehead like a river. The cave became dark again. But the eye in the sky that was shining with golden light was extremely dazzling, like the scorching sun above the sky. Luo Chen slowly stood up, and his pale face finally regained its color. He was surprised to find that his spirit was fuller than ever before. In the small river of the spiritual world within the brain, the spiritual power is jumping and cheering. The three-eyed Luo Chen faced the depths of the cave, standing upright and proudly. There, thousands of alien species are breaking through the darkness, and their figures appear in Luo Chen's three eyes at the same time. 51, believe me. It is several hundred meters away from the cave entrance. The four members of Night Watch 0017 ran quickly in the dense woods. The expressions of several people were extremely solemn. Wei Yiming at the front holds a gun in one hand, full of fighting spirit. A moment later, they stopped and looked ahead. In front of a huge cave entrance blocked by fallen rocks. The five people were listless, with their heads drooping in depression. Yuxing saw Bai Xian sitting on the stone from a distance, and directly used his special ability, Mirror Transition, to flash to Bai Xian's side. Bai Xian. What's wrong with you? What's going on? Yuxing frowned slightly and pointed at the blocked cave. After hearing Yuxing's voice, Bai Xian looked up in surprise. Brother Xing, why are you here? Never mind that for now. Tell me first, have you encountered those alien species in the cave? Yuxing's tone was a little anxious. He really wanted to know where those alien species that emerged from the vortex deep in the cave had gone before they came here. At the same time, Wei Yiming, Ning Ziyuan, and Xiaoya also came to the group. After glancing at a few people, Wei Yiming asked doubtfully. Ha? Where's Luo Chen who was with you? Hearing Luo Chen's name, Xiaoya looked at Wei Yiming and asked curiously. Luo Chen? Is this the Luo Chen who refused you to join the Night Watchman? Since the last time, Wei Yiming invited Luo Chen to join the Night Watch but was directly rejected. After learning about this, the other three members of the 007 team all became very interested in Luo Chen. They really wanted to get to know this high school student who had awakened god-level superpowers and was unwilling to join the Night Watch. Wei Yiming nodded gently. Yes, it's him. When Luo Chen was mentioned, Wei Yiming's mind automatically emerged with the scene of the other party calling him a guapi. He couldn't help but glance at Ning Ziyuan beside him. Luo Chen is trapped in the cave. Zhou Shaoqing raised his hand and pointed at the cave entrance, saying in a low voice with a gloomy expression. Hearing this, Wei Yiming and others looked towards the cave entrance at the same time with surprised expressions. Lao Luo, he was stuck in here because he wanted to get us out. Chen Xiao leaned against a tree trunk because of his leg injury and spoke with some emotion. If it weren't for Luo Chen, he might have died from the toxicity of the strange ball. He gathered himself together and told them everything that had happened in the cave. Damn it! I'm going to kill the person sent by the Yi family. After hearing this, Yuxing learned that all this was caused by the person sent by the Yi family to kill Bai Xian. He was so angry that the long scar on his forehead began to tremble. Boom! A violent mental force instantly surged out of him. But just when he was about to find the culprit, Wei Yiming suddenly grabbed Yuxing and said with a frown. Old you. Don't be impulsive. Your sister and the others are too weak to walk far on their own. The most urgent thing now is for us to get them to a safe place. Although Wei Yiming was also angry about Luo Chen and the others' life-threatening experience, as a night watchman, he knew very well that he had to put the overall situation first. Yeah, Yuxing, listen to Yiming. There are tens of thousands of alien species in this cave. We can't stop them with just the falling rocks at the entrance. Ning Ziyuan, who saw what Wei Yiming was thinking, said. We must take those aliens to a safe place before they leave the cave. Xiaoya also nodded in agreement. After listening to the persuasion of several people, the angry Yuxing slowly regained his sanity. He was not an angry person, but he was overwhelmed by anger when he heard that Bai Xian, his childhood friend, almost died in the cave. I see. Yuxing took a deep breath and said to Wei Yiming and others. After seeing Yuxing calm down, Wei Yiming patted the other person's shoulder, then said to Bai Xian and the others. The aliens in the cave will rush out soon. We alone can't stop them. You guys follow us and go to a safe place first. Lu Feihu, who was lying on a fallen rock at the entrance of the cave, looked sad and sobbed softly. After hearing Wei Yiming's words, he suddenly looked up and said. No. I can't leave. Luo Gu is still in there. I have to wait for him here. As he said this, he turned and shouted into the cave through a small opening. Luo Gu. Can you hear me? Seeing this scene, Wei Yiming felt mixed emotions. In the 007 team, he was the only one who knew that the fat boy in front of him was Luo Chen's good friend who had grown up together. Therefore, he understood Lu Feihu's behavior and mood at this time very well. Moreover, when he learned what Luo Chen had done for everyone in the cave, he had a new understanding of Luo Chen.
Especially at the end, Luo Chen's behavior of sacrificing himself to send others out was deeply imprinted in Wei Yiming's heart. It's such a shame for such a person not to join the Night Watchman. Such a person shouldn't die here so easily. How could such a person be allowed to die like this? Thinking of this, Wei Yiming felt a surge of blood in his heart. He walked over to Lu Feihu, grabbed his collar and lifted him up, just like when they first met. Lu Feihu, hurry up and follow them. I'm here to save Luo Chen. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Feihu's dull eyes suddenly brightened up, and he asked in disbelief, Are you telling the truth? Wei Yiming nodded very seriously. Behind them, Bai Xian and the others' eyes also lit up, as if they saw the light in the darkness. But the other three people in the group were surprised after hearing Wei Yiming's words. Yiming, why are you doing such a stupid thing? Ning Ziyuan rarely lost control of her expression. She said to Wei Yiming very seriously. The entrance to this cave is too big. The fallen rocks blocking it weigh at least several thousand pounds. You alone can't rescue Luo Chen. Old Wei, do you want us to try and knock down these falling rocks together? Yu Xing saw Wei Yiming's determination and prepared to step forward. No. Lao Yu, take them away immediately. I can already hear the roars of the aliens in the cave. It's too late. Wei Yiming said anxiously. Then he kicked Lu Feihu on the butt. Fat Tiger, with a confused look on his face, rolled on the ground for a few rounds before rolling to Yu Xing's feet. Let's go! Wei Yiming shouted to everyone. He stood at the edge of the fallen rocks and could clearly hear the roar in the cave getting closer and closer. But Yiming, you. Ning Ziyuan said worriedly with a trembling voice, what are you going to do? Even if you rescue Luo Chen, how are you going to escape? Hearing this, Wei Yiming felt warm in his heart, the corners of his mouth turned up, he looked at Ning Ziyuan tenderly, and said seriously as never before. Believe me. Then, he glanced at everyone and said firmly again. Believe me. Under Wei Yiming's gaze, everyone suddenly felt a surge of faith in their hearts. A belief in Wei Yiming. Believe he can do it. They stared at Wei Yiming for more than 10 seconds before slowly moving their feet, gathering together, and leaving. When they left, they all looked back at Wei Yiming reluctantly. Wei Yiming felt relieved when he saw the others finally leave. Then he turned around. Holding the spear in hand, he faced the cave entrance, stood upright, and muttered solemnly. Luo Chen, if both of us survive this time, I will definitely recruit you into the Night Watch. Said. The white tassel on the spear in his hand suddenly caught fire. A white flame flickered gently. And Wei Yiming stood in front of the huge cave entrance. The back looks like a god of war. Unshakable. 52. Wei Yiming's gun. Boom boom boom. There were bursts of rapid, urgent, deafening footsteps coming from the cave. Hear these sounds. Wei Yiming, holding a spear, took a few steps back. He knew that he could not move the pile of fallen rocks in front of him with his own strength. So, he chose to wait at the entrance of the cave. Waiting for those alien species like a flood to wash away these fallen rocks. Then, see if you can find a way to find Luo Chen. If Luo Chen were alive, he would try his best to rescue that boy from the pile of alien species. If Luo Chen died, he would also find the boy's body and bring it to his mother. I don't know when it started. Luo Chen's figure has been engraved deep into Wei Yiming's mind. Is it because he feels unwilling because the boy rejected his invitation? Is it because that kid revealed the truth about himself? Or is it because the boy doesn't want to be everyone's hero and just wants to protect the true character of those around him? Or maybe it was because that boy looked a lot like me when I was young. No matter what the reason. At this moment, Wei Yiming had to admit that Luo Chen held a very high position in his heart. So, just as you said, use your abilities to protect the important people around you. Wei Yiming muttered to himself. Now Luo Chen has become an important person in Wei Yiming's heart. He should protect. Rumble. Rumble. The sound was getting closer and louder. Wei Yiming retreated a few meters again, pointing the spear in his hand diagonally downwards at the ground. The white flame on the tip of the gun danced wildly. It seemed as if it also sensed the impending danger. Wei Yiming's eyes stared ahead, calm and firm, with incomparably fiery courage hidden deep in his pupils.
Roar, roar, roar. Boom, boom, boom. The movement in the cave was like thunder exploding in Wei Yiming's ears.
All the muscles in his body tensed up instantly, and the high fighting spirit in his eyes burned like a raging fire.
Bring it on. Let us fight.
Suddenly, an extremely dazzling blue light flashed in the gaps between the fallen rocks.
At the same time,
more than 10 meters away from Wei Yiming, the pile of fallen rocks, weighing several thousand pounds in total, looked like popcorn that had just been roasted and exploded.
The pieces of gravel, each about the size of a human body, splashed like light water droplets.
One of the pieces of gravel flew towards Wei Yiming like a cannonball. Wei Yiming stomped his foot, and his toes dug deep into the mud. He swung the spear in both hands and struck the rubble in the middle.
The rubble was instantly split into two, and the cross-section was as smooth as a mirror. Then,
he fixed his eyes on the hole that had been opened. The cave entrance was filled with smoke and dust at this time.
Next second,
within the cloud of smoke and dust, countless densely packed alien species swarmed out like a swarm of bees.
Dementors wandering like smoke.
A tall, ferocious-looking, two-headed demon. A strange ball that bounces around and emits a disgusting smell. Erosion looks like a giant centipede and caterpillar cross,
etc. Along with these bizarre-looking demons, an extremely strong evil aura also rushed out of the cave. The moment those almost transparent gray evil spirits gushed out of the cave, they soared into the sky. It was like the darkness before a storm pressing down on the sky, gloomy and depressing.
In this picture, Wei Yiming's figure suddenly appeared extremely small.
But,
holding a gun in one hand, he stood alone and bravely at the forefront of the demon charge. Whenever a demon species rushed in front of him, it would be ruthlessly crushed by the spear in his hand. Wei Yiming at this moment, facing the demons and alien species that are coming like huge waves.
He is like a reef rooted in the turbulent seabed.
Whether it is the ebb and flow, or the stormy waves,
he, as still as a mountain. Even if
his body was covered with scars. But his eyes were extremely clear, and a strong willpower supported him deep in his pupils. At the same time, his heart was silently shouting,
Luo Chen, please believe me, I will find you.
After saying this in my heart,
Wei Yiming waited for Luo Chen to appear.
Slowly pull out your feet that are completely submerged in the mud, and then walk upstream into the cave. He and his gun, the forbidden item, sequence 039, Night Cutting Spear, have become one. Any alien who wanted to interfere with him or stop him was killed by him with a single shot. Although Wei Yiming has no mental power. But at this moment, the combat power is comparable to that of the sea realm. He struggled and worked hard, step by step, facing the swarm of demons and moving forward.
Just for the belief in my mind that I must find Luo Chen.
As if he suddenly remembered something, the corners of his mouth rose, and he lowered his head and whispered,
Stinky boy, if only you could see me right now, you would definitely think I'm so cool. Suddenly, just after Wei Yiming said this,
a familiar voice sounded above his head.
Fuck. Lao Wei, you're so fucking cool. Hear this sound. Wei Yiming's heart seemed to be hit hard.
His breathing stagnated and he slowly raised his head. Then, he saw Luo Chen, whose body was flashing with blue and purple lightning, poking his head out from a small hole at the top of the cave, staring at him with a smile on his face.
He said in surprise, Luo Chen? How come you?
Before he could finish, Luo Chen shouted at him from above, Old Wei,
come up and hide. There's still room here. Hearing this, Wei Yiming immediately took a deep breath and jumped up.
At the same time, he swung the spear in his hand and pushed it hard against the ground. The spear bent due to the weight, and then it bounced violently, sending Wei Yiming into the cave where Luo Chen was. The cave was indeed not big and it was slanted upwards, so Wei Yiming could only squat. The spear in his hand turned back into a brush and was put into his pocket. He looked carefully at Luo Chen, who was right in front of him, and let out a long sigh. Then, he looked at the golden pupil in the center of Luo Chen's forehead, which was shining with golden light, and said in disbelief, Is this the heavenly eye?
Luo Chen, you actually awakened a second god-level supernatural power. 53, Swordsman vs. Ghostblade. Behind a towering tree.
The three instructors of the academy leaned sideways, looking at a place 100 meters ahead with shocked expressions.
There, thousands of alien species were advancing like a tidal wave.
Wherever it passed, even the air became gray.
It seems we are late. It's unbelievable, so many alien species, the aliens are really starting a war. The dean and the others should have known about this. I don't know how they will deal with it. Oh no! There are still many students in this forest. Quick! Let's split up and get those students away. Office of the President of Western Supernatural Academy.
Qin Huaishan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back, his eyes staring into the distant west. Although his expression looked very calm, the depths of his pupils revealed extreme anger.
Dad Ada.
As footsteps sounded, Qin Huaishan turned around, looked at the woman in Cheongsam in front of him, and said softly,
Xiaoyu, Zhangqi still hasn't been found?
Luo Xiaoyu nodded slowly. Dean, I have searched the entire academy, and Zhang Qi is missing.
Okay, I understand.
Qin Huaishan stroked his white beard and frowned slightly.
Dean. Vice Dean Zhang? Is he really played by an alien? Luo Xiaoyu said with some disbelief. Hearing this, Qin Huaishan sighed. It doesn't matter whether he's an alien or not. The aliens have achieved their goal. All we can do now is rush to Forbidden Area number 10.
I hope those children can hide somewhere safe and hold out until we get there. As he spoke, he looked in the other direction outside the window.
The square outside the window was full of people at this time. He continued, Xiaoyu, have the people in the academy gathered? Yes, they've assembled. All second-year students above the river realm and instructors are already in the square. Luo Xiaoyu said seriously. Okay, let's go down and see how many people are willing to go to the front line with us. Qin Huaishan said as he walked out of the office. Luo Xiaoyu followed.
By the way, Dean, I have already notified the Night Watch headquarters.
Their troops stationed in Ronqing will be here in half an hour. Luo Xiaoyu, who was wearing a cheongsam, spoke quickly. Half an hour? Are you kidding?
Qin Huaishan frowned and spoke with a somewhat angry tone.
He vaguely felt that something was wrong.
Because he knew that there were people in the army who had spatial abilities. This place is only more than 100 kilometers away from Chengdu, how could it take half an hour?
But the current situation is very urgent.
The freshmen who were taking the test in Forbidden Area number 10 were facing the threat of death. Therefore, Qin Huaishan had no time to think about this matter carefully.
Before I knew it, he and Luo Xiaoyu came to the square. Forbidden Area number 10. In the middle of a lake, two figures stand with their feet above the water. One of them was the guard Shangxiang, who followed by Xin.
At this moment, she looked a little disheveled, and her originally neat hair became messy. I don't know where the round glasses I used to wear on my nose have gone. The white t-shirt was cut with several holes by the blade. It was stained with scarlet blood. Even her breathing was a little disordered. However, her eyes were extremely resilient, with raging anger burning deep within her pupils. A spiritual force as vast as the sky spread within a few feet around his body.
She murmured. Damn it!
It's been too long since the lady called me.
I can't delay any longer. Miss.
Please don't get into any trouble, otherwise I really don't know how I'm going to face your father. As she spoke, she looked up, and a hint of great fighting spirit suddenly appeared in her pupils. The green long sword that she held tightly in her hand suddenly shook violently, making a sharp hissing sound. The green sword rose into the sky like a rainbow, carrying with it a tremendous murderous intent.
And opposite her,
there stood a slender middle-aged man. The man was wearing a gray island samurai uniform and holding a blood-stained samurai sword in both hands.
His body was covered with sword wounds and he looked even more miserable than Shangxiang. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he said to Shangxiang.
I didn't expect that after only 6 months of not seeing you, your realm has risen to a new level.
But I can guarantee that you won't be able to get away to save the daughter of the Bai family today, ha ha ha.
As he spoke, the man laughed grimly.
Xianxian on the opposite side said angrily.
Yi Shanben, if anything happens to the young lady, I will sacrifice the lives of your entire family to pay tribute to her.
Ha, you are so arrogant. You and I are both in the heaven realm. What can you use to kill me? Yi Shanben sneered. Hearing this, Xianxiang raised a faint smile.
Okay, then I'll make you understand that although you and I are in the same realm, there are still differences.
After saying that, Xianxiang waved 2 fingers.
The green sword floating in the air, like a rainbow, was like a streak of light, crossing the calm lake. The majestic sword energy spread across the lake, dividing it into two parts.
Ability, Swordsman, rating S. The other side.
Yi Shanben saw the green sword shooting towards him like a startling wild goose.
His expression became serious.
He picked up the samurai sword in his hand, his Adam's apple rolled, and he spat a mouthful of blood onto the sword. A black mist suddenly emerged from the long sword. Yi Shanben raised his samurai sword high, his lips moving slightly, as if chanting some kind of spell.
The spell was chanted in an instant. Then,
he aimed the katana in his hand at the green sword and threw it out. The samurai sword wrapped in thick black mist looked like a ghost crawling out of hell.
Ability, Ghost Blade, rating S.
The green sword and the samurai sword were like two missiles about to collide.
Boom! The two collided almost in the blink of an eye.
A kinetic energy like a nuclear explosion rippled in all directions. Huge waves were raised on the surface of the lake. The green sword and the samurai sword hovered in the center of the huge wave, and there was a stalemate for a moment.
But, just a few seconds later,
the samurai sword began to tremble violently.
The thick black fog was quickly swallowed by the sword energy. Bite!
Accompanied by a shattering shrill sound.
The katana was finally shattered into pieces by the sword energy.
Without any obstruction, the green sword penetrated the huge waves at an extremely fast speed and hung 1 centimeter in front of Yi Shanben's chest. Yi Shanben's eyes widened in horror and his breathing stopped.
Immediately following, Xianxian's figure also appeared.
She held the hilt of the green sword and looked at Yi Shanben proudly.
Just because you're the offspring of a fallen nation, you think you can stop me? Finished.
She thrust forward, and the green sword pierced through Yi Shanben's chest. The scarlet blood slid down the tip of the sword and melted into the lake water.
Yi Shanben's expression was painful and his pupils were dilated. But, just as his life was about to end, he suddenly said vaguely, "You can't save her. The Yi family, an alien race, this time, the human race will be wiped out."
Before he could finish his words, Yi Shanben's body lost support, fell to the surface of the lake, and then slowly sank. Xianxiang frowned, thinking about what Yi Shanben said in her heart.
At the same time,
she turned around, stepped on the lake water, and flew in a certain direction.
54. Believers in God. In the small hole at the top of the cave,
Luo Chen completely gathered his mental power and blocked it, and the heavenly eye on his forehead also disappeared. If you don't look closely, he looks like an ordinary person. This is to prevent the alien species that are surging like a flood under his feet from easily discovering him. Wei Yiming, who was sitting opposite him, was staring at him in disbelief.
Luo Chen, do you know what it means for one person to awaken 2 god-level superpowers?
Hearing this, Luo Chen lowered his head and thought for a second, then said with a strange look.
Does this mean I have 2 god-level abilities? Wei Yiming. Boy, how about you listen to my talk?
Wei Yiming looked at Luo Chen with speechless contempt.
Luo Chen laughed awkwardly twice and said, "Hey, La Wei, I'm just kidding you."
After saying this, he looked at Wei Yiming, who was covered in scars, and said with concern,
"Old Wei, are you okay with these injuries?"
Wei Yiming sat down on the rock wall and waved his hand.
"It's okay.
With my physical strength, these injuries are nothing. They are just superficial wounds."
Hearing this, Luo Chen looked suspicious and gently touched a wound on Wei Yiming's body with his finger.
Scarlet blood was flowing from the wound, and white flesh could be vaguely seen turned outward.
"Are you sure you're okay?" Luo Chen asked. "Oh, you don't believe it?"
Wei Yiming said disdainfully, raised his fist and smashed it hard on the rock wall next to him. The rock wall caved in instantly, leaving a deep fist mark.
"See this scene?" Luo Chen nodded in relief. "Well, I can see that you are indeed fine." The next second, he remembered something and asked, "By the way, La Wei, why are you here?" Wei Yiming replied, "Have you forgotten what I told you before the assessment began? I can see your real-time updates." "Oh, yes, I remember." Luo Chen thought for a second and nodded. Then, he suddenly asked in an urgent tone, "By the way, La Wei, did you see my teammates at the cave entrance just now?" Lao Wei said, "Well, they were taken away by the rest of the 0017. "Don't worry." Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Because he knew very well that even though he had sent them out, but everyone was already very weak.
If they didn't leave the cave in time, they would probably die under the charge of those demons.
Thanks, Lao Wei.
Luo Chen suddenly stared at Lao Wei's face, his eyes sincere and his expression very serious as he said.
Thank you for saving my teammates, and thank you for not giving up on me. You braved the demon's charge and risked your life to come and save me. Hearing this,
Wei Yiming was a little surprised.
He was about to ask, how did you know I was here to save you?
But Luo Chen continued.
I heard everything you said at the cave entrance. Actually, there was only that pile of fallen rocks between you and me.
After saying this, Luo Chen stared closely at Lao Wei's eyes and said again in a gentle voice.
Lao Wei, thank you so much, you're so kind. Wei Yiming, oh.
When he met Luo Chen's eyes, he suddenly shuddered.
He quickly looked away.
Then, he explained eagerly.
Damn it. Can you please stop being sentimental, and also, can you please stop looking at me like that? If you don't know, you'd think we have a bad relationship. Who am I? I'm a night watchman. The night watchman exists to resist alien races and protect humanity.
Besides, you are a human genius who has awakened 2 god-level superpowers.
So, I didn't just do that simply to save you.
Luo Chen looked at Wei Yiming, who was talking non-stop, and shook his head helplessly.
How could old Wei be so influenced by me that he could think in that direction with just a glance? Thinking so, Luo Chen quickly interrupted Wei Yiming. Alright, Lao Wei, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I won't think too much about it. I'm a straight man. I only know how to preach and receive fluids, not how to wield a gun or a sword. After hearing this, Wei Yiming looked at Luo Chen doubtfully. After all, when he and Luo Chen first met, the other party had misunderstood him. Seeing that there was still a hint of doubt about him in Lao Wei's eyes, Luo Chen rolled his eyes at Lao Wei and stopped talking. Depend on. Lao Wei, you are hopeless. The two fell into silence for a moment. A few seconds passed. In order to ease the embarrassment, Luo Chen said very seriously. Oh, Lao Wei, what did you mean when you said I awakened 2 god-level superpowers? What did you mean by that? Oh, right.
Wei Yiming, who was in a trance, continued the original topic because of Luo Chen's reminder.
Luo Chen, do you know how many people have awakened 2 superpowers since humans ushered in a new era of civilization? Luo Chen shook his head, I don't know.
Because the previous owner was a poor student, he had no memory of this. According to the records in the New Era history, in the 142 years since the new civilization, approximately 16,900 people have awakened 2 superpowers. In other words, only about 100 people have awakened 2 superpowers each year.
Wei Yiming said slowly. This kind of person can already be called a genius. They will attract the attention of the Extraordinary Academy and other forces, even the Night Watchman. Having said this, Wei Yiming looked at Luo Chen deeply and continued. And how many people like you, who have awakened 2 god-level superpowers, can you guess how many there have been in the past 142 years?
I don't know, but from your tone, it should be very little.
Luo Chen said softly. Wei Yiming nodded. Yes, there are very few indeed, only 35.
Hiss.
Luo Chen took a breath, a little surprised.
Although he had guessed that there were few people like him who could awaken 2 god-level superpowers, he did not expect that there were so few. Calculated in this way, it only appears every 10 years or so.
Wei Yiming continued. Surprising, right? But I have to tell you, of these 35 people, only 9 are still alive. These 9 people, we have a unified name for them. Luo Chen asked curiously, what's your name?
Wei Yiming said slowly, we call them, believers of God.
55, Luo Chen's background? Believer of God? Luo Chen asked doubtfully. Yes. What does this name mean?
After thinking for a while, Wei Yiming explained. The reason they are called followers of God is because people like you who can awaken 2 god-level superpowers are born with extremely high divinity in their bodies.
What is divinity? Luo Chen asked again.
This was another term he had never heard of.
Divinity represents the power of your faith in the gods.
The stronger your faith, the higher your divinity, which also means that the chance of you awakening god-level supernatural powers is greater.
Wei Yiming explained patiently.
While speaking, he looked down at his feet from time to time with a vigilant look. Fortunately, these demon species were only focused on charging and didn't seem to intend to cause trouble for the 2 of them. Or rather, someone who wanted to cause trouble was pushed away by the tens of thousands of demons behind him. Therefore, Wei Yiming and Luo Chen, who were hiding at the top of the cave, could chat so comfortably.
The power of faith? Luo Chen murmured thoughtfully.
Divinity is the power of faith in the gods. Old Wei, according to what you said, this divinity is innate, so the power of faith is also innate?
Wei Yiming nodded slightly. In other words, a person's level of divinity is determined at birth?
Luo Chen said slowly.
Isn't it what we often call talent? Luo Chen's expression became a little strange. He is thinking about a problem.
His two god-level superpowers were extracted from the system.
So, do I have the so-called divinity in myself? Wei Yiming smiled and said, yes, you can understand it that way. After thinking for 2 seconds, he continued.
But, I seem to have heard from a mysterious person that it's actually possible to develop divinity.
Ah? Luo Chen was a little surprised. How to cultivate it?
Wei Yiming frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. After a few seconds, he continued, it seems to be saying, to obtain God's blessing.
What is God's blessing? How do I get it? Luo Chen asked.
Wei Yiming shook his head, I don't know about that.
This is all I remember about it.
Okay.
Luo Chen spread his hands. He suddenly thought of something and asked Wei Yiming.
Old Wei, you just said there are only 9 believers of God in this world.
Can you tell me who they are? Hearing this,
Wei Yiming scratched his head awkwardly, then said slowly. Actually, I only know the specific identities and names of the 5 believers of God in our Huaxia Federation. They are the Night Watch Commander-in-Chief, Zhao Zhenghua, the head of the Xianyuan family of the consortium, Xianyuan Shangyu, the head of the Yu family, Yu Jie, and the dean of the Central Transcendent Academy, Xinjin. At this point, Wei Yiming paused for a second before saying. And the current head of the Luo family, one of the 5 largest financial groups, Luo Yunlei.
After saying that,
Wei Yiming suddenly realized something and corrected himself. No, if you, Luo Chen, are included now, we in the Huaxia Federation will have a total of 6 God believers.
Luo Chen nodded slowly, and couldn't help but sigh. Oh my God, they are all big shots.
It seems that anyone who can be called a God's believer will achieve great things.
What does this mean? It means that I, Luo Chen, will become a big shot in the future, he. As he spoke, the corners of Luo Chen's mouth curled up uncontrollably.
Wei Yiming next to him rolled his eyes at him. But in the next second, Luo Chen was suddenly stunned, and his pupils trembled.
He asked Wei Yiming in surprise.
Old Wei, who was the 5th God's believer you just mentioned?
Wei Yiming was a little confused when he saw Luo Chen's reaction. He repeated softly, the current head of the Luo family, one of the 5 largest financial groups, is Luo Yunlei. Luo Yunlei? After confirming the name again, Luo Chen's heart was filled with shock.
If he remembered correctly, the original owner's father seemed to be called
Luo Yunhui? Luo Yunlei, Luo Yunhui? Depend on. It can't be such a coincidence, right? What is the relationship between the original owner's dead father and the head of the Luo family? Luo Chen, is there any problem? Wei Yiming asked in a low voice. Nothing, I just didn't hear it clearly, so I asked you again.
Luo Chen restrained his shocked expression.
He couldn't help but search his mind for memories of the original owner's father. Only then did I realize it. There is almost no information in my mind about the identity and background of the original owner's father. He only knew that the original owner's father died before he was born. And Mother Xiaowan did not reveal much information about Father Luo Yunhui to the original owner. He doesn't even know how his father died. Thinking of this, Luo Chen became very interested in the identity of his father Luo Yunhui.
He had a premonition that his father in this life must have a lot of connections with the head of the Luo family.
Luo Chen looked up at Wei Yiming and asked, Old Wei, why did you say that the Luo family was once one of the 5 major financial groups? What happened in between? Wei Yiming shook his head.
I'm sorry, I don't know the details. I only know that the Luo family was once one of the 5 largest financial groups. But one year, for some unknown reason, it was suddenly replaced by the Yi family.
The Luo family's status and influence plummeted until they disappeared.
Also, we don't even know whether Luo Yunlei, the head of the Luo family, is dead or alive.
After listening, Luo Chen fell into deep thought.
It seems that if I want to know the true identity of my father Luo Yunhui in this life, I must ask my mother Xiaowan in person. Wei Yiming didn't think much about why Luo Chen suddenly became concerned about the Luo family. Because, at this moment, he was thinking about another problem. Wei Yiming suddenly looked at Luo Chen seriously. Luo Chen, I want to ask you again, are you willing to join us, the night watchman? Ha? Luo Chen turned around in surprise. Old Wei, why are you so persistent in wanting me to join the night watch? Because you are a believer of God, you will definitely achieve great things in the future. The alien race has already launched a war, and the human race needs talents like you. The night watchmen need your help. Wei Yiming said with a serious face and a steady tone. Luo Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and said bluntly. Old Wei, I still say the same thing as before. I just want to use my abilities to protect the important people around me. I don't want to be a hero like you, risking your life for people you don't even know. After listening, Wei Yiming frowned slightly, as if thinking about something, and then he spoke again. The last time I invited you to join the night watch was because of the task assigned to me by the team leader. This time, I want to invite you seriously on my own behalf. Luo Chen, you have to believe that with great power comes great responsibility. 56. Li Feng. Luo Chen looked at Wei Yiming, who was extremely serious in front of him. I smiled helplessly. Old Wei, please don't be like this. I really don't want to join the night watch. Or rather, I don't want to join the night watch right now. After a pause, Luo Chen continued. Maybe I'm a selfish and stingy person. I don't want to be with those arrogant, domineering rich people in Uptown. I don't want to do this for those cowardly puppet-like people in the downtown area. I don't want to be with those who once looked down on me, hated me, and bullied me. I don't want to be with those who live comfortably behind high walls but don't know how to be grateful. I don't want to put myself in danger for these people. So, what you just said about the greater the power, the greater the responsibility, doesn't apply to me. Hear these words. Although Wei Yiming found it hard to believe Luo Chen's true thoughts, he felt a hint of approval in his heart. He opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say what he had always wanted to say. I understand, Luo Chen. Wei Yiming said seriously, I won't mention this matter again. Luo Chen sighed, pretending to be relaxed yet serious, and said, Old Wei, you are not within the range of those people. If you are in danger, I will definitely risk my life to save you. Wei Yiming's serious expression finally relaxed a little, and he asked, Oh? Why? Because I just saved you? No, it's not just this. Luo Chen shook his head. Because you, Old Wei, are very important to me and worth my life to protect. Wei Yiming's eyes suddenly lit up. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen had the same idea as himself. They already regarded each other as very important people. This moment, he suddenly felt relieved. Wei Yiming let out a long breath and said with a smile. So, what am I to you, kid? Of course we're friends. Luo Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He thought for a moment and added. It's a very important friend. A very important friend. Wei Yiming muttered to himself and repeated. Just then, the deafening noise in the cave suddenly ended. Luo Chen and Wei Yiming simultaneously stuck their heads out of the cave and looked down. They found. Those tens of thousands of demons have all left. The cave returned to silence again. Old Wei, let's go. Luo Chen was just about to jump down. But Wei Yiming's pupils suddenly shrank and he quickly covered Luo Chen's mouth. And leaned close to Luo Chen's ear and reminded. Don't move, there are still demons down there. Hearing this, Luo Chen was shocked. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure walking slowly on the floor of the cave below him. At the same time, when Wei Yiming saw this figure, his eyes widened instantly and he murmured in his heart. Why is it him? About a minute passed. Wei Yiming stretched his head downwards again, observed carefully for a while, and said to Luo Chen. Okay, now that there's no one around, let's go down. Finished. Wei Yiming crawled out of the cave and jumped down. Immediately afterwards, Luo Chen followed. The two people who landed on the ground dusted themselves off. The cave where they had just hidden was too small and they were basically squeezed in. Luo Chen, how did you find this small hole? Wei Yiming looked up. Heavenly Eye. Luo Chen pointed to his forehead.
Have you forgotten my second divine ability?
Sky Eye can glimpse a glimmer of hope in desperate situations.
Wei Yiming suddenly understood and nodded.
Then he looked back into the depths of the cave. There, the darkness was like the abyss of hell and it made people's backs chill.
Old Wei, what are you going to do next? Luo Chen suddenly asked.
Wei Yiming thought for a moment and said, I'm going to meet up with my teammates first, and then meet up with the team leader and follow his instructions. Then, our 007 team will do our best to stop those aliens and fight them to the death.
Luo Chen frowned slightly.
He knew very well that it would be difficult to stop those alien species with just Wei Yiming and his men.
So, when Lao Wei talked about a fight to the death, did he also realize this and prepare to die together with those alien species? It seemed as if he could see what Luo Chen was thinking.
Wei Yiming smiled, patted his shoulder and said,
Luo Chen, don't worry about me.
With our team leader here, even if we are no match for those alien species, we will be able to escape unscathed. Besides, these demons are making such a big fuss, the night watchman stationed in Rongqing will soon come to support them. What our team has to do is to delay the alien invasion for as long as possible and save as many people as possible.
Luo Chen asked curiously. Old Wei, is your team leader very powerful?
Well, in my opinion, he is very powerful.
Wei Yiming replied.
What makes him so powerful is not how high his realm is, but his supernatural powers.
Oh? Luo Chen looked curious. Wei Yiming continued.
Our team leader's ability is called Time Reversal, rated S.
This ability. Lao Wei was about to explain when he suddenly realized something and slapped his head. Said. Damn it. I'll explain it to you when I have a chance. Let's get out first. There are still many students in the forbidden area.
I have to find those students immediately and take them to a safe place.
Luo Chen also realized that time was running out and nodded in agreement. The two ran out of the cave. 1 minute later.
The two stood at the entrance of the cave, looking up at the dark sky.
Raindrops fell from the sky. It's raining.
Wei Yiming muttered to himself, looking a little gloomy. He knew in his heart that at this moment in Forbidden Area number 10, many freshmen must have died under the trampling of those alien species.
So, even God is crying for those who died? Finished. Wei Yiming pointed in a direction to Luo Chen.
Let's go, Luo Chen, your classmates and my teammates are heading in that direction, let's go find them first.
Luo Chen nodded. Just then,
a man's voice suddenly came from behind a big tree nearby.
Yiming.
Hearing the voice, Wei Yiming turned his head instantly. A man in flip-flops was walking quickly towards them. It was the leader of Team 007, Li Feng. Li Feng glanced at Wei Yiming, then looked at Luo Chen curiously. Seeing this, Wei Yiming said quickly with a strange look on his face.
Team leader, he is Luo Chen.
Li Feng looked surprised, as if he was trying to recall who Luo Chen was.
2 seconds later, he finally remembered and slapped his head. Oh, it's you, boy. Finished. He extended his right hand towards Luo Chen. Hello, Luo Chen, I'm the leader of Team 007, Li Feng. 57, Li Feng? Hello, my name is Luo Chen.
Luo Chen also stretched out his hand and said with a smile.
After the two shook hands, Wei Yiming said. Team leader, you're finally here. All those alien species have already come out.
As he spoke, he pointed to the cave entrance that had been trampled by the demons.
Yes, I know. I have sensed their presence. Li Feng looked solemnly in a certain direction.
Luo Chen was carefully observing the leader of the Night Watch Team 007.
Tank top, shorts, flip-flops. Is it so casual? Aren't you afraid of stepping on a tree branch and getting your feet pricked? Why are all the team members dressed so formally and handsomely? Is this team leader dressed too sloppily? Wei Yiming turned his head and just caught Luo Chen's surprised expression.
He smiled and explained.
Luo Chen, don't mind the team leader's outfit. This is his style.
He's willful and casual, hee.
Hearing Lao Wei's explanation,
Luo Chen spread his hands helplessly. He looked at the raindrops falling from the gloomy sky and was a little worried about whether the team leader was cold.
At the same time, Li Feng, who was standing in front of them, said again. Yiming, where are the other teammates?
Oh, they went in that direction and took away a few freshmen to protect them from the attacks of the aliens.
Wei Yiming pointed again. Li Feng nodded thoughtfully.
Let's go, Yiming, and you, Luo Chen, come with me.
Wei Yiming was puzzled. Team leader, shouldn't we reunite with our teammates first? Oh, and there are still a lot of students in this forest. Should we help them escape? No, we have other tasks. Li Feng turned around and said directly. What's the mission, team leader? Wei Yiming asked.
Before I saw you, I saw an alien pretending to be a human coming out of this cave and heading in another direction.
Li Feng looked in a certain direction and said seriously. This alien species can pretend to be human. We must find and eliminate it, otherwise it will cause great harm. Hearing this, Wei Yiming's eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed. Team leader! Have you also found that person? Ha! Have you seen him? Li Feng asked in surprise. Yes, and I know him. Wei Yiming said softly. Ah.
Li Feng and Luo Chen were both surprised.
Wei Yiming continued. That person is Zhang Qi, the vice president of the Western Supernormal Academy. Western Transcendental Academy? Luo Chen was extremely shocked and couldn't help but confirm.
Old Wei, are you saying that the person who just walked past us was Zhang Qi, the vice president of our college, the same Zhang Qi who briefly appeared at the welcome ceremony that day? At the welcome ceremony that day, Zhang Qi just stood at the back of the stage.
Luo Chen didn't really see Zhang Qi's face clearly.
Therefore, he didn't realize that the man was actually the vice president of the college, Zhang Qi. When he heard the news, his heart was once again filled with turmoil.
He recalled his previous guess in the dormitory. If nothing unexpected happens, this assessment is indeed a shocking conspiracy. Think of this. Luo Chen's breathing became heavy. It turned out to be a decades-long plan by the alien race, and they even infiltrated the extraordinary academy. This is really unbelievable. Just then, suddenly,
a flash of lightning flashed through Luo Chen's brain.
A bolder guess slowly emerged in my mind. Could it be? Luo Chen's expression showed an unprecedented solemnity.
He didn't even dare to say this guess out loud in his heart.
Luo Chen's heart was pounding and he felt his blood was boiling. He took a deep breath. I couldn't help but glance around.
Then, he looked up at the dark sky, lost in thought, letting the falling raindrops hit his face. I murmured to myself, the sky seems to be falling.
Yes, that's him. Zhang Qi is played by an alien. I'm absolutely certain that he most likely played a role in inducing the freshman's assessment. Wei Yiming nodded and spoke very affirmatively.
He recalled again the first 2 days of the assessment, when their 0017 discussed the location and content of the assessment with the 3 deans in the dean's office.
He understood.
It turned out that it was from that moment that Zhang Qi induced them to choose Forbidden Area number 10. If that's the case, we must find him immediately.
Li Feng looked serious and angry. Come on, you two follow me. Li Feng waved his hand and turned away. Wei Yiming glanced at Luo Chen beside him. Luo Chen, how about you come with me first? Your realm is too low. It's too dangerous to go find them alone. After listening,
Luo Chen, who had originally planned to go find Bai Xian, Fat Tiger, and the others on his own, changed his mind.
Wei Yiming is right, let us go and see what is going on. Luo Chen nodded. Then, the two of them followed Li Feng. It's getting darker. It was already evening.
The falling raindrops became bigger and bigger. From time to time, raindrops from fallen leaves suddenly splashed down, splashing muddy water on the ground.
It took about half an hour to walk.
Luo Chen, Li Feng, and Wei Yiming saw a deep pit caused by the collapse of the ground. The soil in the deep pit was black, obviously having been burned by something. Also, the tree trunks around the pit were black.
Li Feng walked forward and observed. There must have just been a battle here.
Luo Chen and Wei Yiming came to the side of the deep pit and looked around.
Look, there's blood.
Wei Yiming stared at the root of a tree trunk in front of him and said.
The 3 of them walked over together.
A large pool of scarlet blood flowed under the black tree trunk.
Because of the rain, it has become a little diluted. This is most likely due to the freshmen.
Some of them have already encountered alien species, Wei Yiming said in a serious tone.
Luo Chen also nodded in agreement.
As far as he knew, very few alien species had red blood.
So, most of this blood is human. At the same time,
Li Feng, who was standing aside, suddenly squatted down, carefully observed the pool of blood, and dipped a little with his finger.
Then,
It was actually delivered directly to his mouth. He licked his finger with the tip of his tongue and said slowly, "This blood is still fresh."
what happened here shouldn't have taken more than a minute. See this scene. Luo Chen and Wei Yiming couldn't help but frown. Just lick the blood? What is this operation? Luo Chen thought.
He turned his head and looked at Lao Wei beside him.
Old Wei, your team leader has this hobby?
Old Wei was also confused and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either.
When did the team leader have the skills to solve cases by licking blood? Let's go.
The battle here must have been started by someone called Zhang Qi. Li Feng stood up slowly and said very confidently.
But
what Luo Chen and the others didn't know was that when Li Feng had his back to them, he was licking the remaining blood off his fingers with great enjoyment.
58, 2 Sea Realms? Luo Chen and Wei Yiming followed Li Feng for another 10 minutes. At this time, Luo Chen suddenly asked Wei Yiming. Hey, Lao Wei, you mentioned earlier that your team leader's ability is called time reversal, right? Wei Yiming nodded slightly. Yes, what's wrong? What is the specific manifestation of time reversal? Luo Chen asked curiously. Wei Yiming was thinking as he walked. Then he said,
S-level ability, time reversal, can be used within a certain range, reversing everything that happens within the range by 1 minute.
Oh my god. So cool. Isn't this equivalent to mastering the law of time? Luo Chen exclaimed. Wei Yiming shook his head.
The effect of time reversal is indeed related to time, but it has little to do with the laws of time.
Think about it, the law of time is a power that only gods can master.
And the time effects of time reversal are too restrictive and have nothing to do with being a god.
Luo Chen continued to ask. Restrictions? Like what?
Wei Yiming explained. Firstly, the range of time reversal is very small. Even though the team leader is now at the Sea Realm, the range of time reversal does not exceed a circle with a diameter of 5 meters.
A circle with a diameter of 5 meters? That's really too small. Luo Chen said. By the way, is this circle centered on himself? Will he be affected? No. Wei Yiming continued to explain. This is also the second limitation of time reversal. Time reversal cannot affect the user themselves. After listening, Luo Chen pursed his lips.
So, this time reversal isn't that powerful after all.
As long as you're not within 5 meters of him, you won't be affected. Wei Yiming nodded slowly. Yes, it is true. I am also a little puzzled as to why this ability is rated S.
Then you said before that your team leader is so powerful because of his special abilities.
Luo Chen's tone was slightly sarcastic.
Wei Yiming smiled and said with a strange expression.
You're right.
His ability is indeed a bit intimidating on the surface, but our team leader actually has a second ability.
Ah? Luo Chen was shocked. The second superpower? Yes.
Wei Yiming said with a smile. Then, he was about to tell you about Li Feng's second ability. He suddenly discovered that Luo Chen beside him was looking at Li Feng's back in front of him with a serious expression.
Luo Chen, what's wrong with you? Wei Yiming asked in confusion. Luo Chen stared at Li Feng's back, then turned to look at Wei Yiming. Old Wei. Something's wrong. Wei Yiming was full of questions. Why does something seem wrong while we're chatting? What's going on? Luo Chen? Wei Yiming asked. Luo Chen took a deep breath, then whispered to Wei Yiming. Old Wei, I just realized something. Since your team leader possesses the ability, time reversal, why did he have to lick blood to make his decision? He could just turn back time for 1 minute, then he'd know everything. After thinking for a while, Luo Chen continued. And, from the look on your face just now, have you ever seen your team leader licking blood? Wei Yiming raised his eyebrows. Yes, you're right. I've never seen the team leader lick blood, so I was wondering about that just now.
Finished. Wei Yiming and Luo Chen stood still, looking at their team leader's back with serious expressions.
Luo Chen, are you doubting that the person standing in front of you isn't the team leader?
Wei Yiming said in a trembling voice.
Or, our team leader is also played by an alien? But Luo Chen, this doesn't seem to explain anything. Maybe the team leader just has this habit, but I don't know. Also, maybe he just didn't want to use his supernatural powers just now? Wei Yiming was a little skeptical about Luo Chen's guess.
In his heart, he respects the team leader very much. He was a little afraid that he had misunderstood the team leader. In other words, it was very hard for him to accept that someone he had been with for such a long time was actually of a different race.
And this person is still a night watchman. Luo Chen stared at Wei Yiming and suddenly asked, "Old Wei, what is your primary duty as a night watchman?" "It's to resist alien races and protect humanity," Wei Yiming said seriously. "That's right," Luo Chen said. "Protect humanity. So, when the team leader met us earlier, why didn't he immediately go with you to find those students in the forest and protect them? Instead, he insists that we go with him to chase the Zhang Qi pretending to be a human? What if we can't find Zhang Qi? Doesn't this directly delay your time to protect those students? As a mature night watchman, you shouldn't make such a misjudgment. Therefore, the person standing in front of us, I can say with certainty, he is not the team leader, you know. As for, what is his purpose in doing this? I don't know yet." Luo Chen's words.
It was like a thunder exploding in Wei Yiming's heart, and some fog was suddenly lifted in his mind. He suddenly remembered something, looked up suddenly, and focused his eyes on the back of Li Feng's head, observing him carefully for 2 seconds.
Then, Wei Yiming's expression changed drastically, and he said with great certainty, "He's not the team leader. The team leader has a very thin wound on the back of his head. This guy doesn't have it."
As soon as these words were spoken,
both he and Luo Chen tensed up instantly.
The latter suddenly remembered something, and was startled. A golden vertical pupil slowly opened in the center of his forehead. The moment the vertical pupils opened, a divine power poured out, as if to see through all the darkness and hypocrisy in this world. Luo Chen stared at Li Feng's back with his pupils raised. A second later, he suddenly looked puzzled and asked,
"Huh? Why can't I see anything?" Wei Yiming, who saw this scene, explained, "Luo Chen, your realm is too low. The other party's realm should be much higher than yours, so you can't see it." At the same time,
Li Feng, who was about 10 meters away from the two of them, suddenly stopped and slowly turned around.
Then,
his expression became extremely ferocious, the corners of his mouth curled up high, and he said in a hoarse voice,
"What should I do? It seems like I've been discovered. In that case, let's kill you right here." Boom!
A vast and powerful spiritual power as vast as the ocean rushed out from him.
Seeing this, Wei Yiming's muscles tightened instantly and he entered combat mode. At the same time, the azure thunder emerged and enveloped Luo Chen. Suddenly, another voice sounded behind them. "Zhang Qi, you finally brought them here." Hear this voice.
Luo Chen and Wei Yiming's expressions changed drastically, and they turned to look towards the source of the voice. And they were shocked to discover
this other person's realm is also the sea realm. 59. Burning willpower. The dark sky seemed to be about to fall.
The rain falls unrestrainedly. It made a crackling sound when it hit the leaves.
Luo Chen and Wei Yiming stood back to back.
The azure thunder enveloped the two of them, preventing the raindrops from falling on them. They looked serious, with an unprecedented solemnity in their eyes. These two alien species from the sea realm made them feel a deep sense of oppression and crisis.
At this time, the person standing opposite Luo Chen spoke again. "Zhang Qi, what are you doing? Do you still need two of us to take action against these two humans? One is in the river realm, and the other doesn't even have spiritual power? Damn, are you kidding me?"
The man was wearing a black robe and his entire face was hidden in the hood, so his appearance could not be seen at all.
The raindrops bounced off a few centimeters above his head. Li Feng, who was standing opposite Wei Yiming, said seriously, "Old 5, don't underestimate them.
That guy without spiritual power, at his peak combat power, is comparable to that of the sea realm.
I sense danger in him.
So, I brought them to you just to make sure everything was safe." After Li Feng finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned blood red.
The two eyes are like two bright red gems, revealing weirdness and evil.
He gently stroked his face with his hands, then pulled it hard. A complete face of Li Feng was torn off by him.
"Reveal that Zhang Qi face." "It's you, Zhang Qi."
Seeing this scene, Wei Yiming's pupils shrank and he held a brush in his hand.
The brush transforms.
Zhang Yijing exuded a strong murderous intent and trembled like a living thing. Wei Yiming held a spear in his hand. He stared at Zhang Qi intently and asked,
Zhang Qi, where's my team leader?
Wei Yiming believed that Zhang Qi was able to play the role of team leader so flawlessly that even he didn't notice. So, he at least has some understanding of the team leader, or he has already met the team leader.
Hearing this,
Zhang Qi raised his head and stretched his neck. His blood-red eyes were filled with evil.
Surprised. Who is your team leader? Thought for a moment.
Zhang Qi slapped his head hard.
Look at my memory.
Your team leader is the face I just tore off.
He
should be dead now. As he spoke, his blood-red eyes stared at Wei Yiming, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Dead?
These words suddenly struck Wei Yiming's heart.
How is that possible? The team leader is in the late sea realm.
How can Zhang Qi, who is in the early sea realm, kill him?
No, that's not right.
If the team leader was really murdered as Zhang Qi said, it couldn't be Zhang Qi who killed him.
Is it an alien species with a higher realm than the team leader? Taller than the team leader? That is the heaven realm? Unexpectedly, the alien race was so well prepared this time, even the heaven realm came? Are the aliens planning to completely wipe out the human race from this world this time? So, team leader? Are you really dead?
Thinking of this, Wei Yiming felt angry and extremely desolate at the same time. His heart began to feel confused.
But
the next second, he looked up suddenly.
Shouted in my heart. Ha, I don't believe that the team leader will die.
Wei Yiming's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Zhang Qi with burning eyes.
So that's how it is, Zhang Qi. You are the blood demon from the alien race, right?
Not only are you bloodthirsty, but your bloodshot eyes can also cause confusion in people's minds.
What a pity.
You almost upset my mind just now.
After saying that, Wei Yiming laughed twice, and a surge of momentum rose into the sky.
A firm will burned in his eyes.
Seeing this, another alien in a black robe said anxiously, Zhang Qi, can you do this? Don't use your blood pupils, just do it directly, it's too damn moji. Just finished speaking.
He stretched out his right hand and slowly lifted the hood on his head. Luo Chen, who was standing opposite him, suddenly narrowed his pupils.
Because, in his sight, the alien known as Old Five actually had a bare, black skull on his head. Then, wisps of blue flames burned and danced on the skull. Skeleton Death Warrior? Luo Chen muttered to himself. He remembered the introduction to alien species in the textbook. Just then,
Wei Yiming nudged Luo Chen with his shoulder and said slowly,
Luo Chen, the other side has 2 Sea Realm warriors. We don't stand a chance of winning. After listening, Luo Chen spread his hands and said, Yes, Lao Wei, if nothing unexpected happens, the 2 of us will die. Are you afraid of death? Wei Yiming suddenly asked. And you? I'm not afraid. Then I'm not afraid either. Why? Because, I can die with you, so I'm not afraid. Ha 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 ha. Good.
Wei Yiming suddenly burst into wild and crazy laughter.
Immediately following,
suddenly, an astonishing aura surged out of his body.
This breath is different from mental power. It seems out of tune with this world. This is his willpower. This is the real reason why he has no mental strength but has combat power comparable to that of the Sea Realm. Now, his willpower is burning wildly. Wei Yiming raised his night-slaying spear high and said with a smile, Luo Chen, just based on what you said, I won't let you die here today. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Luo Chen turned around and looked at Wei Yiming in shock. Suddenly, just then, the system's voice sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! New mission command triggered, survive. Complete the command to get plus 5,000 re-engraving value. 60, take the initiative. The sudden sound from the system made Luo Chen's heart skip a beat. This voice reminded him. He quickly said to the system in his mind, System, can I add all the 5,000 replica points I obtained earlier to the mental power column? Ding!
No, host, when your spiritual power level rises, your physical strength must also be improved accordingly. Luo Chen remembered that the system seemed to have reminded him at the beginning. The replica value cannot be simply added to the mental power realm. The prerequisite for improving your realm is that your physical fitness must also be improved.
Then, he asked, System, if I want to raise my mental strength to the mountain realm, what physical strength do I need? Ding.
If you wish to advance directly to the mountain realm, your physical fitness must be at least 2000.
Hearing this, Luo Chen opened his own attribute panel. Name, Luo Chen male, 18 years old, from Wuyanzu, Niancheng. Physical fitness, 800 strong, 1 leaf, 8 thorns. Spiritual power, 3000 early river realm, drained quickly. Superpowers, Thunderfall God level, Sky Eye God level. Replica value, 5000. Command, survive. Currently completed 3 commands.
Seeing the light screen in front of him, Luo Chen was thinking in his mind. It takes 4000 replica points to advance to the mountain realm.
I only have 5000 at the moment.
If all of it were added to the mental strength column, then the remaining 1000 would not allow the physical fitness to reach 2000. In other words, there is no way for him to be promoted directly to the mountain realm.
Shit. Just 200 short.
After secretly complaining in his heart, Luo Chen decided to keep the 5000 replica value.
The reason is, given the current situation. He even allocated some of the replica value to his mental power. However, he is still in the river realm. Among the realms, there are some differences between each small realm and the river realm. But
what he was about to face was the sea realm. The river realm and the sea realm are 2 major realms apart.
It's not good enough and can't change anything at all.
Therefore, it is better to keep these 5000 replica points in case you need them urgently at some point in the future.
At last, Luo Chen stared at the instruction that had just been issued. Live. Even the system is reminding myself that this one is very difficult? Suddenly, Luo Chen realized one thing. Didn't the system once say that it would protect itself when its life was in danger? So, doesn't this conflict with the command to stay alive? System, I remember you said you had to protect my life. So, what does this command mean? Luo Chen asked the system in his heart. Ding. Reminder to the host, survive is your current mission instruction.
In this life or death dilemma, this system will not provide protection for the host.
Fuck.
Luo Chen rolled his eyes to express his contempt.
My system is really fickle, with a new idea every now and then. No wonder it's a woman's voice. Could it be that this system was really transformed by a woman? So, system, this command of survive, does it specifically mean that I must survive this predicament?
As he spoke, Luo Chen glanced at the skeleton warrior from the sea realm in front of him.
Fine.
When the system is turned on, time seems to stop.
This gave Luo Chen a chance to catch his breath. Ding. Yes. It seems like another dead end. Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What I am facing is a sea. How could he accomplish this by himself? Hey! Wait, the system only says that you can complete the command by surviving, but it doesn't specifically say that you can do it on your own? Look, there's also Lao Wei. Old Wei. It depends on you. Thinking of this, Luo Chen waited for a while. But the system didn't speak again. In other words, can this instruction be used to create a bug? Is it the system default? Thinking about.
The light curtain in front of Luo Chen's eyes slowly disappeared.
Everything is back to normal.
Old Wei behind him is full of fighting spirit.
In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he whispered to Luo Chen again. Luo Chen, follow me closely.
Facing such a powerful enemy, we cannot fall into a passive position.
We must take the initiative, attack unexpectedly, and fight quickly. Kill the weaker one between the two of them first. Only in this way can we have a chance of survival. Who is weaker among them? Luo Chen asked.
Thunder was blooming in his eyes, and golden light was flowing in his vertical eyes.
At this moment, Luo Chen was like a god descending to earth. Him. Zhang Qi. Wei Yiming pointed his spear at Zhang Qi. Okay. Lao Wei, everything is up to you. Let's do it. Luo Chen said directly. Then,
The two of them moved without any hesitation or nonsense. One on the left and one on the right rushed directly towards Zhang Qi.
fuck. You're taking me for a pushover.
Zhang Qi saw that Wei Yiming and Luo Chen actually chose to take the initiative to attack at the first moment, and the target was him.
He was shocked and angry.
After seeing Luo Chen and Wei Yiming's thoughts and plans, the skeleton warrior was obviously stunned. He shouted to Zhang Qi in a hoarse voice.
Zhang Qi. It seems these two also think you're weaker than me. Ha ha.
Suddenly, streams of blood mist like smoke emerged from Zhang Qi's blood-red pupils. His hands were wrapped in blood mist, and then they were wriggling like flowing water.
Blood-filled.
Zhang Qi shouted loudly, and then the blood mist all over his body exploded. The blood mist condensed into sword-like spikes.
It shot towards Luo Chen and Wei Yiming. At the same time, he shouted, "Old 5. What do you mean? Why aren't you doing anything yet? You just said I was dragging my feet, so why aren't you doing anything now?"
After hearing this, the fifth member of the skeleton soldier responded.
Zhang Qi. I've changed my mind.
After I capture this God's believer, who has awakened 2 God-level superpowers, I will claim the Lord's merit in front of the high priest.
Boom.
The spikes transformed from the scarlet blood mist collided with the blue thunder, and a flash of light burst out in the darkness. The crashing rain was also shattered by the light.
Luo Chen is only at the river realm after all.
Under the attack of the sea realm, it will not have much effect at all. Those blood thorns penetrated the thunder in an instant as if penetrating a thin film and stabbed towards Luo Chen's head.
A strong sense of death hit Luo Chen's face. His heart suddenly contracted and his pupils focused. Bang! Just then, Wei Yiming's figure passed through the blood mist.
Zhang Yijing was like a divine weapon that fell from the sky, scattering those blood thorns one by one.
Then,
Wei Yiming paused, twisted his body, and swung his spear violently, like a whip, whistling and carrying an unmatched fighting spirit.
Sweep towards Zhang Qi's location. Luo Chen! He shouted. Hearing the shout, Luo Chen quickly calmed himself down. Then,
the golden light of heavenly eye poured out from the vertical pupil. His third eye stared intently at Zhang Qi's shadow that was vaguely visible in the blood mist.
A certain moment, Luo Chen's eyes lit up and he shouted to Wei Yiming.
Old Wei, Zhang Qi is on the left.